Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Ah, Noah, Lin shouted, and his body suddenly swelled like a towering mountain, smashing towards the silver poisonous python with endless light and power. The silver poisonous python seemed to have sensed Nuo Lin's change. Its roar became even more shrill, and its huge body twisted and rolled in the air, trying to avoid the fatal blow. However, Nuo Lin's power had exceeded its imagination. His fist was like a falling star, smashing hard on the poisonous python's head with destructive force. Boom! With a loud bang, the air in the palace seemed to be completely torn apart, and a violent energy storm swept out, shattering the surrounding stone walls. Under Nuo Lin's full-strength attack, the silver poisonous python's huge body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string and slammed heavily into the stone wall of the palace, making a deafening roar. However, at this critical moment, the silver python suddenly let out an even more shrill roar, 3/8. Its body trembled on the stone wall, as if trying to break free from the shackles that bound it. At that moment, an even more powerful force erupted from its body again, and on its silver scales, the flame-like pattern spread again, as if to devour the entire palace. Oh no, it's making its last struggle. Xiang Tianlu's face changed drastically. He knew very well that the silver poison python had completely gone crazy at this moment, and its strength had reached its peak. They had to go all out to end this battle. Nuo Lin also looked solemn. He took a deep breath and concentrated all his strength into his fists. His figure flashed, and he rushed towards the silver poisonous python again, as if he wanted to smash the endless darkness and despair to pieces. Boom! 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 Inside the palace, fish shadows and python shadows intertwined together, and every collision seemed to tear the entire space apart. The battle between Nuo Lin and the silver poison python has reached a fever pitch, and their strength has reached its peak at this moment. Nuo Lin, hold on! Xiang Tianlu shouted loudly, with a hint of urgency and expectation in his voice. Nuo Lin was startled when he heard this. He looked up and saw Xiang Tianlu standing at the other end of the palace, quickly forming seals with his hands. Rays of light gathered in front of him, as if they were about to form a powerful attack. Xiang Tianlu, come to! Nuo Lin shouted, his voice echoing in the palace like thunder. He flashed and rushed towards the silver poisonous python again. This time, his strength had reached an unprecedented peak. Nuo Lin's figure was like a ghost, shuttling through the rubble and dust of the palace. Every punch he swung carried the momentum of shattering mountains and rivers, and he fought a life-and-death battle with the silver poisonous python. Although the poisonous python was severely injured, its vitality was astonishing. The flame patterns on its body were like burning fire. Every time it rolled and twisted, it seemed to be absorbing the vitality of the surrounding space in an attempt to restore its almost exhausted strength. Nuo Lin, be careful of its tail. Xiang Tianlu's voice came in the turbulent air, with a barely perceptible tremor. He formed seals with his hands faster and faster, and the light was so bright that it seemed to illuminate the entire palace, buying Nuo Lin a moment of respite. Hearing this, Nuo Lin turned his body to the side and narrowly avoided the silver poisonous python's tail that was sweeping at him like a whip. The silver scales covering its tail splashed sparks when it hit the ruins of the palace, showing how powerful it was. This guy is so troublesome. Nuo Lin gritted his teeth, sweat slid down his cheeks, dripped onto the ground, and evaporated into nothingness in an instant. He knew very well that fighting with such an opponent would be a test of life and death every minute and every second. The silver poisonous python seemed to be angered by Nuo Lin's tenacity. It let out a deafening roar, and the whole palace trembled with it. Its body suddenly curled up like a cannonball about to be launched, and shot towards Nuo Lin with unparalleled force. Come on, let's fight to the death. Nuo Lin shouted, his eyes wide open, as if he could see through all illusions. He clenched his fists, and the ancient and mysterious power in his body surged again, as if it was going to burn his entire body. The two forces collided in the air, making a deafening roar. The entire palace seemed to collapse at this moment, with rubble flying and smoke covering the sky. The figures of Nuo Lin and the silver poisonous python intertwined in the chaos, and every confrontation was accompanied by the tearing and reorganization of space. Nuo Lin, feel it with your heart and find its weakness. Xiang Tianlu's voice was like a lighthouse in the distance, guiding Nuo Lin to find direction in chaos. Hearing this, Nuo Lin concentrated his mind. He tried to integrate his perception into the chaos and look for the almost non-existent flaw. Finally, after a fierce battle, he caught the fluctuation of the power in the silver light poison python's body. It was an instability from the source, a trace left when it burned its vitality. Found it! Nuo Lin was overjoyed. He retreated violently, seemingly dodging, but actually accumulating strength. When the silver poisonous python pounced again, he turned his body to the side, and with the help of the poisonous python's power, like an arrow driven by the wind, he punched the seemingly indestructible abdomen of the poisonous python at an incredible angle. Bang! With a dull, loud noise, the huge body of the silver poisonous python paused in the air for a moment, and then fell heavily to the ground like a kite with a broken string, stirring up a cloud of dust. This time, it never got up again. The eyes that once burned with flames completely lost their luster, leaving only dead silence. After the battle, the palace was dead silent, with only the breathing of the two men and the occasional sound of gravel falling in the distance. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu slowly walked towards the silver poisonous python lying on the ground, feeling both the joy of victory and the sadness of the passing of life. This silver poisonous python is so powerful, Xiang Tianlu exclaimed, with awe and gratitude in his eyes. Nuo Lin nodded. His eyes fell on the huge body of the poisonous python, and an inexplicable premonition surged in his heart. Xiang Tianlu, do you think there is any treasure inside this poisonous python? When Xiang Tianlu heard this, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, and then he looked at the poisonous python carefully. After a moment, he nodded and pointed to the poisonous python's belly. There seems to be something unusual there. Nuo Lin heard 4.4's words. His heart moved. He walked forward and gently pressed his hands on the poisonous python's belly. As his power penetrated, the poisonous python's abdomen suddenly split open, and a bright light shot out from it, illuminating the entire palace. The two of them looked closely and saw a bead emitting a faint glow lying quietly in the poisonous python's abdomen. There were strange patterns flowing on the surface of the beads, as if they contained endless power and mysteries. Is this the inner elixir? Xiang Tianlu shouted in surprise. Nuo Lin was also stunned, then nodded. He knew very well that the inner elixir of a monster was the essence of its body. It not only contained enormous power, but was also likely to hide the monster's ability and inheritance. The two men carefully took out the inner elixir, only to see it tremble slightly in their hands, as if communicating with them. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other and saw the determination and expectation in each other's eyes. We take it, Xiang Tianlu asked tentatively. Nuo Lin nodded, his eyes flickering with determination. Since we have it, let's give it a try. Perhaps this will allow us to take our strength to a higher level. The two stopped hesitating, and each put half of the inner elixir into their mouths. As the inner elixir melted, a warm and powerful force surged in their bodies, as if thousands of dragons were galloping in their blood, pushing their strength and will to new heights. After a moment, when the two opened their eyes again, there was an unprecedented light shining in their eyes. They knew that after this metamorphosis, their strength had made a qualitative leap. Nuo Lin, I seem to be able to touch that realm. Xiang Tianlu shouted excitedly, with a slight tremor in his voice. New Orleans also smiled slightly. He felt the unprecedented power in his body, as if the whole world was shaking under his feet. We have become stronger. With their newfound strength and confidence, the two continued on their adventure. A few days later, they arrived at a prosperous ancient city called Ganzhan. These two cities are nestled in the mountains and beside the water, with tall and majestic city walls and city gates carved with intricate totems that sparkle in the sun. As soon as you step into the city, you can see shops lining the streets, pedestrians coming and going, and all kinds of hawking sounds and laughter interweaving together, making the city very lively. The air is filled with the aroma of various delicacies, making people salivate. "Wow, it's so lively here," Xiang Tianlu exclaimed, his eyes flashing with curiosity and excitement. New Orleans also nodded slightly. He looked around and saw that there were not only shops selling all kinds of rare treasures on both sides of the street, but also restaurants serving delicious food, as well as tea houses and inns for people to rest. The whole city seems to be a treasure trove of huge amounts, waiting for them to explore. The two decided to relax and have some fun in the city before buying some necessities and supplies. They strolled along the streets, admiring the unique style of this ancient city. There are quaint buildings scattered in an orderly manner on both sides of the street, and each building seems to be telling the history and stories of the city. "New Orleans, look at the weapons in that shop. They look extraordinary." Xiang Tianlu suddenly pointed at a weapon shop in front and shouted. Upon hearing this, New Orleans looked in the direction of Xiang Tianlu's finger and saw all kinds of weapons displayed in the weapon shop. Some were extremely sharp, some were as heavy as a mountain, and each one exuded a different aura. The two men walked into the weapons shop and began to select carefully. After some selection, New Orleans chose a long sword with a slender body, a sharp blade, and a dazzling gem inlaid on the hilt, emitting a faint light. Xiang Tianlu chose a pair of short blades. The short blades were small and exquisite, but contained powerful killing power. In addition to weapons, the two also bought some healing pills and supplies in case of emergency. When they were about to leave, they were suddenly attracted by the items on a stall. The stall was filled with all kinds of antiques and sundries, some of which were shabby, while others emitted a faint glow, as if containing some kind of mysterious power. The stall owner was a white-haired old man. He sat behind the stall, drinking tea leisurely. "My two young friends, are you interested in seeing the treasure of mine?" the old man asked with a smile. New Orleans and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other and saw curiosity in each other's eyes. They walked up to the stall and began to examine the antiques and sundries carefully. After some selection, New Orleans' attention was attracted by a seemingly ordinary stone. The stone was gray-brown in color, with cracks and impurities all over its surface, and looked inconspicuous. But New Orleans felt a mysterious power emanating from it, as if calling him. "Old man, how much is this stone?" New Orleans asked, pointing at the stone. The old man smiled and said, "I picked up this stone from a ruin. Although it looks ordinary, there may be some treasure hidden inside. Since you like it, I'll give you a low price. How about 50 gold coins?" New Orleans was moved when he heard this. He knows very well that in this world, the more ordinary things seem, the more likely they are to hide huge amounts of secrets. So, without hesitation, he took out 50 gold coins and bought the stone. After leaving the stall, the two found a tea house and began to study the stone carefully. After careful observation and sensing, they discovered that the stone contained a strange energy fluctuation, which was somewhat similar to the energy in the inner elixir they had taken before. "Xiang Tianlu, what do you think this piece of stone gold is?" New Orleans asked. Xiang Tianlu frowned and said, "I'm not sure either. But since it contains such powerful energy fluctuations, it might be a precious or an undiscovered treasure." The two of them sat in a private room of the tea house. Outside the window was the bustling streets of Ganzhan City with the sound of people, while inside the room was quiet with only the sound of their whispered conversation and the occasional aroma of tea. New Orleans held the mysterious stone in his hand, brows furrowed, as if trying to sense the mystery within it. This energy fluctuation is both familiar and strange. It seems to be related to our inner elixir, but not exactly the same. He said slowly, with a thoughtful gleam in his eyes. Xiang Tianlu took the stone, looked at it carefully, and then shook his head. Indeed, I have never seen such a strange energy. However, now that we have it, we must find a way to unlock its secrets. He suddenly remembered something and patted 457 on the forehead. By the way, Nuo Lin, do you remember the alchemist we met before? He may be able to give us some clues. Nuo Lin's eyes lit up when he heard this. You mean the alchemist who can make magical potions? If he's really here, we should go and ask him. The two decided to put aside their research temporarily and go find the legendary alchemist first. They walked out of the tea house, crossed the busy street, and came to a relatively quiet alley. At the end of the alley, a tattered sign was hung on a half-open wooden door with the words, Alchemy Workshop, written on it in ancient characters. When I opened the door, a mixture of herbal and metallic smells hit me in the face. The room was dark, with only a few oil lamps emitting faint light. An old man in a long robe and an alchemy hat was leaning over a table piled with various bottles and jars, studying something intently. Excuse me, is this the alchemist's workshop? Nuo Lin asked politely. The old man raised his head, scanned them with his sharp eyes, and then nodded to buy. Yes, I'm the alchemist here. What can I do for you? Nuo Lin handed the stone in his hand to the old man and briefly told him how they found the stone. We want to know what this stone is. The energy fluctuations contained within it are somewhat similar to the inner elixir we took before. The old man took the stone, looked at it carefully, and then frowned. This stone, I have never seen such strange energy fluctuations. However, if I study it for a while, maybe I can find some clues. Xiang Tianlu was moved when he heard this. That's great. We'll be waiting for your news. But how long will it take? The old man pondered for a moment, then gave an approximate time. It will take about a week. During this time, I will study the stone as best I can. The two expressed their gratitude and left the alchemy workshop. They decided to stay in Ganzhan City for a while and wait for news from the alchemist. During this time, they visited every corner of Ganzhan City, tasted local delicacies, and bought various interesting souvenirs. One evening, when the afterglow of the setting sun spread over the entire Ganzhan City, they came to the alchemy workshop again. The old man was already waiting for them at the door, with a mysterious smile on his face. I have found some clues, he said slowly, and then handed them a new gem that emitted a faint glow. This is the essence of energy that I extracted from that stone. It contains an ancient and powerful force that may help you improve your strength. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu took the gem that was emitting a faint glow, with surprise and curiosity flashing in their eyes. There are strange patterns on the surface of the gem, as if it contains some unknown power, which makes people feel awe involuntarily. Is this extracted from that stone? Nuo Lin asked in disbelief. He carefully looked at the gem in his hand, feeling the powerful energy contained in it. The old man smiled and nodded, with a hint of pride in his eyes. Yes, this is the energy essence I extracted from the stone after several days of hard work. Although it looks small, the power contained in it is enough to take your strength to a higher level. Xiang Tianlu couldn't help but exclaimed, It's amazing. The alchemist's methods are indeed extraordinary. The old man waved his hand modestly. No, this is just a small result of my many years of research. However, although this gem is powerful, you also need to use it correctly to achieve the greatest effect. Nuo Lin's heart moved when he heard this. Then may I ask, how should we use this gem? The old man pondered for a moment, then slowly said, The energy in this gem is somewhat similar to the inner elixir you took before, but it is purer and more powerful. You could try to integrate it into your inner elixir, allowing the two to integrate with each other, thereby improving your own experience. Xiang Tianlu frowned and asked worriedly, Will there be any risks in doing this? The old man shook his head and said comfortingly, Don't worry, I have studied this gem in detail to ensure that it will not cause any harm to you. Definitely, during the integration process, you may feel some discomfort, but as long as you persist, you will succeed. After hearing this, the two of them were immediately filled with confidence. They decided to start trying immediately to integrate the gem into their inner elixir. Under the guidance of the alchemist, they found a quiet room, closed their eyes, and began to concentrate on the gems in their hands. As their breathing gradually became steady, a warm and powerful force surged out from the gem, flowing along their meridians and slowly towards their inner elixir. During this process, they did feel some discomfort, as if a powerful force was impacting their bodies. But they did not give up. Instead, they gritted their teeth and persevered. Finally, after a painful struggle, they successfully integrated the power of the gem into their inner boat. At that moment, they felt as if their bodies were filled with a powerful force, and they felt completely refreshed. When they opened their eyes again, there was an unprecedented light shining in them. They knew that after this metamorphosis, their strength had made a qualitative leap. "It's amazing," Nualin exclaimed. He clenched his fists and felt the powerful force surging in his body. Xiang Tianlu couldn't help but smile. "Yes, our current strength is enough to deal with stronger enemies." The two decided to leave the alchemy workshop immediately and test their new powers. They walked out of the room, passed through the corridor of the alchemy workshop, and came to a spacious courtyard. In the center of the courtyard stood a huge amount of alchemical arrays, engraved with complex runes and patterns. "Let's give it a try," Nualin shouted excitedly. He walked to the alchemy array and placed his hands on the array diagram. As his power permeated, a bright light suddenly appeared on the alchemy array, illuminating the entire courtyard. Nualin placed both hands on the alchemy diagram, and the light became brighter. The courtyard seemed to be shrouded by an invisible force, and even the air became heavy. He let out a low roar, and new power in his body seemed to be awakened, surging along his meridians and rushing madly into the alchemy formation. "Open it for me." Accompanied by a deafening roar, the runes on the alchemy array seemed to be activated, bursting with dazzling light, completely engulfing Nualin's figure. Xiang Tianlu stood aside, his eyes fixed on the alchemy array, secretly marveling at the power of this force. At this moment, the light in the alchemy array suddenly dimmed, and Nualin's figure reappeared. His eyes flashed with a fiery light, and he exuded a heart-pounding aura. "Success!" Nualin shouted excitedly. He felt that his strength had been improved unprecedentedly, as if the whole world was under his control. Xiang Tianlu was not willing to be left behind. He walked to the other side of the alchemy array and also placed his hands on the array diagram. He took a deep breath, mobilized the new strength in his body, and attacked the alchemy array. The courtyard was shrouded in light again, and the runes on the alchemy array seemed to be activated to the extreme, emitting an even more dazzling light. Xiang Tianlu and Nualin seemed to be surrounded by two powerful forces. They fought each other, but also echoed each other, forming a wonderful tacit understanding. "Drink!" Xiang Tianlu let out a low shout, and his powers seemed to explode, instantly dispersing the scriptures on the alchemy array. He flashed and rushed out of the alchemy array, emitting a suffocating aura of pressure. "Let's try out the power of this new force." Xiang Tianlu looked at Nualin, his eyes full of fighting spirit. Nualin smiled slightly and nodded. The two of them moved at the same time, as if two lightning bolts were intertwining and colliding in the courtyard. Their fists whistled, their feet flashed, and each attack contained a defense zone that was enough to shake mountains and rivers. The air in the courtyard seemed to be torn apart, and the figures of the two people intertwined in the light and shadow, and every collision erupted with a deafening sound. Their powers constantly collided with each other, forming a more powerful combined force. "Come again!" Nualin shouted loudly, and his body suddenly accelerated, rushing towards Xiangtian Road like a gust of wind. Xiang Tianlu snorted coldly, and instead of retreating, he moved forward and rushed forward at an even faster speed. The two figures collided again, and this time the collision of force was even more violent, as if it was going to overturn the entire courtyard. Their punches were as intense as a violent storm, and every attack was enough to cause mountains to collapse and the earth to crack. However, just as their power collision reached its peak, an inexplicable sense of crisis suddenly surged in their hearts. The two men retracted their strength at the same time, retreated violently, and glanced around vigilantly. "What's going on?" Nuo Lin asked with a frown. He could feel that the sense of crisis did not come from the outside world, but seemed to be derived from their own strength. Xiang Tianlu also had a solemn expression on his face, and he slowly shook his head. "I'm not sure, but this feeling is definitely not wrong. We have to be careful. Maybe this is just the beginning." The two looked at each other and saw determination in each other's eyes. They know that no matter what awaits them ahead, they will fight side by side and face it together. So, they set out on their journey again, left the alchemy workshop, and headed towards the unknown distance of 870. On the Gobi Desert, two figures walked away in the afterglow of the setting sun, and their backs seemed to be shrouded by an invisible force. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu walked side by side on the vast Gobi Desert. The sand under their feet was dyed golden by the setting sun. Every step seemed to be stepping on the river of time. The surrounding scenery is monotonous and vast. Only the endless sand dunes in the distance and the fading sunset on the horizon add a bit of color to this lonely world. This Gobi Desert is so desolate and magnificent. Nuo Lin looked into the distance with a hint of emotion in his tone. His voice echoed in the empty space and was soon swallowed up by the wind and sand. Xiang Tianlu nodded, his eyes deep. "Yes, the wonders of nature always make people feel awe. However, what I'm more concerned about is the sense of crisis we felt before. Where did it come from? What does it portend?" Nuo Lin pondered for a moment, then shook his head. "I can't figure out either. But no matter what, it is always right to enhance your own strength. Perhaps, when we are strong enough, those mysteries will be solved naturally." At this moment, a slight sound of wind sounded quietly. Different from the gentle evening breeze before, this wind brought an ominous omen and slowly approached from a distance. The two looked at each other and saw vigilance in each other's eyes. "Look over there." Xiang Tianlu suddenly pointed to the sky and saw huge amounts of dark clouds covering the sky at an alarming speed, which was out of tune with the clear surroundings, as if it was the entrance to another world. "Sandstorm," Nuo Lin whispered, with an unquestionable seriousness in his tone. He quickly looked around, looking for shelter, but there was nothing but sand dunes in this endless Gobi Desert. "Hurry, find the nearest sand dune to take shelter in the leeward side." Xiang Tianlu made a prompt decision, and the two of them immediately ran towards the nearest tall sand dune. Driven by a sense of crisis, their speed reached its limit, and every step almost took them several meters away. As the distance shortened, the dark cloud-like sandstorm finally revealed its true face. The sky and earth were suddenly shrouded in chaos, with howling winds, flying sand and rocks, and only vague outlines and harsh sounds remained between heaven and earth. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu jumped to the top of the sand dune almost at the same time, with their backs to the storm, close to the ground, and using their hands to protect their heads to minimize exposure. Under the sand dunes, the sandstorm was like a ferocious beast, rampaging recklessly and sweeping up everything visible. The sky and the earth were dim, and even the afterglow of the setting sun was completely swallowed up. The sand particles were like sharp blades, flying wildly in the storm, cutting every inch of space and making a heart-pounding whistling sound. In this extreme environment, time seems to slow down abnormally, and every second is full of torment. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu cling to each other tightly, using their bodies to provide each other with a weak shelter, but their hearts are filled with fear of the unknown and desire for survival. I don't know how long it took, but when the first breeze blew across my cheek, bringing a hint of coolness, Nuo Lin slowly opened his eyes. The world before my eyes was still blurry, but the roar of the storm had gradually faded away, replaced by a dead silence. He turned to look at Xiang Tianlu, who was also slowly standing up, his eyes flickering with relief at having survived the calamity. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu slowly stood up, their bodies still covered with fine sand left by the sandstorm, and they smiled at each other, their faces showing a sense of relief and happiness after surviving a disaster. It's really thrilling. Such natural power makes people feel awe. Nuo Lin patted the dust on his body, his eyes still looking at the sandstorm that was gradually dissipating in the distance, with a hint of emotion in his voice. Xiang Tianlu nodded and looked around. The Gobi Desert, ravaged by sandstorms, looked even more desolate and lonely. Yes, but we have experienced life and death. This experience may become a valuable asset for our future. The two began to walk slowly down the sand dune. The sand under their feet sank slightly due to their weight, making a slight sound. Although the afterglow of the setting sun has disappeared, the faint blue-purple color on the horizon adds a bit of mystery and tranquility to the Gobi Desert. By the way, I remember you mentioned the formation before. Maybe we can use the formation to enhance our strength to deal with possible crises in the future. Nuo Lin suddenly stopped and turned to look at Xiang Tianlu, with a thoughtful gleam in his eyes. Xiang Tianlu heard this. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, and then nodded. Well, the formation is indeed a good choice. It not only enhances our strength, but also provides us with shelter at critical moments. However, to master and skillfully use the formation, it takes a lot of time and energy. Nuo Lin smiled slightly and said firmly, "We have time and experience. Nothing is impossible as long as we are willing to work hard." The two continued to move forward, with the seeds of learning the formation planted in their hearts. They began to pay attention to every detail on the Gobi Desert, looking for clues that might hide the secrets of the formation. As night fell, the temperature in the Gobi Desert dropped rapidly. The two found a sheltered depression in the sand dunes and built a bonfire. The fire flickered in the night sky, bringing a touch of warmth and light to this lonely Gobi Desert. You know, the formation is actually another form of expression of the power of nature. It contains the mysteries of heaven and earth and complements our strength. Xiang Tianlu fiddled with the bonfire while telling Nuo Lin about his understanding of the battle formation. Nuo Lin listened attentively, his eyes sparkling with a desire for knowledge. Then, how should we start learning the formation? Should we start with the most basic runes? Xiang Tianlu nodded. His tone was a little serious. Yes, runes are the basis of the formation. Only by mastering the runes can we further understand the mysteries of the law. However, this requires a lot of practice and experimentation, and we cannot rush for success. The two sat around the campfire and continued to discuss the topic of formations. Their words echoed in the night sky, interweaving with the sound of the wind in the Gobi Desert, forming a unique picture. As time went by, the two people's understanding of the battle tactics gradually deepened. They began to look for suitable places in the Gobi Desert to practice formations, and using the surrounding terrain and natural environment, they tried to set up simple formations. Nuo Lin and Xiangtian Road, in this vast Gobi Desert, are like two lonely stars, silently illuminating each other's path. The night was as dark as ink, and the bonfire flickered, reflecting the two people's determined faces and their endless desire for the unknown world. Runes are a microcosm of the will of heaven and earth. Every stroke contains endless mysteries. Xiang Tianlu's voice was low and magnetic. He picked up a dead branch and drew complex patterns on the sand. That was his deep understanding and perception of the formation. If you want to control this power, you must first resonate with heaven and earth and perceive its rhythm and tempo. Nuo Lin followed Xiang Tianlu's movements closely, with a fiery light flashing in his eyes, as if there was a flame burning. I understand, this is just like the meditation when we practice, listening quietly. Only then can we capture the subtle fluctuations of heaven and earth. After saying that, Nuo Lin also stretched out his hand, using his finger as a pen to sketch on the sand. Every stroke seemed to stir up ripples in the void. It was his first contact with the formation, but it was also a deep resonance of the soul. As the two men's understanding of the battle formation deepened, faint rays of light began to flicker around them above the Gobi Desert. This was a sign that the runes were activated, as if an ancient spell had been awakened and the dormant power of heaven and earth began to surge. Come on, give it a try. Infuse your power into these runes and let them protect you, Xiang Tianlu instructed, his voice full of unquestionable determination. Nuo-Lin took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and concentrated. The power in his body surged like a river bursting its banks. He suddenly opened his eyes, formed seals with his hands, and pressed towards the rune on the sand. In an instant, the light became brighter and the runes seemed to be given life. They danced and intertwined in the night sky, eventually forming a simple yet powerful protective formation. Boom! An invisible wave emanated from the formation, causing the sand around it to scatter, as if even the space was shaken by this force. Seeing this, Xiang Tianlu smiled approvingly. Not bad. You have already mastered the initial use of the formation. But remember, a truly strong person must not only be able to control strength, but also learn how to coexist harmoniously with heaven and earth, making every bit of strength play its greatest role. As the night deepened, the two became more and more obsessed with the practice of the formation. Every attempt was accompanied by the collision and integration of forces. Above the Gobi Desert, lights rose and fell like a silent feast. Just when the two were immersed in the wonders of the formation, suddenly the sky and the earth changed color, and an inexplicable pressure descended from the sky, enveloping the two. This power did not come from the outside world, nor was it something they could control themselves. It seemed to have come from another dimension or an even older era. This is Nuo-Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked up at the same time, gazing at the endless sky, with shock, curiosity, and confusion in their eyes. The Gobi Desert under the night sky was originally peaceful and profound, but at this moment it became extremely depressing due to the sudden pressure. Nuo-Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other, and they could read the solemnity and vigilance in each other's eyes. This power doesn't seem to be formed naturally. Xiang Tianlu's voice was low. He slowly stood up and looked around with a sharp gaze. At this moment, a low roar sounded from afar, like the roar of an ancient beast shaking every inch of land in the Gobi Desert. Then, a huge figure slowly emerged in the night. It was a monster dozens of feet long, covered with scales as hard as bluestone. The Black Phoenix Stone Royal Python. The eyes of the Black Phoenix Stone Royal Python are like two burning flames, flashing a cold light. On its head grows a pair of strange phoenix feathers, flashing a faint golden light, adding a bit of mystery and majesty to it. Its body is huge and agile, and every movement seems to carry the weight of a mountain. Yet it is extremely flexible. This is the Black Phoenix Stone Royal Python. Nuo-Lin's voice was filled with a hint of disbelief. He knew very well how powerful and rare this monster was. Not only did it have an indestructible defense, it also possessed the terrifying ability to control stone elements and fire. Xiang Tianlu's face was solemn. He quickly protected Nuo-Lin behind him and stared at the slowly approaching giant beast. It seems that our training journey this time is destined not to be peaceful. The Black Phoenix Stone Royal Python seemed to sense the hostility of the two people. It let out a deafening roar, then opened its huge mouth, and a stream of hot flames mixed with gravel rushed towards the two people like a volcanic eruption. Zero, request flowers. Be careful, Xiang Tianlu shouted. He quickly formed seals with his hands. The power in his body surged, and instantly formed an indestructible shield in front of him. The flames and debris collided with the shield, making a deafening roar, but ultimately failed to break through its defense. Seeing this, Nuo-Lin secretly marveled at Xiang Tianlu's strength, but he also knew that the real battle had just begun. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and began to mobilize the strength in his body to prepare for the next challenge. When the Black Phoenix stone python saw that its attack missed, a trace of anger flashed in its eyes. It opened its huge mouth again, and this time, a more violent flame mixed with countless sharp stone spikes shot towards the two people like a volley of arrows. "Come on!" Xiang Tianlu shouted. His figure flashed and turned into a residual shadow, moving freely among the flames and stone thorns. Every move he made was precise and deadly, trying to find the flaw of the Black Phoenix stone python. Nuo Lin was not to be outdone. He formed seals with his hands, and the power in his body surged like a river bursting its banks. He suddenly opened his eyes and pushed his hands forward. A bright light burst out from his palms and turned into a huge amount of lightsaber, slashing towards the Black Phoenix stone royal python. The lightsaber collided with the scales of the Black Phoenix stone python, making a deafening roar and sparks flying. The Black Phoenix stone royal python felt the pain and roared even more angrily. It twisted its body and turned into a black lightning, rushing towards Nuo Lin. "Be careful!" Seeing this, Xiang Tianlu flashed again and appeared in front of Nuo Lin. He quickly formed seals with his hands, and a huge amount of stone wall appeared out of thin air, blocking the way of the Black Phoenix stone royal python. However, the power of the Black Phoenix stone python was too strong, and the seemingly indestructible stone wall collapsed instantly under its impact. Xiang Tianlu's body shook, and he narrowly avoided the fatal blow from the Black Phoenix stone python. "This is not a solution. We must find its weakness." There was a hint of urgency in Xiang Tianlu's voice. He knew very well that facing such a powerful monster, if he was not careful, he might be doomed. Nuo Lin's heart moved when he heard this. He quickly recalled his previous understanding of the formation and began to try to integrate this power into his attack. He formed seals with his hands and muttered something. Runes flashed around him and finally turned into a bright light, shooting towards the Black Phoenix stone royal python. However, the Black Phoenix stone royal python did not seem to be afraid of this sudden attack. It opened its huge mouth and swallowed the light in one gulp, then let out an even more arrogant roar. This, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu's expressions changed at the same time. They knew very well that facing such a powerful monster, they must show even greater strength in order to defeat it. In the Gobi Desert at night, the wind and sand seemed to have stopped because of the appearance of the Black Phoenix stone royal python, and the air was filled with tension and depression. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu stood back to back, with an unyielding light in their eyes. Facing this unprecedented powerful enemy, the fighting spirit in their hearts became more and more intense. "Its defense is too amazing. Our attacks are like itching to it." Nuo Lin's voice was low, with a hint of helplessness, but more of a desire for victory. "But we can't give up. We must find its weakness." Xiang Tianlu nodded. His eyes were like torches, and he closely watched the Black Phoenix stone royal python's every move. "Yes, every creature has its weaknesses. As long as we are careful enough, we will be able to find them." The Black Phoenix stone royal python seemed to be angered by the conversation between the two. It let out another deafening roar, and flames blazed all over its body, as if it wanted to turn the desert into ashes. It kicked the ground suddenly, and its huge body pressed towards the two people like a mountain. Wherever it passed, sand and dust flew. "Be careful!" Xiang Tianlu shouted. His body was as fast as lightning, and he instantly appeared on the side of the Xianfeng stone python. He quickly formed seals with his hands, and the power in his body surged, turning into an indestructible shield, blocking the violent impact of the Xianfeng stone python. However, the power of the Black Phoenix stone python was too strong. Although the shield was not broken, Xiang Tianlu's blood was boiling due to this force, and his face turned pale in an instant. "Brother Xiang, are you okay?" Nuo Lin asked with concern. He was not idle during the 910 attack either. He formed seals with his hands, mobilized the power in his body, and prepared to launch a new round of attacks. "I'm fine. Be careful of its flames and stone thorns," Xiang Tianlu reminded, suppressing the discomfort in his body. When the Black Phoenix stone royal python saw that its attack missed, a cunning flashed in its eyes, and it suddenly changed the direction of its attack. Its tail swung out like a giant whip, carrying a whistling sound, and lashed towards Nuo Lin. Nuo Lin dodged the attack narrowly with a flash of his body, but the tail of the Black Phoenix stone royal python left a deep crack on the ground, showing how terrifying its power was. The speed and strength of this beast are too amazing. We must find a way to restrict its movements. Nuo Lin took a deep breath and said with a firm look. Xiang Tianlu heard this, and a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. "Okay, I'll attract its attention, and you find a chance to attack." As he spoke, Xiang Tianlu moved again, turned into a residual shadow, and took the initiative to rush towards the Xianfeng stone python. He formed seals with his hands, and the power in his body surged out, transforming into stone walls, trying to block the attack of the Black Phoenix stone python. The Black Phoenix stone royal python seemed to be enraged by Xiang Tianlu's provocation. It roared even more angrily. The flames around it became more intense, and the stone thorns became more dense. It opened its huge mouth, and a stream of blazing flames mixed with countless sharp stone spikes rushed towards Xiangtian Road like a volcanic eruption. Xiang Tianlu's body was as fast as lightning, constantly shuttling between the flames and stone spikes. But even so, his clothes were singed by the flames, and his skin was scratched by the right spike. But he did not retreat at all, and still firmly attracted the attention of the Black Phoenix stone python. Every attack of the Black Phoenix stone royal python seemed to cause the sky to collapse and the earth to split apart. The flames and stone spikes surrounding its body were like the fire of hell, carrying the power to destroy everything. Xiang Tianlu struggled to travel through this sea of fire and rain of rocks. Every step he took was on the edge of life and death. His figure was sometimes clear and sometimes blurred, like a ghost dancing in despair. A mere mortal dares to compete with me." The Black Phoenix stone royal python opened and closed its huge mouth, emitting a deafening mockery. Its sound was like thunder, shaking every inch of the Gobi Desert. Its eyes flashed with a cold light, as if it wanted to devour all living beings in the endless darkness. Xiang Tianlu raised his lips to an unyielding smile, his bloodshot eyes revealing endless fighting spirit. "Even if you are a god, today I will let you know what the ambition of a mortal is." His words contained unyielding and tenacity, as if they could penetrate the shell of the Black Phoenix stone royal python and hit the depths of its soul. While Xiang Tianlu was fighting with the Black Phoenix stone python, Nuo Lin did not sit idly by. He closed his eyes and concentrated, as if he was communicating with some power between heaven and earth. The aura around him gradually became deep and mysterious. When he opened his eyes again, his pupils were shining with star-like light, and an ancient and powerful aura burst out from his body. In the world, all things are interdependent and mutually exclusive. Although you are powerful, you cannot escape the law. Nuo Lin murmured, and his figure instantly turned into a stream of light and rushed straight towards Xianfeng Buyuan. His hands drew mysterious tracks in the air, and every time they touched the air, it seemed as if there was a thunderous sound, which was the resonance of the most primitive power of law between heaven and earth. The Black Phoenix stone royal python noticed Nuo Lin's abnormality and roared. The flames and stone spikes around its body instantly increased several times, attempting to drown Nuo Lin in this sea of destruction. However, Nuo Lin is like a small boat sailing in the storm. Although it is hit by the waves, it is never swallowed up. With the guidance of the laws of heaven and earth, every time he dodged was just right, and every counterattack was aimed directly at the vital points of the Black Phoenix stone python. "Brother Xiang, the time has come." Nuo Lin's voice exploded in Xiang Tianlu's ears like a morning bell and an evening drum, awakening the fighting spirit deep in Xiang Tianlu's heart. He suddenly burst out with unprecedented strength, as if thousands of stars were burning in his body. He formed seals with his hands and turned into a bright light, piercing the 7-inch point of the Black Phoenix Stone Imperial Python. When Xiang Tianlu heard Nuo Lin's call, his mind was shaken, as if he was pulled by an invisible force. His blood boiled and his fighting power soared. He roared, like a tiger descending from the mountain. His aura surged, echoing with the dazzling light from afar, forming an unstoppable torrent, rushing straight towards the Black Phoenix Stone Royal Python. Today, I will let you see that the power of mortals can also shake the heavens and the earth. Xiang Tianlu's voice was particularly clear amid the roar, with an unquestionable firmness and domineering attitude. When Xianfeng Xiumeng saw this, a trace of astonishment flashed across his eyes, but was immediately replaced by deeper anger. It roared continuously, flames all over its body like a volcanic eruption, and stone thorns were densely packed, like thousands of sharp swords, trying to block the attack of the two people. However, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu seemed to be in sync with each other, their bodies intertwined, avoiding the sharp edges and attacking the vital points directly. Nuo Lin's figure was elusive, like a ghost. Every move he made was just right to avoid the sharp edges of the flames and stone spikes. At the same time, his hands kept sketching in the air as if he was drawing an ancient totem. Every stroke contained the mystery and power between heaven and earth. Xiang Tianlu was like a rock in the storm, advancing step by step. Each attack was powerful and struck directly at the vital points of the Xianfeng Stone Yamong, causing the giant beast unbearable pain. How dare you mortals be so arrogant? The Black Phoenix Stone Python laughed in anger, and the flames and stone thorns around its body intensified again, as if it wanted to turn the entire Gobi Desert into ashes. But Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu remained unmoved. Instead, they became more determined to fight and cooperated more tacitly. Nuo Lin flashed and appeared on the side of the Black Phoenix Stone Python. He pushed with both hands suddenly, and an invisible force surged out, colliding with the flames and stone thorns around the Black Phoenix Stone Python, making a deafening roar. Xiang Tianlu took the opportunity to move in, clenched his hands into fists, and punched the Xianfeng Stone Python's torso again and again like falling stars. Every punch made its huge body tremble. "Today is your end," he roared at Tianlu, with a determined look in his eyes. The power in his body seemed to be fully aroused, and each of his punches contained the power to destroy the world, which finally made Xianfeng Xiumeng feel fear. The Black Phoenix Stone Royal Python let out a shrill scream. The flames and stone spikes around it gradually dimmed, and its huge body began to crumble. The screams of the Black Phoenix Stone Royal Python echoed in the empty Gobi Desert, like the wails of the death god, shaking every inch of sand. Its flames and stone spikes gradually dimmed, but its eyes, filled with venom and unwillingness, still stared at Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu, as if it wanted to engrave the appearance of these two people forever in the depths of its soul. Even if it means death, I will make you pay the price." Xianfeng Xiumeng's voice was hoarse and low, with a sense of resolute madness. All of a sudden, its body burst out with the final light, which contained its lifelong strength and resentment, as if it wanted to swallow up the entire world. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu's faces suddenly changed when they saw this. They knew that this was the Black Phoenix Stone Python's dying struggle, and also the most dangerous moment. But the two did not back down. Instead, they worked more closely together, as one, to face this final challenge together. Nuo Lin's figure was erratic again, like the brightest meteor in the night sky. Every time he flashed, he avoided the attack of the Black Phoenix Stone Royal Python. At the same time, he constantly drew a mysterious totem in the air. Those totems seemed to have life, and every time they appeared, they were accompanied by a resonance between heaven and earth, releasing endless power. The road to heaven is like a reef in the raging sea, steadfast and unwavering. He clenched his hands into fists, and each punch contained the power of heaven and earth, as if he wanted to completely smash the Black Phoenix stone python to pieces. The wind from his fists whistled like a violent storm, constantly attacking the Black Phoenix stone python's defense, causing the giant beast to roar in pain. "Today is the end of you." Xiang Tianlu's voice was like thunder, echoing over the Gobi Desert. The power in his body seemed to be completely ignited, and each of his punches burst out with a devastating force, causing the huge body of the Black Phoenix stone python to tremble constantly, as if it would collapse at any time. A trace of despair flashed in Xianfeng Xiumang's eyes. It knew that it had reached the end of its road. But even so, it was still unwilling to surrender and was still struggling desperately, trying to use its last bit of strength to die together with Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu. However, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu did not give it this opportunity. They were in perfect harmony with each other, and each of their attacks landed precisely on the vital points of the Black Phoenix stone python. Finally, after a fierce bombardment, the huge body of the Black Phoenix stone royal python could no longer bear it. After letting out a shrill scream, it collapsed on the Gobi Desert. At that moment, the entire Gobi Desert seemed to be quiet. On the Gobi Desert, the corpse of the Black Phoenix stone royal python lay there quietly, with huge amounts of its body occupying a large area of space. Its eyes, which were once full of resentment, had lost their luster, leaving only emptiness and death. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other and saw fatigue and relief in each other's eyes. They knew that although the battle was difficult, they would ultimately win. "Brother Xiang, we won." Nuo Lin's voice was a little hoarse, but it was filled with joy and pride. Xiang Tianlu nodded, with a tired smile on his face. "Yes, we won. But this is just the beginning. There is still a long way to go." The two smiled at each other, and the tacit understanding and friendship between them were sublimated at this moment. They knew that this battle had made them more determined in their belief in each other and had made them cherish this hard-earned friendship even more. Afterwards, the two began to look for a safe place to recuperate. They crossed the Gobi Desert and came to the edge of an oasis. There are green trees and gurgling springs, as if it is a fairyland isolated from the world. They found a flat place to sit down and began to heal their injuries. The oasis environment was unusually peaceful. The breeze blew and the leaves rustled, as if cheering for their victory. The sunlight shines on them through the gaps in the leaves, bringing a touch of warmth and comfort. They closed their eyes and quietly felt the tranquility and beauty. All their fatigue and pain were relieved at this moment. A few days later, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu's injuries gradually improved. Their bodies gradually regained their strength, and their spirits became more full. They knew it was time to move on. "Brother Xiang, let's go." Nuo Lin stood up, patted the dust off his body, and looked into the distance with a firm gaze. The sunlight shone through the sparse clouds onto his face, reflecting a look of determination. Xiang Tianlu also stood up slowly. He took a deep breath of the fresh air, feeling the vitality and energy brought by the oasis. He turned to look at Nuo Lin and smiled. "Okay, let's go. However, we have to be more careful this time. After all, this continent is full of unknowns and dangers." The two walked along the edge of the oasis. The grass under their feet was soft and elastic, as if every step was stepping on soft clouds. The breeze brings bursts of floral fragrance, making people feel relaxed and happy. In the distance, a group of colorful birds are soaring in the sky. Their chirping sounds are clear and melodious, adding a bit of vitality to this quiet oasis. As they went deeper into the oasis, the scenery became more colorful. A dense forest came into view, with tall and straight trees, luxuriant branches and leaves, blocking out the sun. The sunlight shines through the gaps in the leaves onto the ground, creating mottled light and shadows. They shuttled through the woods, and the fallen leaves under their feet made a rustling sound, as if playing a cheerful melody to celebrate their journey. After passing through the woods, they came to an open meadow. The grass is dotted with colorful flowers, red, yellow, blue, purple. They are blooming and vying for beauty. Bees are busy collecting nectar among the flowers, and butterflies are dancing among the flowers, forming a beautiful picture. Nualin stopped, squatted down, and observed the flowers carefully. He reached out and gently touched a blue flower. The petals were soft and elastic, emitting a faint fragrance. He took a deep breath, as if he wanted to keep this beauty in his heart forever. "These flowers are so beautiful," exclaimed Nualin. Xiang Tianlu also stopped, walked to Nualin, and squatted down to observe the flowers. He smiled and said, "Yes, this oasis is a magical place. It allows us to temporarily forget the battles and dangers and allows us to feel the beauty and tranquility of life." The two continued walking, crossing the grass and coming to a lake. The lake water is crystal clear and calm as a mirror. The willow trees by the lake hung their branches low, swaying in the wind. Several water birds were playing on the lake. Sometimes they dived into the water to catch fish, and sometimes they flapped their wings and flew high, freely. Nualin and Xiang Tianlu sat on a big rock by the lake, quietly admiring the beautiful scenery. They closed their eyes, listened to the sound of the water gently lapping against the shore, and felt the gentle breeze brushing against their cheeks. At this moment, they seemed to be integrated into the nature and became a part of this beautiful scenery. After an unknown amount of time, they slowly stood up and continued on their journey. Nualin and Xiang Tianlu set out on their journey again. Their steps were firm and powerful, as if every step was on the trajectory of destiny. Crossing the lake, they entered a vast grassland. The wind on the grassland carried a wild call, as if telling the ancient legend of this land. "Brother Xiang, do you feel that this grassland is a little unusual?" Nualin suddenly stopped and frowned. His perception keenly captured the faint fluctuations coming from the depths of the grassland. Xiang Tianlu also stopped when he heard that. He closed his eyes and carefully sensed his surroundings. After a moment, he opened his eyes, and a trace of solemnity flashed across his eyes. "Yes, this grassland does hide some kind of power. We have to tread carefully." The two continued to move forward, but their pace became more cautious. They shuttled through the grass. Every step was like walking on thin ice. Suddenly, a strong wind blew up, and the grass leaves on the grassland seemed to be pulled by an invisible force and tilted in one direction. Then, huge amounts of cracks suddenly appeared on the grassland, and black mist surged in the cracks, bringing with it a heart-pounding breath. "This is—" Nualin's face changed drastically. He had never seen such a strange thing. Xiang Tianlu also looked solemn, and he said in a deep voice, "It seems that we have triggered the restriction of this grassland. This force is huge, and we must use it with all our strength." Before he finished his words, a black beam of light shot out from the crack and headed straight towards the two of them. Nualin and Xiang Tianlu dodged the beam of light narrowly. But then, more beams of light shot out from the cracks, like a dense rain of arrows, covering the two men and their subjects. Nualin and Xiang Tianlu's figures intertwined, like two lightning bolts passing through the grassland. They constantly dodged the attacks of the light beams, while looking for ways to break the ban. Every time they evaded was accompanied by thrills and excitement. Their figures left a trail of afterimages on the grassland, as if they were racing against time. "Brother Xiang, have you discovered the attack pattern of these light beams?" Nualin asked loudly while dodging. Xiang Tianlu dodged the attack while observing Guangdong's trajectory. After a moment, he said in a deep voice, "These beam attacks seem to be arranged according to some ancient formation. If we can find a flaw in the formation, perhaps we can break this restriction." Nualin was cheered up when he heard this. He concentrated his mind and carefully observed the trajectory of the light beam, trying to find a flaw in the formation. After some effort, he finally found a clue. "Brother Xiang, look at the intersection of those light beams. It seems to be the key to the formation." Xiang Tianlu heard what Nualin meant. He flashed, and headed straight for the intersection of the beams. New All-In followed closely behind, and the two launched a fierce attack on the intersection together. Their attacks were like a violent storm, constantly bombarding the intersection of the beams. Each attack was accompanied by a deafening roar, as if it was going to overturn the entire grassland. Finally, after a fierce bombardment, cracks appeared at the intersection of the light beams, and then the entire formation collapsed. The black mist dissipated from the cracks, and the grassland returned to peace. The ban on the grassland was broken. New All-In and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other, and both breathed a sigh of relief, but then they tensed up again. They know very well that dangers and opportunities coexist in this vast continent. The two continued to move forward, their steps light, as if they had merged into the pulse of the grassland. They traveled around the mountains and rivers, enjoying the beautiful scenery along the way, but they remained vigilant at all times. Grasslands, mountains, rivers, each place has left their footprints and witnessed their growth and metamorphosis. A few days later, they came to a towering mountain. The mountains are so high that they seem to be connected to the sky. Suddenly, the mountains began to shake violently, and the earth trembled, as if some ancient power was awakening. "Brother Xiang, look." New All-In pointed to the top of the mountain, his eyes flashing with excitement. "I saw a ray of precious light rising into the sky, illuminating half of the sky, as if some rare treasure was about to come into the world." Xiang Tianlu was also shocked, and he said in a deep voice, "It seems that we are lucky to have encountered a treasure. But we must be careful. Such treasures often come with huge amounts of danger." The two of them flashed and headed straight for the mountain. They shuttled through the mountains and forests, avoiding the rolling rocks and raging winds. Finally, they reached the top of the mountain and saw a spiritual plant emitting a soft glow growing quietly there. This spiritual plant is shaped like a lotus, and each petal is crystal clear, as if it were carved from the purest jade. It exudes a faint fragrance that makes people feel relaxed and happy, as if it can wash away the dust in the soul. "This is jade lotus purifying heart grass," New All-In exclaimed in surprise. He had seen records about this spiritual plant in ancient books and knew how precious and rare it was. However, just as they were about to pick the spiritual plant, a huge figure suddenly swooped down from the sky, bringing with it a gust of wind that seemed to drag them into an endless abyss. This is a huge amount of monster, with a body like a dragon, but with wings, its scales flashing with cold light, and its eyes are like two bright lamps, illuminating the surroundings. A deafening roar came from its mouth, as if it wanted to swallow up the world. "This is Pterosaur." Xiang Tianlu's face changed drastically. He knew very well how powerful and ferocious this monster was. New All-In and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other, and a look of determination flashed in their eyes. They knew that if they wanted to obtain the jade lotus purifying heart grass, they had to defeat the pterosaur beast. "Brother Xiang, let's go together," New All-In shouted, and suddenly jumped up, rushing towards the pterosaur like a flash of lightning. His fist was shining with golden light, as if it had condensed the power of heaven and earth. Xiang Tianlu also flashed and followed closely behind. He held a long sword in his hand. The sword light was like a dragon, as if it was going to cut off all obstacles. The two engaged in a fierce battle with pterosaur. New All-In's fist collided with the scales of the pterosaur beast, making a deafening roar. Every collision seemed to tear the heaven and earth apart. Xiang Tianlu's sword was like a dragon emerging from the sea, constantly leaving scars on the body of the pterosaur. "Brother Xiang, be careful," New All-In suddenly shouted, and the wings of the pterosaur flapped suddenly, bringing up a gust of wind that swept Xiang Keilu into it. Xiang Tianlu's body rolled in the air, but landed steadily on the ground. He swung his sword and cut off huge amounts of feathers in the wind. But the attack of the pterosaur beast did not stop. It opened its huge mouth and spit out a stream of blazing flames, heading straight for New All-In. New All-In dodged the flames narrowly, but his clothes were singed by the edge of the flame, emitting a pungent smell. The battle between the two and the pterosaur became more and more intense, and they put all their strength into every attack. However, the pterosaur beast seemed tireless, and each attack became more ferocious. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu did not flinch in the face of the fierce attack of the pterosaur beast. There was only determination and unyielding in their eyes. Nuo Lin leapt up again, like a cheetah hunting, with a speed so fast that it was almost beyond the limit of the naked eye. He leaped up suddenly, and golden light gathered in his hands, as if he was holding two small suns, and smashed them hard on the dragon beast's head. The pterosaur roared, opened its huge mouth, and spewed out even hotter flames in an attempt to engulf Nuo Lin. However, Nuo Lin was like a ghost. When the flame was about to touch him, he moved his body to the side, strangely, to avoid the attack of the flame. At the same time, the golden light from his hands burst out instantly and hit the side of the neck of the pterosaur beast heavily. Although this attack did not directly hit Pterosaurman's vital points, the golden force seemed to contain some mysterious power, causing Pterosaurman's body to tremble slightly, and a trace of pain flashed in its eyes. Xiang Tianlu saw this and took advantage of the opportunity. His figure was like a nimble fish, shuttling back and forth across the huge body of the pterosaur. Every time he swung the sword in his hand, it left a silver trail like the brightest meteor in the night sky, cutting through the scales of the pterosaur, leaving deep wounds visible to the bone. Nuo Lin, attack its eyes, Xiang Tianlu shouted. He knew very well that although the power of the pterosaur beast was great, its eyes were its most vulnerable part. Nuo Lin heard this, and a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. He took a deep breath, gathered all his strength again, and rushed towards the pterosaur like a cannonball, with his hands shining with golden light, as if he wanted to take the entire world into him. The moment he approached pterosaur, he suddenly leaped up, and the golden light in his hands condensed into fists, and he fiercely punched at the eyes of pterosaur. The pterosaur seemed to sense the danger as well. It flapped its wings, creating a gust of wind in an attempt to avoid Nuo Lin's attack. But Nuo Lin's speed was astonishingly fast. His fists hit the pterosaur's eyes heavily almost at the same time. Bang! There was a loud noise, as if the heaven and earth were shaking. The pterosaur beast let out a shrill roar, and its eyes instantly lost their light. Blood gushed out of its eye sockets, staining its face red. The pterosaur, having lost its eyes, became mad and blind, and it rushed around trying to find a target to attack. But Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu did not give it this opportunity. They took advantage of the situation, and Nuo Lin's fists rained down on pterosaur beast like a violent storm, and every attack made it roar in pain. Xiang Tianlu's sword was like the sickle of the death god. Every time he swung it, it would take away a piece of the scales of the pterosaur beast, leaving a deep wound. Finally, the huge body of the pterosaur beast could no longer withstand the fierce attacks of the two. It let out a final roar, then fell to the ground with huge amounts of its body smashing onto the mountain, raising a cloud of dust and rubble. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other, and both smiled victoriously. They knew that victory in this battle was hard-won and was the result of their joint efforts. They walked to the jade lotus purifying heart grass and carefully placed. Pick it down. Nuo Lin gently stroked the jade lotus purifying heart grass in her hand, which was emitting soft light. Every petal on it seemed to contain endless vitality and purity, which made people feel. The Lord was filled with awe. He turned to look at Xiang Tianlu, his eyes full of emotion. Brother Xiang, we have gone through many hardships along the way, and now we finally got this legendary spiritual plant. It is really not easy. Xiang Tianlu nodded slightly. His eyes also fell on the spiritual plant in his hand, and a look of joy that was hard to conceal appeared on his face. Yes, Nuo Lin, I remember when we first entered the grassland. We were only. They were two travelers who were full of curiosity about this unknown world, but now they have been able to join forces to defeat such a powerful monster. This growth is enough to make us proud. The two decided to take a short break here and enjoy this rare tranquility. They found a sheltered rock and sat down with their backs against the wall. They were surrounded by vast grasslands and endless mountains in the distance. The afterglow of the setting sun cast a golden glow on the land. A layer of golden glow. New Orleans took out dry food and water from the package, and the two of them shared a simple dinner. The aroma of the food contrasts sharply with the tranquility of the surroundings, making people feel peaceful. After the meal, they each sat cross-legged and began to absorb the power brought by the jade lotus purifying heart grass. As the medicinal power of the spiritual plants slowly seeped into their bodies, the air around them seemed to become softer, and time seemed to freeze at this moment. New Orleans only felt a warm force rising from his dantian, flowing along his meridians. Wherever it passed, it not only repaired his wounds from the battle, but also made his cultivation level have a breakthrough. Sign. Brother Xiang, do you feel it? The power of this jade lotus purifying heart grass is so pure and powerful that it seems to be able to directly cleanse the soul and improve cultivation. New Orleans' voice. With a hint of excitement, he opened his eyes and looked at Xiang Tianlu, who was also practicing with his eyes closed. Xiang Tianlu slowly opened his eyes. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Indeed, I feel that my soul has been sublimated, and my cultivation has even touched the next level. Threshold. Nuolin, we must quickly consolidate this strength and strive to break through as soon as possible. So the two of them entered the state of cultivation again, letting the medicinal power of jade lotus purifying heart grass surge in their bodies, nourishing every inch of skin, every bone, and even every 10 cells. As the night deepens, the stars twinkle in the sky, and the breeze blows gently across the grassland, bringing with it the fragrance of grass and trees. Everything seems so harmonious and beautiful. When the first ray of morning light penetrated the clouds and shone on the land, New Orleans and Xiang Tianlu opened their eyes almost at the same time. There was an unprecedented light flashing in their eyes, which was a manifestation of confidence and strength after their cultivation was improved. Brother Xiang, I feel as if I have been reborn. My cultivation has reached a bottleneck. I will be able to break through when the time is right. New Orleans stood up, stretched his limbs, and felt the power surging in the body. In the morning on the grassland, the sunshine is mild and the breeze is not dry. Everything seems so vibrant. They walked along a winding path, with lush grass on both sides and a few wildflowers dotted here and there, adding some color to the land. In the distance, a group of cattle and sheep were leisurely eating grass, and the shepherds singing drifted in the wind, melodious and pleasant, making people feel relaxed and happy. New Orleans, look at the sky. Xiang Tianlu suddenly stopped and pointed to the sky in the distance. New Orleans looked up and saw a colorful cloud floating slowly in the sky, as if it were nature's palette, rendering the sky exceptionally beautiful. He exclaimed, "What a wonderful sight! Brother Xiang, how many beautiful sights are there in this world that we have not seen yet?" Xiang Tianlu smiled and said, "There are countless beautiful scenes in this world, but the most beautiful thing is to witness them with like-minded friends. New Orleans, it is the most beautiful fate that you and I can meet on this vast grassland." The two continued on their way and passed through a dense forest. The birds in the forest chirped one after another, as if playing a welcome melody for their arrival. The sunlight shines through the dense leaves, casting mottled shadows, adding a sense of mystery and tranquility to the dense forest. They moved carefully through the woods, taking every step with extreme caution. New Orleans suddenly stopped, and he keenly noticed that something seemed to be moving in front of him. He signaled to Tianlu to stay alert, and then approached quietly. Deep in the dense forest, the light grew dimmer, as if even time had been swallowed up by these ancient trees. New Orleans and Xiang Tianlu stood back to back, alert to every possible movement around them. There was a faint smell of decay in the air, which intertwined with the occasional fresh scent of grass and wood, forming an indescribable sense of oppression. There is movement ahead, very light but rapid. Nuo Lin lowered his voice. His perception was like that of a cheetah, even sharper in this dark environment. Xiang Tianlu nodded. The long sword in his hand trembled slightly, and the tip of the sword rose slightly, as if ready to cut through the dull air at any time. Let's be careful. There's something strange about this forest. The two of them moved forward slowly, stepping on fallen leaves and dead branches with every step, but trying their best not to make any sound. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew from the left, and then a black shadow flashed past the tree shadows at an astonishing speed. "Be careful," Nuo Lin shouted, and his body instantly moved sideways. At the same time, golden light reappeared in his hands and condensed into fists, ready to deal with the upcoming attack. However, the shadow did not engage them directly, but instead jumped and shuttled through the woods in a strange manner, as if luring them deeper. "It's playing with us." Xiang Tianlu's eyes were cold. He knew very well that in this unknown environment, any rash action could be fatal. Nuo Lin did not answer, but just stared at the black shadow, thinking secretly in his heart. Suddenly, he jumped up like an arrow and chased after the black shadow. Seeing this, Xiang Tianlu immediately followed, and the two of them, one in front and one behind, started a silent chase in the dark forest. During the chase, Nuo Lin discovered that the black shadow seemed to be very familiar with the forest and could always cleverly use the terrain to avoid their pursuit. And every time they thought they were about to get closer, the black shadow would turn at an incredible angle and distance itself from them. "It is guiding us, but the destination is unknown." Xiang Tianlu's voice sounded in Nuo Lin's ears with a hint of solemnity. "No matter what its purpose is, we will follow it to the end," Nuo Lin said in a firm tone, his heart burning with the desire to explore the unknown and the excitement for unknown challenges. Finally, after a sharp turn, they came to an open area. Here, without the obstruction of trees, the moonlight poured down like mercury, illuminating the entire space. In the center of the clearing, huge amounts of blue stone stood quietly, engraved with ancient runes, emitting a faint light, as if containing some ancient power. The black shadow was now standing next to the blue stone, no longer fleeing, but staring at them in an almost provocative manner. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other and saw the determination in each other's eyes. "It seems that this is its purpose," Xiang Tianlu said softly. His sword was already unsheathed, and the tip of the sword was trembling slightly, as if responding to some call. Nuo Lin nodded, and golden light condensed in his hands again. This time, his eyes were not only firm, but also full of awe for the unknown power. "No matter what lies ahead, we will face it together." Just as they were about to move forward, the runes on the blue stone suddenly glowed brightly, and an ancient and powerful aura gushed out from it, enveloping the entire space. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu only felt an indescribable pressure coming towards them, as if the entire world was hostile to them at this moment. "This is..." Nuo Lin's voice trembled a little. He had never felt such a powerful force. Xiang Tianlu held the sword tightly. His eyes were like torches. He took a deep breath and said, "No matter whether there is blessing or disaster ahead, we have no way to retreat." At that moment, the runes on the blue stone began to rotate slowly, and powerful waves of power emanated from them, as if a door to an unknown world was about to open. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu are ready to face the upcoming unknown challenges. However, just when the door was about to open completely, everything suddenly stopped. There was an eerie tranquility in the air, as if time had stopped at this moment. In that heart-pounding silence, the light of the runes on the blue stone gradually faded, as if everything was just an illusory dream. But Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu knew in their hearts that the real storm is often hidden behind the calm. Suddenly, a deafening tiger roar broke the silence. The sound carried endless majesty and violence, as if it came from an ancient overlord, declaring that its territory was inviolable. As the tiger roared, a huge monster slowly walked out from the shadow behind the bluestone. Under the moonlight, its figure was as majestic as a mountain. Its body was covered with black scales, shining with a dark luster. Every scale seemed to contain endless power and mystery. This was a fierce nine-wind tiger. Its eyes were like burning flames, flashing with bloodthirsty light. 9 dark blue lines extended from its forehead to its back, like 9 lightning bolts that stood out in the night. Its limbs are strong and powerful, and every step it takes seems to shake the earth. Its tail is like a huge amount of steel whip, which brings up gusts of wind when it swings gently. The fierce 9-wind tigers. New Orleans' voice was low. He knew very well how powerful this monster was. According to rumors, they were not only extremely powerful, but also had the ability to control the wind element. They were the true overlords of the forest. Xiang Tianlu gripped his sword tightly, his eyes determined. Although he also felt unprecedented pressure, he had no intention of retreating. New Orleans, we fight side by side. No matter what the result is, we must go all out. The fierce 9-wind tiger seemed to sense the determination of the two men. It let out an even more violent roar, and suddenly stretched out its body, pouncing towards the two men like an arrow, at a speed that almost exceeded the limit of what the naked eye could capture. New Orleans retreated violently, and at the same time, golden light condensed in his hands, transforming into 2 golden fist shadows, rushing towards the fierce 9-wind tiger. However, the monster's claws seemed to be made of steel, and when they collided with the golden fist, there was a roar of metal clashing. The golden light collided with the black scales, sparks flew, and a heart-pounding energy fluctuation filled the air. Xiang Tianlu took the opportunity to move. His figure was like a ghost, shuttling between the huge body of the fierce 9-wind tiger. Every time he swung his sword, it left a silver trail like the brightest meteor in the night sky, trying to find the flaw of the monster. However, the evil 9-wind tiger was extremely cunning and was able to skillfully avoid his attacks every time. At the same time, its tail was like a whip, lashing towards Xiang Tianlu with a whistling sound. "Be careful," Nu Lin shouted, and at the same time his body suddenly jumped up again, his hands shining with golden light, turning into a golden storm, heading towards the whip-like tiger tail. The golden storm and the black tiger's tail collided in the air, causing a deafening roar, and the entire space seemed to be torn apart at this moment. The battle became more and more intense. Nu Lin and Xiang Tianlu cooperated well. One of them took the lead in attacking while the other held the defense. Their figures moved quickly under the moonlight, and they started a thrilling contest with the fierce 9-wind tiger. Every attack was made with all their strength, and every defense was extremely risky. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood and burnt food, which was a testimony to the collision of power. "Brother Xiang, this is not a solution. We must find its weakness." Nu Lin's voice was filled with anxiety. He knew very well that if they continued to stalemate like this, their physical and spiritual strength would be exhausted. Xiang Tianlu nodded, his eyes sharp as torches. He carefully observed every move of the fierce 9-wind tiger, trying to find the weakness hidden behind the powerful strength. Finally, during a confrontation, he discovered that although the monster's eyes were ferocious, at the moment of attack, there would be a brief moment of absent-mindedness. That was when it concentrated all its strength on the attack, and its perception of the surrounding environment would be weakened. Nu Lin, attack its eyes at the moment it attacks, Xiang Tianlu shouted, and, at the same time, he turned his body to the side and swung his sword to attract the attention of the fierce Feng Hu. Nu Lin heard this, and a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. He took a deep breath and gathered all his strength again. He rushed towards the monster like a cannonball. The golden light in his hands condensed into fists, and with an unstoppable momentum, he fiercely blasted towards the eyes of the fierce 9-wind tiger. Just as the monster was about to launch its next attack, New Orleans' fist struck its eyes like lightning. The golden light and the black flame collided in the air, bursting into dazzling light. At that moment, the entire space seemed to be lit up. At that moment of brilliant light, the fierce dark nine-wind tiger let out an unprecedented shrill roar, and its eyes seemed to be hit by two golden meteors. Its flaming pupils dimmed in an instant, replaced by chaos and pain. New Orleans' fist, as if it had passed through the barrier of time and space, directly hit the deepest part of its soul, making this forest overlord feel unprecedented fear and despair. Roar! The roar of the fierce nether nine-wind tiger shook the earth, and its huge body twisted in the air, as if trying to break free from the severe pain coming from the depths of its soul. But New Orleans did not give it a chance to breathe. The golden fist shadow followed it like a shadow, and every time it was swung, it carried the momentum of shattering mountains and rivers and went straight to the vital point of the monster. When Xiang Tianlu saw this, a gleam of brilliance flashed in his eyes. He knew very well that this moment was the key to victory. With a swing of a long sword, the silver sword light was like a meteor cutting through the night sky, going straight for the throat of the fierce nine-wind tiger. However, this monster was no trivial matter after all. Even though it was blind, its fighting instinct was still amazing. Relying on its keen hearing and sense of smell, it managed to dodge Xiang Tianlu's fatal blow at the critical moment. New Orleans, be careful of its tail, Xiang Tianlu shouted. His voice seemed a little weak in the turbulent air, but New Orleans heard it clearly. Sure enough, just as Xiang Tianlu finished his words, the tail of the fierce nine-wind tiger was like a black lightning, with a whistling sound, and suddenly lashed towards New Orleans. The power contained in the tail was enough to flatten a small mountain. New Orleans felt an irresistible force coming towards him. He couldn't help but feel a sense of crisis between life and death. But New Orleans was no ordinary man. He moved his body to the side, almost parallel to the ground, and dodged the attack at an incredible angle. At the same time, the golden light in his hands condensed again and transformed into two golden tornadoes, which spun towards the fierce nine-wind tiger, trying to draw the monster into it and strangle it to pieces. The fierce nine-wind tiger felt threatened, and it let out an even more violent roar. It pushed the ground with its limbs, and its huge body leaped up like a mountain, and it actually avoided New Orleans' golden tornado. However, the moment it landed on the ground, Xiang Tianlu's sword had already followed it like a shadow, and the tip of the sword flashed with a cold light, piercing straight into its heart. Roar! The fierce nine-wind tiger roared again, and this time, its voice was filled with unwillingness and despair. It tried its best to use its claws to hit Xiang Tianlu's sword, trying to block this fatal blow. But Xiang Tianlu's sword was like an unstoppable stream of light, piercing through its claws and straight into its chest. Blood gushed out like a fountain, dyeing the entire night sky red. At the moment when Xiang Tianlu's sword was about to pierce through the chest of the fierce nine-winds tiger, something strange happened. An unprecedented, terrifying energy suddenly erupted from the body of the monster, as if an ancient bloodline was awakening in its body, causing its body to be instantly wrapped in a layer of dark and mysterious light. New Orleans, retreat quickly. Xiang Tianlu's voice was more solemn than ever before. He felt the horror of this power, which was beyond the original power of the monster and was almost like the pressure of God. New Orleans was startled when he heard this, but he did not retreat immediately. Instead, he stared at the fierce nine-wind tiger wrapped in light with his eyes as sharp as torches. Its body was seen gradually expanding in the light. Its scales became thicker and gleaming with a luster like cold iron, and each scale seemed to contain the power to tear apart space. And after being blinded for a short time, its eyes suddenly glowed with a brighter light than before. It was a deep blue, as if it could see through all the vanity in the world. Has it evolved? New Orleans whispered, with both amazement and caution in his tone. He knew very well that facing such an opponent, Any slackness would lead to his downfall. At this moment, the evolved fierce nine-wind tiger suddenly raised its head and spit out a black ball that condensed storm and lightning from its mouth. The black ball quickly expanded in the air, carrying a breath of destruction, and smashed straight towards Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu. "Be careful!" Xiang Tianlu shouted again, and at the same time he retreated violently, swinging his sword, trying to cut through the energy around the black ball to buy time for Nuo Lin. But the power of the black ball was too strong. Wherever the sword touched, it only caused ripples and could not stop its progress at all. Seeing this, Nuo Lin took a deep breath, and a trace of determination flashed in his eyes. He quickly formed seals with his hands, and his whole body was filled with golden light, as if the power of an ancient god was awakening in his body, wrapping him in 10 golden rays of light. Following his low shout, the light cocoon suddenly burst and turned into countless golden light spots, each of which contained astonishing power, and rushed towards the black ball. Boom! Huge amounts of explosions sounded, and golden spots of light collided with black balls in the air, bursting into dazzling light, illuminating the entire night sky. The energy waves spread out like a tide, and even the rocks in the distance were shattered by this force. When the light faded, only Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were seen standing there, in tattered clothes, but with more determined eyes. Although the evolved, ferocious, dark nine-winds tiger was still majestic, its aura was obviously much weaker. It was obvious that the collision just now had caused it considerable damage. Nuo Lin, it seems we underestimated it. Xiang Tianlu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with a bitter smile in his tone. I really underestimated it. Nuo Lin's voice was low and powerful. There was no fear in his eyes, only the desire to fight and the firm belief in victory. He walked forward slowly, and every step seemed to be stepping on the void, leaving faint golden ripples. The evolved ferocious nether nine-wind tiger roared, and there was both pain and anger in the sound. Its huge body trembled slightly, as if it was gathering its last bit of strength. Those dark blue eyes stared at Nuo Lin, as if they wanted to see through him completely. Nuo Lin, be careful of its counterattack, Xiang Tianlu reminded from aside. Although his voice was weak, every word was full of power. He gripped his sword tightly, ready to deal with any crisis that might arise. Nuo Lin nodded without looking back, but just turned slightly to signal Xiang Tianlu with his eyes to rest assured. He took a deep breath, as if he wanted to absorb all the spiritual energy between heaven and earth into his body, and then suddenly burst out with unprecedented momentum. The momentum was like a mountain torrent or a violent storm, sweeping across the entire battlefield in an instant. Under the pressure of this momentum, the evolved ferocious nine-wind tiger involuntarily took a few steps back, and a trace of fear flashed in its dark blue eyes. However, this monster was the overlord of the forest after all, and even in the face of such powerful momentum, it did not choose to retreat. It suddenly let out a deafening roar, kicked its limbs hard on the ground, and rushed towards Nuo Lin with its huge body like an arrow. Nuo Lin moved sideways and cleverly dodged its attack. At the same time, he quickly formed seals with his hands, and golden light condensed in his hands, as if it would transform into an invisible sword and strike towards the Xiongyan Jifengu. But at this moment, the fierce nine-wind tiger suddenly changed the direction of its attack. Its huge body twisted in the air like a black lightning, heading straight towards the sky road. This sudden change was beyond everyone's expectations. Xiang Tianlu felt an irresistible force rushing towards him. He was shocked and quickly swung his sword to resist. However, the power of the evolved fierce nine-wind tiger was too strong, and Xiang Tianlu's sword was directly shaken away. His body also flew backwards as if he had been seriously injured and fell heavily to the ground. "Brother Xiang," Nuo Lin shouted, with a hint of anxiety in his eyes. But he quickly calmed himself down. He knew that he could not waver at all at this moment. He once again gathered all his strength, and golden light surrounded him, as if forming an indestructible shield. He rushed towards the fierce nine-wind tiger, his hands like golden lightning, constantly bombarding the monster. The fierce nine-wind tiger roared in pain, but did not give up resisting. It opened its bloody mouth, revealing its sharp fangs, and tried to bite Nuo-Lin. But Nuo-Lin was as agile as a ghost and cleverly dodged its attacks every time. The two men engaged in a fierce battle under the moonlight. Every collision was accompanied by a deafening roar, and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood and burnt food. Nuo-Lin's golden light and the black scales of the fierce nine-wind tiger continued to intertwine, as if to tear the entire space apart. Nuo-Lin, be careful! At this moment, Xiang Tianlu's voice sounded again. He had climbed up without knowing when, holding a long sword, and attacked the fierce nine-wind tiger from the side. Nuo-Lin heard this and was very happy. He took the opportunity to increase the intensity of his attack, and the golden light blasted towards the fierce nine-wind tiger like a storm. Xiang Tianlu was not to be outdone. His sword was like silver lightning, constantly leaving deep scars on the monster's body. The moonlight poured down like water on this land baptized by battle, dyeing every inch of soil with a cold silver glow. Nuo-Lin and Xiang Tianlu, one gold and one silver, two figures shuttled around the huge body of the fierce nine-wind tiger, like two intertwined lightning, breaking the silence of the night. The fierce nine-wind tiger roared continuously, and each attack carried a force that was enough to shake the mountains. But Nuo-Lin and Xiang Tianlu were like two moving fortresses, no matter how raging the storm was. Nothing can shake their foundation. 0. Request Flower Zo. Nuo-Lin's golden light became more and more dazzling, and every time it collided with the fierce nine-wind tiger, it would stir up circles of golden ripples, as if even the space was distorted by this force. Brother Xiang, if you and I join forces, we can definitely chop off the head of this monster. Nuo-Lin's voice rang out amid the roar, with unquestionable firmness. Xiang Tianlu heard this, and a fierce smile appeared on his lips. Nuo-Lin, let us fight side by side today, and let the overlord of this forest see the power of human beings. As he spoke, Xiang Tianlu suddenly jumped up, and his long sword was like a dragon, cutting through the sky and going straight for the throat of Ming Jiufenghu. Nuo-Lin was not to be outdone. Golden light condensed in his hands, transforming into two golden fist shadows, which blasted towards the vital points of the monster like a meteor chasing the moon. The ferocious nine-wind tiger roared continuously, and its huge body tumbled in the air, trying to avoid the deadly attack. But the cooperation between Nuo-Lin and Xiang Tianlu was seamless. No matter how it struggled, it could not escape the web of death. Boom! The golden fist shadow and the silver sword light hit the fierce nine-wind tiger at the same time. Huge amounts of force instantly blasted its huge body away, breaking several towering trees before it barely stopped. Roar! The fierce nine-wind tiger let out its final roar, its voice filled with endless despair and unwillingness. Its huge body was trembling, and its black scales were covered with cracks. Blood gushed out like a fountain, dyeing the surrounding land red. Nuo-Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other and saw the dawn of victory in each other's eyes. They joined forces again, and the golden light and the silver sword light intertwined together, turning into a dazzling stream of light, going straight to the heart of the fierce nine-wind tiger. Bang! With a dull thud, the huge body of the fierce dark nine-wind tiger finally fell to the ground powerlessly, and its dark blue eyes completely lost their luster. Its breathing gradually stopped, and the fire of life was completely extinguished at this moment. After the battle, Nuo-Lin and Xiang Tianlu stood beside the huge corpse of the fierce nine-wind tiger, panting and looking at each other. There was fatigue and joy that was hard to hide in their eyes. This battle is not only a test of their strength, but also a test of their tacit understanding and will. Brother Xiang, we really did it. Nuo-Lin's voice trembled slightly. That was the relief and sense of accomplishment released after the battle. Xiang Tianlu patted Nuo Lin on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Yes, Nuo Lin, we faced a powerful enemy together and won. This will become a precious memory on our spiritual path." After a short rest, the two continued on their journey. The moonlight is still as clear as water, but their mood is very different from before. After this battle, their strength was significantly improved, and their strength, speed, and fighting skills reached a new level. They passed through dense forests, crossed winding mountains, and finally came to a quiet little village. The village is located on a vast plain and is surrounded by green mountains, like a paradise. The smoke rising from the village contrasts beautifully with the blue sky and white clouds, forming a beautiful picture. It's so beautiful here, like a paradise on earth. Nuo Lin couldn't help but sigh. Xiang Tianlu nodded. Yes, it is really beautiful here. Why don't we rest here for a while before moving on? The two walked into the village and were warmly received by the villagers. They were arranged to stay in a clean and tidy farmhouse, which was filled with various fresh fruits and hot meals. The villagers also prepared hot water for them so that they could wash away their fatigue. In the farmhouse, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu sat together with the villagers and shared their stories. They told about what they had seen and heard along the way, as well as their dangerous experience fighting against the ninth wind tiger. The villagers listened with great interest, exclaiming and applauding from time to time. "You are such brave heroes," an elderly villager said with emotion. "It has been a long time since we have seen such brave people like you in our small village." Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu smiled at each other. They knew that this was not only praise from the villagers, but also recognition of their strength. During their days in the village, they not only got enough rest and recovery, but also learned a lot of wisdom about nature and life from the villagers. They learned how to grow crops, how to make simple tools, and how to live in harmony with nature. "Brother Xiang, I feel that we have learned a lot here," Nuo Lin said with emotion. "These experiences will be of great benefit to our future practice." Xiang Tianlu also nodded. "Yes, Nuo Lin. Although the villagers here live a simple life, they have a pure and kind heart. Their wisdom and courage are also worth learning from." During their time in the village, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu gradually integrated into the daily lives of the villagers. They were no longer the warriors fighting on the battlefield, but became friends and partners of the villagers. One morning, sunlight poured into the farmhouse through the window, and Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were awakened by the sound of birds singing outside the window. They walked out of the farmhouse and saw that the villagers had already started their day's work. The men carried their hoes and walked towards the fields, while the women gathered together, chatting and weaving baskets. "Brother Xiang, look at them. What a harmonious and peaceful life they live," Nuo Lin said with emotion. Xiang Tianlu smiled and nodded. "Yes, Nuo Lin. Although this kind of life is simple, it is full of happiness and satisfaction. I think this is also part of our practice, learning to appreciate and cherish every moment in life." The two strolled along the path in the village, feeling the gift of nature. They saw the golden waves of wheat swaying in the wind, heard the gurgling sound of streams in the distance, and smelled the faint fragrance of flowers in the air. All of this has greatly relaxed and nourished their minds. "Nuo Lin, look over there." Xiang Tianlu pointed to an orchard not far away and said, "The fruits on those trees look really tempting. Let's go pick some." Nuo Lin smiled and nodded, and the two walked towards the orchard. In the orchard, the fruit trees are full of ripe fruits, red apples, yellow pears, and green grapes, making people salivate. "Brother Xiang, let's have a competition to see who can pick more fruits," Nuo Lin suggested. Xiang Tianlu readily accepted. "Okay, let's get started." The two began to work busily in the orchard. They climbed up the fruit trees nimbly and picked the plump fruits one by one. Soon, their baskets were filled with all kinds of fruits. "Haha, Brother Xiang, look at my basket, it's full." Nuo Lin proudly showed off his achievements. Xiang Tianlu was not to be outdone. "Humph, I have quite a few too. However, I think some of the fruits we picked should be shared with the villagers. After all, they're the owners of this orchard." Upon hearing this, New Orleans immediately nodded in agreement. Brother Xiang is right. We should share this joy with everyone. So, the two of them returned to the farmhouse with their full baskets and distributed the fruits to the villagers. When the villagers saw the fruits they picked, they all smiled with surprise and gratitude. Just as New Orleans and Xiang Tianlu were spreading laughter and joy throughout the village, sharing the joy of the harvest with the villagers, a dark cloud suddenly appeared in the sky, blocking out the bright sunshine. The wind began to blow rapidly, carrying an ominous smell. New Orleans, look at the horizon. Xiang Tianlu frowned, his eyes as sharp as torches, piercing through the clouds, as if he had a premonition of something. New Orleans looked up, feeling an inexplicable uneasiness in his heart. At this moment, a sharp bird cry broke the silence, and then several huge amounts of winged eagles swooped down from the clouds. Their wings were like black lightning, bringing with them a strong wind that tore through the air, and they headed straight for the village. Oh no, it's the wind eagles. How come they are here? New Orleans' face suddenly changed. He quickly put the basket on the ground and stood in front of the villagers. Xiang Tianlu also reacted quickly. He pulled the nearest children over and protected them behind him, while shouting, "Villagers, quickly find cover. These wind eagles are here with ill intentions." The sharp claws of the wind eagle have arrived, with the sound of whistling wind, going straight to the villagers' vital points. New Orleans suddenly jumped up like a golden mad lion. His hands turned into two golden streams of light, colliding with the sharp claws of the wind eagle, making a metallic collision sound. Bang! A wind eagle was repelled by New Orleans' powerful force, but more wind eagles 1.9 followed. Their wings flapped the air, forming hurricanes that completely broke the tranquility of the village. Xiang Tianlu started another battle. His body was as fast as lightning, shuttling between the wind eagles. Every attack he made was precise and deadly, hitting the vital points of the wind eagles directly. But there were so many wind eagles, and they were moving very fast, so he had to pay full attention just in case. New Orleans, be careful. Xiang Tianlu suddenly shouted, and saw a wind eagle sneaking up from New Orleans' blind spot, with its sharp claws already in front of him. New Orleans dodged the attack by moving his body to the side, and, at the same time, he threw a backhand punch. The golden fist shadow passed like a meteor, knocking the wind eagle backwards, with its wings flying and blood spilling. Brother Xiang, we have to find a way to divert these wind eagles, otherwise the villagers will be in danger. New Orleans shouted loudly. His voice seemed a little weak in the hurricane, but Xiang Tianlu heard it clearly. Xiang Tianlu nodded. A look of determination flashed in his eyes. Okay, I'll attract their attention, and you take the opportunity to move the villagers to a safe place. After saying that, Xiang Tianlu suddenly jumped up like a silver lightning and rushed straight towards the group of wind-speed eagles. Each of his attacks was extremely ferocious, as if he wanted to pour out all his anger and strength. New Orleans took the opportunity to turn around, grabbed a villager who was still in a daze, and shouted, "Follow me! We have to leave here!" Under his leadership, the villagers began to evacuate to the other side of the village in an orderly manner. However, the wind eagles did not stop their pursuit. They seemed to be enraged by Xiang Tianlu's provocation and attacked even more frantically. New Orleans was extremely anxious, as he knew that any further delay would only put more villagers in danger. While guiding the villagers to evacuate quickly, he paid close attention to the fight between Xiang Tianlu and Fengji Diao, praying in his heart that Xiang Tianlu could hold on. Go! Don't look back! New Orleans' voice sounded a little hoarse in the strong wind, but he still firmly guided the villagers in the direction of progress. However, a wind eagle seemed to have set its sights on him. It flapped its wings and flew high, swooping down from the sky, its sharp claws flashing with cold light, heading straight for New Orleans. New Orleans' heart trembled, but he did not retreat. He moved his body to the side and cleverly dodged the fatal blow of the wind eagle. At the same time, he threw a punch with his backhand. The golden fist wind exploded like thunder, colliding with the wings of the wind eagle and causing sparks. Bang! The wind eagle's wings were damaged by Nuo Lin's punch, and it let out a shrill cry, but it did not give up. Instead, it attacked Nuo Lin even more frantically. Nuo Lin's body was as fast as the wind. He dodged left and right in the attacks of the wind eagle, narrowly avoiding the attacks every time. He knew very well that he could not keep on the passive defense, and had to find an opportunity to counterattack. You beasts, don't even think about hurting my villagers. Nuo Lin shouted angrily. He jumped up like a golden tiger, and his hands turned into two golden streams of light, going straight for the vital points of Fengji Diao. Although the wind eagle was ferocious, it began to seem powerless under Nuo Lin's storm-like attack. Each of Nuo Lin's attacks was precise and deadly, causing the wind eagle to continuously emit shrill cries. "Brother Xiang, hold on. I'm coming," Nuo Lin shouted, and with a flash of his body, he rushed into the group of wind eagles. Each of his attacks was like a thunderclap, causing the wind eagles to retreat. Xiang Tianlu was delighted when he saw this, because he knew that with Nuo Lin's arrival, his pressure would be relieved a lot. His body was as fast as the wind, and he attacked the wind eagle even more fiercely. Every attack seemed to tear the wind eagle into pieces. "Nuo Lin, be careful behind you," Xiang Tianlu suddenly shouted, and saw a wind eagle sneaking up from behind Lin. Nuo Lin's heart trembled, but he did not look back. Instead, relying on his keen perception, he threw a backhand punch. The golden fist wind passed like lightning, smashing the sneak-attacking wind eagle into pieces. You want to sneak attack me? No way. Nuo Lin snorted coldly. His body was as fast as the wind, and he continued to shuttle among the group of wind eagles. Every attack he made was extremely fierce, causing the wind eagles to be defeated one after another. With the joint efforts of Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu, the wind eagles began to seem powerless. They let out shrill cries and started to flee in all directions. You guys are fast at running. Nuo Lin snorted coldly. He turned around and looked at Xiang Tianlu. He saw that Xiang Tianlu was also covered with scars, but there was a determined light in his eyes. "Brother Xiang, are you okay?" Nuo Lin asked with concern. Xiang Tianlu shook his head and said with a smile, "I'm fine. Let's go check on the villagers." The two quickly returned to the village, only to see that the villagers had already evacuated to a safe place. They gathered around and looked at Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu with gratitude. "Thank you. You saved us," said a villager gratefully. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu smiled at each other, and that smile contained both the joy of victory and the deep trust and tacit understanding between them. They knew that although this sudden battle had exhausted them physically and mentally, it had also strengthened their determination to protect this land. "Brother Xiang, it seems that our vacation this time is destined not to be peaceful," Nuo Lin joked, trying to ease the tension with a relaxed atmosphere. Xiang Tianlu laughed and patted Nuo Lin on the shoulder. "Yes, but with you here, I always feel that no matter how big the difficulties are, we can overcome them." The two walked side by side on the path leading out of the village. The sunlight shone through the clouds, dappled on them, bringing a touch of warmth. In the surrounding fields, the wheat waves swayed in the wind, as if dancing for their victory. "Nuo Lin, what do you think we should do next?" The appearance of these wind eagles is obviously not accidental. Xiang Tianlu frowned slightly, his heart full of worry. Nuo Lin was silent for a moment, looking into the distance with deep eyes. "I think we may need to investigate further. Wind eagles generally do not easily leave their territory unless they are driven by some force or are looking for something. Are you saying that there may be a bigger conspiracy behind this?" Xiang Tianlu's voice was low, and he obviously realized the seriousness of the problem. Nuo Lin nodded, looking serious. "We can't take it lightly. Although we won by chance this time, there may be stronger enemies next time. We must prepare in advance." The two continued to move forward, and the road under their feet gradually became rugged and uneven. The The surrounding scenery also changed from fertile fields to dense forests. The sunlight was blocked by the dense leaves, leaving only mottled light and shadows. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu stepped into the depths of the dense forest. The soil under their feet became soft, and every step seemed to fall into endless darkness. All around, ancient trees towered up to the sky, with branches and leaves intertwined, as if even time had stopped in this ancient forest. Some ancient power seems to be hidden in this forest. Nuo Lin's voice echoed in the silence, and his eyes became sharp, as if they could penetrate all the fog. Xiang Tianlu nodded, and the long sword in his hand inadvertently emitted a slight humming sound, which was a sign of resonance with the world. Indeed, I feel a repressive atmosphere, as if something is secretly spying on us. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, and the leaves rustled, but the source of the wind could not be seen. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other and saw vigilance in each other's eyes. "Be careful," Nuo Lin shouted in a low voice, and suddenly turned his body to the side. An invisible force passed by the place where they had just stood. If they had not reacted in time, they would probably have been in trouble. Xiang Tianlu was not to be outdone. He moved as fast as the wind, and his long sword cut through the air, causing bursts of sharp whistling sounds as he tried to find the trace of the invisible enemy. However, there was no other movement except the swaying of leaves. What kind of power is this? There was a hint of disbelief in Xiang Tianlu's voice. He had never encountered such a strange situation. Nuo Lin frowned and slowly raised his hands. Golden light gathered in his palms. That was his unique power, which could see through everything in the world. It is this forest that is originally testing us, or it is blocking our progress. Before they finished speaking, the air around them suddenly became heavy, as if an invisible giant hand was squeezing their bodies. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu used their strength at the same time, and the golden light and the silver sword light intertwined together to form an indestructible barrier to resist the pressure from nature. "Humph, it's not that easy to stop us," Nuo Lin shouted angrily. He jumped up, and his golden fist shadow bombarded the invisible barrier like a storm. Every impact caused ripples visible to the naked eye. Xiang Tianlu was not to be outdone. He swung his sword. The sword light was like a dragon, and he shuttled through the dense forest. Every swing seemed to break the constraints of this space. The powers of the two collided and intertwined in this ancient forest, forming a shocking picture. However, no matter how hard they tried, the pressure from nature never subsided, but became stronger every day. Nuo Lin, this is not a solution. We must find the source of this power, otherwise. Xiang Tianlu's voice was filled with anxiety. He knew that if he continued like this, they might be trapped in this forest forever. Nuo Lin nodded. His eyes became firm. "Brother Xiang, you and I both know that the real battle has just begun. This forest is our next challenge." Just as the two were preparing to launch another attack, the scene around them suddenly changed. The originally dense trees began to become sparse, and the sunlight shone through the gaps, shining on them, bringing a long-lost warmth. And the oppressive atmosphere also disappeared at this moment. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other, and both saw surprise and confusion in each other's eyes. This ancient forest seemed to have a will of its own. The extremely oppressive atmosphere just now was like a giant that had been sleeping for eternity suddenly waking up, but now it disappeared so abruptly, leaving people incomprehensible. This, before Xiang Tianlu could finish his words, his body suddenly stood up, his long sword rising like a dragon out of the sea, the sword light flashing as it pointed straight ahead. He perceived that, although the invisible pressure disappeared, a more obscure and dangerous aura was quietly spreading in this seemingly peaceful space. Nuo Lin's figure was also as fast as the wind, surrounded by golden light. He clenched his fists, and the wind from his fists was like thunder, smashing into the void. The fist shadows and sword lights intertwined, tearing the space into pieces, as if even time and space had lost their meaning at this moment. Bang! With a loud bang, the two of them joined forces to attack, leaving a deep crack in the open space, with dust flying and air waves rolling. However, the obscure aura did not dissipate. Instead, it began to wander around the space like an enraged beast, looking for its next target to attack. "New All-In, this power," Xiang Tianlu said in a low voice. He could feel that this power did not come from the outside world, but was original to this forest. It was as if this forest was testing them in an ancient and mysterious way. Yes, this power is the will of this forest. New All-In's eyes were solemn. He knew very well that going against the will of nature was like hitting a rock with an egg. However, as its guardians, they cannot retreat, and they cannot allow the lives of the people on this land to be threatened. "Brother Xiang, we need to overcome hardness with softness and follow the will of this forest instead of forcefully confronting it." Before Nuo Lin finished speaking, his figure had already transformed into a stream of golden light, shuttling between the trees. Every movement avoided the obscure aura just right, as if he had merged into one with the forest. Xiang Tianlu understood what he meant when he saw this, and he swung his sword. The sword light was like silk, weaving, and net, tightly wrapping up the obscure aura, trying to guide it to somewhere else. The two of them, one attacking and one defending, one hard and one soft, performed a thrilling dance in this ancient forest. Sword lights and fist shadows intertwined. Golden and silver lights flashed, and every collision stirred up waves of air, shaking the surrounding trees to the point of collapse. However, at this moment, that obscure aura suddenly burst out, like a wild horse running out of control, madly attacking the two people's defenses. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were shocked, and their faces turned pale instantly. They could feel that this force was beyond their imagination, and even if they joined forces, they would find it difficult to resist. "Nuo Lin, be careful!" Xiang Tianlu shouted, and swung his sword suddenly. The sword light was like a dragon, trying to divert the force. However, that force seemed to have its own consciousness, nimbly avoiding the sword light and rushing straight towards Nuo Lin. Nuo Lin's heart trembled. He knew very well that there was no way to retreat now, and he could only go all out. He clenched his hands into fists, and golden light condensed on his fists, as if to shatter the world. Boom! With a loud bang, the fist shadow collided with the force, causing air waves to roll and dust to fly. Nuo Lin only felt an indescribable force coming from his fist, as if it was going to shatter all his bones. He clenched his teeth, still clenching his fists, and resisted the powerful impact. Xiang Tianlu was not idle either. His body was as fast as the wind, and his sword was as sharp as a dragon. He shuttled between the trees, trying to find a flaw in that power. However, that power seemed to be everywhere, yet it seemed not to exist at all, leaving him with no idea where to start. The two of them were deadlocked in this ancient forest, and every collision seemed to tear the world apart. And that obscure aura seemed to be constantly testing their bottom line, looking for an opportunity to defeat them in one fell swoop. At this moment, a gust of wind suddenly blew, the leaves rustled, and the obscure breath quietly dissipated at this moment. Just as the obscure aura dissipated, before Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu could breathe a sigh of relief, the air around them suddenly became extremely heavy, as if an invisible gravity was pressing down on every inch of their skin, making it difficult to even breathe. Xiang Tianlu's face suddenly changed. He keenly perceived that an unprecedented crisis was quietly approaching. Nuo Lin also had a solemn expression. He raised his head and looked around, only to see a huge creature slowly walking out from the depths of the dense forest. It was a monster of gigantic size, covered with silver-white king's hair, flashing faint cold beams under the moonlight. Its eyes were like two cold stars in the abyss, flashing with cold and cruel light. Its pair of sharp claws shone with chilling light in the sun, as if they could tear everything apart. White Moon Demon Claw Tiger. Nuo Lin was shocked, He recognized the identity of this monster. The White Moon Demon Claw Tiger is the overlord of this forest. It is very powerful. Even if the two of them join forces, they may not be able to defeat it. Nu Lin, be careful, Xiang Tianlu shouted, and the long sword was already unsheathed. The sword light was like a dragon, and it went straight to the White Moon Demon Claw Tiger. However, the White Moon Demon Claw Tiger seemed to have already seen through Xiang Tianlu's intention and easily avoided the attack by turning its body to the side. Upon seeing this, Nu Lin also jumped up, surrounded by golden light, and his fist roared like thunder, smashing towards the White Moon Demon Claw Tiger. However, the White Moon Demon Claw Tiger seemed to be unconcerned and just jumped lightly to avoid Nu Lin's attack. Quite interesting. The White Moon Demon Claw Tiger let out a low roar, its voice full of disdain and provocation. It moved and appeared in front of Nu Lin like a ghost, and one of its sharp claws suddenly swung out, aiming directly at Nu Lin's vital point. Nu Lin's heart trembled. He knew the strength of the White Moon Demon Claw Tiger very well and did not dare to be careless. He moved his body to the side, narrowly avoiding the fatal blow, and, at the same time, he threw a backhand punch. The golden fist wind flashed like lightning and hit the side of the White Moon Demon Claw Tiger. Bang! With a loud bang, the White Moon Demon Claw Tiger was shaken by Nu Lin's punch, but then it stabilized its body, with a trace of anger flashing in its eyes. It growled and leaped up again like a wild horse running wild, rushing madly towards Nu Lin and Wen Xianlu. Seeing this, the two did not dare to be negligent in the slightest. They used all their skills and engaged in a fierce battle with the White Moon Devil Claw Tiger. Sword lights and fist shadows intertwined, golden and silver lights flashed, and every collision stirred up waves of air, shaking the surrounding trees to the ground and raising dust. Brother Xiang, be careful of its claws, Nu Lin shouted. He knew very well that the claws of the White Moon Demon Claw Tiger were its most powerful weapon. Once hit by it, the consequences would be disastrous. Xiang Tianlu was startled when he heard that. He moved as fast as the wind and swung his sword. The sword light was like a net, which neutralized the attack of the White Moon Demon Claw Tiger 010. However, the White Moon Demon Claw Tiger seemed to be getting braver and braver as the battle went on, and its attacks became more and more fierce, leaving Xiang Tianlu overwhelmed. You want to trap me? That's not that easy. The White Moon Demon Claw Tiger roared, leaped suddenly, and actually jumped directly over Xiang Tianlu's head and went straight to Nu Lin. Nu Lin's heart sank when he saw this. He knew the strength of the White Moon Demon Claw Tiger very well. If he let it get close to him, the consequences would be disastrous. He retreated violently, and, at the same time, his hands clenched into fists. Golden light condensed on his fists, as if he wanted to shatter the entire world. Bang! With a loud bang, Nu Lin's fist shadow collided with the claws of the White Moon Demon Claw Tiger, and the airwaves rolled and the dust flew. Both of them were shocked, and the guest retreated several steps away. You have some skills. The White Moon Demon Claw Tiger licked the blood at the corner of its mouth, with an even more ferocious light flashing in its eyes. It suddenly rose up again, like a tiger descending from the mountain, and headed straight for Nu Lin and Shantian Road. Upon seeing this, the two men also used all their skills to launch the final decisive battle with the White Moon Devil Claw Tiger. Sword lights and fist shadows intertwined, golden and silver lights flashed, and every collision seemed to tear the world apart. At the moment when the White Moon Demon Claw Tiger suddenly attacked again, the world seemed to be shrouded by an invisible force, and the air became extremely heavy. Even breathing became difficult. Nu Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other, and both saw solemnity and determination in each other's eyes. Today I'll let you know how powerful human monks are. Nu Lin snorted coldly, and his body suddenly rose up like a golden lightning and collided head-on with the White Moon Demon Claw Tiger. The golden fist wind and the silver claw shadows intertwined in the air. Every collision was accompanied by a deafening roar, as if to tear the world apart. Xiang Tianlu was also not to be outdone. His figure was as fast as the wind, and as he waved his sword, the sword light weaved like a weave, neutralizing the attack of the White Moon Demon Claw Tiger. However, the White Moon Demon Claw Tiger seemed tireless, and its attacks became more and more fierce. Every swing of its claws carried a force like a tsunami, forcing Wei Lu to respond to the letter with full concentration. "You monster, stop being so arrogant." Xiang Tianlu shouted angrily and swung his sword suddenly. The sword light was like a dragon and went straight to the neck of the White Moon Demon Claw Tiger. However, the White Moon Demon Claw Tiger seemed to have already seen through Xiang Tianlu's intention and easily avoided the attack by turning its body to the side. Roar! The White Moon Demon Claw Tiger let out an earth-shaking roar, and its body suddenly rose up again, like a moving mountain, and rushed straight towards Nuo-Lin. Nuo-Lin was shocked when he saw this. He knew the strength of the White Moon Demon Claw Tiger very well and did not dare to be careless. He turned his body to the side, narrowly avoiding the fatal blow, and at the same time, he threw a backhand punch. The golden fist wind streaked across the night sky like a meteor and hit the side of Nayuya's Claw Tiger. However, the White Moon Demon Claw Tiger seemed to be unconcerned and just swayed slightly before steadying its body. There was an even more ferocious light flashing in its eyes, as if it wanted to eat Nuo-Lin and Xiang Tianlu alive. "Humph, you little cultivator, dare to be an enemy of my White Moon Devil Claw Tiger?" The White Moon Devil Claw Tiger roared in a low voice, and its body suddenly jumped up again, like a wild horse running away, and madly attacked Nuo-Lin and Xiang Tianlu. Upon seeing this, the two men also used all their strength and fought a desperate battle with the White Moon Devil Claw Tiger. Nuo-Lin's fists fell like a violent storm, and every attack made the White Moon Demon Claw Tiger shake. While Xiang Tianlu's long sword was like a dragon swimming out of the sea, the sword light flashed and intermittently left deep scars on the body of the White Moon Demon Claw Tiger. However, the White Moon Demon Claw Tiger seemed to feel no pain, and its attack became more and more ferocious. Its claws were like sharp blades, and every swing carried a heart-pounding force. And its figure was as erratic as a ghost, making it difficult for Nuo-Lin and Xiang Tianlu to track it down. This is not a solution. Nuo-Lin was anxious. He knew very well that if they continued like this, sooner or later the two of them would run out of energy and become food for the White Moon Demon Claw Tiger. He looked at Xiang Tianlu, only to see that Xiang Tianlu was also sweating profusely with a serious expression. "Brother Xiang, let's attack together and see if we can injure it severely." Nuo-Lin shouted, and suddenly jumped up, and the golden fist wind blasted towards the White Moon Demon Claw Tiger like a tsunami. Xiang Tianlu also understood what he meant and swung his sword suddenly. The sword light was like a dragon, heading straight for the neck of the White Moon Demon Claw Tiger. Roar! The White Moon Demon Claw Tiger let out an earth-shaking roar, and suddenly turned its body to the side, avoiding the attacks of Nuo-Lin and Xiang Tianlu at the same time. However, just as it was about to counterattack, Nuo-Lin and Xiang Tianlu appeared on both sides of it like ghosts and simultaneously launched their strongest attack. In the blink of an eye, the figures of Nuo-Lin and Xiang Tianlu seemed to blend into the night, merging with the surrounding shadows, leaving only golden fist shadows and silver sword lights, interweaving into a web of death around the White Moon Demon Claw Tiger. "You beast, today is your end," Nuo-Lin shouted angrily, his voice filled with unquestionable determination. The wind from his fists was like raging waves hitting the shore, and each punch contained the power to shatter mountains and rivers. It bombarded the huge body of the White Moon Demon Claw Tiger, causing bursts of deafening roars. Xiang Tianlu also tried his best. His sword was like the brightest star in the night sky. Nothing could be broken by the tip of the sword. The sword flickered in the moonlight, and every swing was precise and deadly. Even the tough leather armor of the White Moon Demon Claw Tiger began to crack under these continuous attacks. Roar! The White Moon Demon Claw Tiger roared in anger and pain. Its eyes were now red, filled with deep hatred for the human monks. It no longer dodged, but chose to confront head-on. Its huge body pressed towards Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu like a mountain. Every claw strike carried a terrifying force that was enough to tear apart space. The air was filled with the smell of blood and burning. Every collision seemed as if the power of heaven and earth was clashing. The surrounding trees were broken one after another under the impact of this force, and dust was flying, covering the sky and the sun. "Brother Xiang, be careful." Nuo Lin suddenly discovered a flaw in the white moon devil claw tiger during a fierce confrontation. He warned urgently and at the same time moved to the side, narrowly avoiding the white moon devil claw tiger's fatal claw. On the other side, Xiang Tianlu's sword had already emerged like a spirit snake from a cave, pointing directly at the left eye of the white moon demon claw tiger. However, the reaction of the white moon demon claw tiger was beyond imagination. At the critical moment, it twisted its head at an astonishing speed. The longsword only grazed the corner of its eye, leaving a blood mark. But this attack also completely enraged it, and the white moon demon claw tiger let out an even more deafening roar, and every strand of its silver hair stood up, as if every 10 strands contained infinite power. "Oomph. Let me see how long you can hold on." The voice of the white moon demon claw tiger echoed in the night sky, carrying with it an unquestionable domineering aura. It launched another fierce offensive. This time, its attack was even more frantic. Every claw strike seemed to tear the space apart, putting Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu into an unprecedented crisis. "We can't just sit there and wait to die," Nuo Lin roared, his eyes flashing with an unyielding light. He knew very well that the only way to have a chance of survival was to try his best. He took a deep breath, and the golden light all over his body became more dazzling, as if some mysterious power was awakening in his body. Before Nuo Lin finished speaking, his figure had already rushed into the center of the violent storm of the white moon demon claw tiger like an arrow from a bow. Golden light burst out from his body, as if ancient blood was boiling in his body, giving him unprecedented power. "Brother Xiang, let's go together." Nuo Lin's voice sounded particularly firm amid the roar. His eyes met with Xiang Tianlu's. No words were needed, as their minds were already connected. Xiang Tianlu's sword once again cut through the night sky. The sword light was like a dragon. Every swing seemed to be cutting through space, leaving behind silver trails. His figure was as light as a leaf in the wind, and he cleverly looked for opportunities to counterattack during the attack of the white moon devil claw tiger. The white moon devil claw tiger roared continuously. Its eyes were red like flames, and every claw strike carried the force of a mountain collapse and the earth split, as if it wanted to swallow up the world. However, Nuo Lin and Xiangtian Road are like two solid rocks, standing firm no matter how fierce the storm is. "You beast, today is your end." Nuo Lin shouted again. His fists were like a violent storm. Each of his punches hit the white moon demon claw tiger's vital points, causing bursts of roars. The golden light seemed to have magical power, and every touch left charred marks on the skin of the white moon demon claw tiger. Xiang Tianlu is like a dancer walking on the edge of a knife. Every swing of his sword is precise and deadly. Even in this violent attack, he remained calm and sharp, looking for the fatal blow. Roar! The white moon demon claw tiger let out another deafening roar. Its body seemed to become even larger at this moment. Every attack was like a mountain collapsing, making Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu feel unprecedented pressure. The night was as dark as ink, the stars were hidden, and the only thing left between heaven and earth was the blazing light of this life and death struggle. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu, like two inextinguishable flames, waged a thrilling fight with the white moon devil claw tiger in this dark wilderness. Crack! A crisp sound of bone breaking was heard. It was Nuo Lin who broke a fang of the white moon demon claw tiger with a heavy punch. Blood splattered, dyeing the surrounding air red and igniting the boiling point of the battle. Nuo Lin's entire body was aglow with golden light, as if the blood of an ancient god was boiling in his body. Every breath he took drove the vitality of heaven and earth, forming circles of ripples visible to the naked eye. Brother Xiang, you and I are side by side. Why should we be afraid of this beast? Nuo Lin's voice pierced through the roar, with unquestionable firmness. His figure was like a ghost, moving left and right, and every time he dodged, he just avoided the fatal blow of the white moon demon claw tiger. At the same time, his fists kept bombarding like meteors. The giant beast was forced to retreat again and again, roaring angrily. Zhang Tianlu was like a silver lightning, shuttling across the battlefield. Although his sword was unnamed, it cut through the void every time it was swung, leaving behind silver trails that were like meteors in the sky, dazzling and deadly. His eyes were calm and deep, as if he could see through all illusions. Every time he drew his sword, it was a precise blow to the enemy's weakness. Umph! A mere human dares to challenge the majesty of this king. The voice of the white moon demon claw tiger echoed in the night sky, filled with reluctance and anger. 0. Asterisk. Its body was covered in silver hair, its eyes were bloodshot, and every strike of its claws carried the power to destroy the world, as if it wanted to tear the world into pieces. However, facing the combined efforts of Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu, its offensive gradually became incapable of keeping up with its will. Every attack was dodged by the two with their exquisite skills. At the same time, its attacks surged like a tide. The battle entered a white-hot stage. The air around seemed to solidify. Every collision was accompanied by a deafening roar. The earth trembled and dust flew. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu's cooperation became more and more tacit. They were like one, advancing and retreating according to their purpose, and having both offensive and defensive capabilities, forcing the white moon demon claw tiger into a desperate situation step by step. Today is the day of your death. Xiang Tianlu's voice was particularly clear amid the roar. His sword suddenly accelerated, turning into a silver streak, pointing directly at the throat of the white moon demon claw tiger. This strike condensed all his strength and will, as fast as lightning and unstoppable. At the same time, Nuo Lin also launched the final offensive. His figure suddenly accelerated, like a golden meteor, reflecting the sword light of Xiang Tianlu, and together they blasted towards the white moon demon claw tiger. At that moment, the sky and the earth seemed to change color, and the air seemed to be ignited, bursting into dazzling light. Boom! With a loud bang, the huge body of the white moon devil claw tiger finally couldn't withstand the fatal double blow. It let out a desperate roar, and then its huge body fell down, stirring up a cloud of dust, and it completely lost its life. When the dust settled, the wilderness and the night returned to peace again. Only the occasional roar of animals in the distance seemed to tell of the primitiveness and wildness of this land. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu stood beside the huge body of the white moon demon claw tiger. Their breathing was a little rapid, but their eyes were flashing with excitement that were difficult to conceal. Brother Xiang, we really did it. Nuo Lin's voice trembled slightly. He looked at Xiang Tianlu beside him, his eyes full of gratitude and admiration. In this life-and-death contest, they not only proved their courage and wisdom, but also found unprecedented tacit understanding and strength in their cooperation with each other. Xiang Tianlu nodded slightly. His gaze fell on the lifeless body of the white moon demon claw tiger, and a complex emotion flashed in his eyes. This giant beast that had once put them in a desperate situation has now become a witness to their victory. He slowly walked towards the tiger corpse and began to search carefully. Nuo Lin, what do you see here? Xiang Tianlu's voice suddenly rang out, holding in his hand a crystal that was faintly glowing. The crystal was milky white, with mysterious lines flowing on its surface, as if it contained some ancient and powerful power. Upon hearing this, Nuo Lin came over immediately. He looked at the crystal carefully, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. "This is a magic core," he exclaimed in a low voice. To a warrior, a magic core is an extremely precious treasure. It contains the essence and power of the magic beast. After taking it, it can greatly improve a warrior's cultivation and strength. Xiang Tianlu smiled and nodded, then handed the magic core to Nuo Lin and said, "We are brothers, so this magic core is yours. Your boxing skills are extremely powerful, and you need this kind of strength to further improve it." Nuo Lin felt a warm feeling in his heart when he heard this. 057 knew Xiang Tianlu's character very well. Although he looked cold on the outside, he was very loyal and righteous in his heart. He took the magic core and said solemnly, "Brother Xiang, I will remember this friendship. When my strength improves, I will fight you again to see who is stronger." Xiang Tianlu heard this, and a faint smile appeared on his face. He knew Nuo Lin's character and was looking forward to that day. The two smiled at each other, and then began to deal with the body of the white moon demon claw tiger. Not only did they take out the magic core, they also found many precious materials from the tiger corpse, all of which would help them in their future practice. Under the moonlight, the two sat cross-legged and began to take the precious magic core. As the power in the magic core slowly merged into their bodies, they felt an unprecedented power surging in their bodies. Their cultivation was improving rapidly, as if some mysterious force was pushing them forward. When the first ray of morning light penetrated the night and shone on this wilderness, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu had completed metamorphosis. Their strength has made a qualitative leap, and there's a more determined light in their eyes. At the first light of dawn, a hint of light gold slowly spread across the sky, and then the night gradually swallowed it up. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu stood side by side in the wilderness, with a faint fluctuation of spiritual energy surrounding them. That was the proof that their strength increased after taking the magic core. The two smiled at each other without saying much, and the tacit understanding and trust were deeply engraved in each other's hearts. "Brother Xiang, the power of this magic core is indeed extraordinary." Nuo Lin stretched his muscles, and the wind from his fists brought up bursts of low hums, and there seemed to be invisible ripples in the air. He smiled slightly at Tianlu, spun his sword lightly, and tapped the ground with the tip of the sword, stirring up circles of fine dust ripples. "Yes, you and I are now much stronger, and although the road ahead is dangerous, it is also more promising." After saying that, the two embarked on a new journey. In the wilderness, the grass and trees are lush and green, and the morning dew has not yet dried. With every step you take, you can seem to hear the earth's slight echo. In the distance, there are mountains all around, shrouded in clouds and mist, like an ancient ink painting slowly unfolding before their eyes. Look at the top of the mountain, surrounded by clouds and mist. It seems to hide endless secrets. Nuo Lin pointed into the distance with sharp eyes, and his words were full of curiosity and yearning for the unknown. He nodded to Tianlu, a gleam of brilliance flashing in his eyes. "Yes, the path to becoming strong is to explore the unknown and challenge one's limits. Why don't you and I take this opportunity to explore the secrets of the mountaintop?" The two of them were in sync with each other and immediately quickened their pace, heading toward the misty mountaintop. Along the way, the roars of beasts could be heard one after another, and occasionally huge amounts of figures flashed through the dense forest, but Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu didn't care. Their strength was no longer what it used to be, and these beasts no longer pose a threat to them. As the altitude gradually increased, the air became thinner, but the two people's breathing became longer and longer, as if they could absorb the spiritual energy between heaven and earth and transform it into their own strength. In the mountains and forests, with towering ancient trees and entwined vines, every step must be taken with caution to avoid falling into traps or disturbing some sleeping creatures. "Brother Xiang, be careful," Nuo Lin suddenly shouted, and turned his body to the side, narrowly avoiding a vine that suddenly popped out. The vine was covered with sharp barbs. If it got entangled, the consequences would be disastrous. Xiang Tianlu reacted very quickly. He swung his sword and cut off the vine, while looking around vigilantly. This place is not simple. It seems to have some kind of ancient mechanism. The two of them were more careful and advanced step by step. As they moved forward, they could see some ancient runes and totems from time to time. They were either carved on rocks or imprinted on tree trunks, emitting a faint fluorescence, as if telling the ancient legends of this land. These runes seem to be different from any we know. Nuo Lin whispered to himself. His fingers gently touched the runes, and an inexplicable force seemed to flow from his fingertips into his heart, causing an inexplicable throbbing in his heart. Xiang Tianlu also had a solemn expression. He knew very well that this journey might be much more complicated than they had imagined. The two continued to move forward, and each step was full of unknowns and challenges. The secret of the mountaintop was like a huge amount of magnet, attracting them to keep moving forward. There seems to be light ahead. Xiang Tianlu suddenly stopped and looked through the layers of fog at the distant and mysterious mountaintop. Hearing this, Nuo Lin also became more spirited and quickened his pace. As Nuo Lin quickened his pace, the two gradually approached the mysterious light. The scenery in the mountains and forests also changed accordingly, gradually transitioning from dense forests to exposed rocks, and the path underfoot became rugged and covered with traces of time. This light seems to be coming from a cave. Xiang Tianlu looked ahead carefully. His voice echoed in the empty valley with a subtle tremor. Following Xiang Tianlu's guidance, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu carefully approached the cave, emitting mysterious light. The cave is located below the top of the mountain, like a huge mouth cracked in the earth, exuding an ancient and profound atmosphere. The entrance of the cave was obscured by vines and traces of time, and the light was like a beacon in the darkness, tempting them to explore deeper. There must be something extraordinary in this cave, Nuo Lin whispered, his eyes showing both expectation and vigilance. Xiang Tianlu nodded. The two looked at each other, and without further words, they stepped into the cave together. Inside Cave 3.4, the space is much larger than it appears from the outside. On the wall of the cave, ancient runes flickered with faint light, as if providing some kind of mysterious power to this unknown area. There was a strange fragrance in the air, which was both fresh and carried a subtle hint of danger. Be careful. The runes here seem to contain some kind of power, Xiang Tianlu reminded. His sword was already unsheathed, and the tip of the sword gently scratched the wall of the cave, sparking a series of tiny sparks. Suddenly, a low roar broke the silence of the cave. The voice was like the call of an ancient giant beast, with a power that shook people's hearts. Then, a huge figure slowly walked out from the depths of the cave. It was a monster they had never seen before, the Panji Sharp Claw Dragon. Pangu Claw Dragon is dozens of feet long, covered with dark blue scales, each of which gleams with a metallic luster. Its eyes were like flames in the abyss, flashing with coldness and cunning. The most striking thing is its pair of huge amounts of claws, which are so sharp that they seem to be able to tear through space. Its tail is like a huge amounts of steel whip, and every swing is accompanied by a deafening roar. Is this Pangu Claw Dragon? There was a hint of disbelief in Nuo Lin's voice. He knew very well that this monster was only briefly recorded in ancient books and was said to have the power to destroy the world. Xiang Tianlu looked solemn. He felt the overwhelming momentum from Pangu's Sharp Claw Dragon. But he did not retreat. He held his sword horizontally and blocked Nuo Lin. Nuo Lin, be careful of its claws and tail, Xiang Tianlu reminded in a low voice. At the same time, his figure shuttled in the cave like a ghost, trying to find the flaw of Pangu Claw Dragon. Pangu Claw Dragon did not seem to be in a hurry to attack. Its flaming eyes scanned back and forth between the two men, as if assessing their strength. Finally, it let out a deafening roar, and its body pressed towards the two of them like a mountain. The battle is about to begin. Xiang Tianlu flashed, and his sword pierced into Pangu Claw Dragon's eyes like lightning. However, Pangu's Claw Dragon's reaction was extremely quick. It turned its head to the side and easily dodged the attack. At the same time, its pair of sharp claws were like two silver lightning bolts, heading straight for the vital point of Tianlu. Xiang Tianlu dodged again and narrowly avoided the attack of the sharp claws. But his clothes had been torn, revealing his skin underneath. He knew that he could no longer hold back. Then he swung his sword, and the sword light surged out like a tide, heading straight for the throat of Pangu's sharp claw dragon. However, Pangu's sharp claw dragon seemed to see through his attack, and its huge amounts of tail swept over like a steel whip, smashing Xiang Tianlu's sword into pieces. At the same time, it swung its sharp claws again, this time aiming directly at Tianlu's chest. At the critical moment of life and death, Xiang Tianlu showed his amazing body movement and swordsmanship. His figure floated in the air like a fallen leaf, cleverly avoiding the attack of the sharp claws. At the same time, his sword drew a perfect arc in the air and pierced directly into the belly of Pangu Claw Dragon. This attack condensed all of Xiang Tianlu's strength and will. The sword light was as dazzling as a bright star, as if it was about to pierce through the body of Pangu's sharp claw dragon. However, Pangu Claw Dragon seemed to possess a regenerative healing factor. Its dark blue scales only trembled slightly under the impact of the sword and were not pierced. Damn it, Xiang Tianlu cursed in a low voice. He knew that he had met a truly powerful enemy. At the moment, Nuo Lin also joined the battle. His boxing skills are extremely powerful, and each of his punches carries the power to destroy the world. He pounced on Pangu Claw Dragon like a ferocious tiger, trying to smash its body with his fists. However, Pangu's Claw Dragon technique seemed to have infinite power. Huge amounts of its body tumbled in the air, and each tumble was accompanied by a deafening roar. At the same time, its sharp claws waved in the air like two sharp daggers, defeating Nuo Lin's fist. Nuo Lin, be careful, Xiang Tianlu suddenly shouted. He saw the sharp claws of Pangu Claw Dragon quietly approaching Nuo Lin's back. However, Nuo Lin seemed not to hear his reminder and was still concentrating on attacking Pangu Claw Dragon. At this critical moment, Xiang Tianlu flashed and stabbed the eyes of Pangu Claw Dragon with his long sword like lightning. This time, he left no room for maneuver, and the sword light contained all his strength and will. Pangu Claw Dragon finally felt the threat from Xiang Tianlu. It jerked its head to one side, trying to dodge the blow. However, Xiang Tianlu's sword followed closely like a leech, and finally, before Pangu Claw Dragon could dodge, it pierced its left eye. Roar! Pangu Claw Dragon let out a deafening roar. Its body shook violently in the air. At the same time, its sharp claws swung towards Xiang Tianlu like two silver lightnings, trying to tear him into pieces. However, Xiang Tianlu seemed to have anticipated this attack. His figure floated in the air like a ghost, cleverly avoiding the attack of the sharp claws. At the same time, he swung his sword again, this time aiming directly at the heart of Pangu's Claw Dragon. The sword light was like a dragon, cutting through the sky and going straight to the heart of Pangu Claw Dragon. Xiang Tianlu's figure drew a graceful arc in the air, as if resonating with the heaven and earth. His every movement contained the truth of heaven and earth, and it complemented the light of the runes around him, demonstrating an otherworldly fighting art. A mere monster dares to show off in front of me. Xiang Tianlu's voice was as cold as the wind, penetrating every corner of the cave with unquestionable domineering. His sword left silver tracks in the air, and each strike was enough to crack the rocks, but only left faint marks on the blue-black scales, as if telling of the Pangu Claw Dragon's almost indestructible defense. Pangu Claw Dragon roared in pain, his eyes red, with anger and unwillingness intertwined. Its huge body tumbled in the air, and every time it swung its sharp claws, the space was accompanied by a distortion and roar, as if it was going to completely tear the narrow cave apart. However, Xiang Tianlu and Nuo Lin, like two inextinguishable flames, danced gracefully in the darkness and danger, taking the battle of life and death to the extreme. Nuo Lin, you and I will join forces to kill this evil dragon today, Xiang Tianlu shouted, and his body suddenly accelerated, like a meteor across the night sky, going straight for the throat of Pangu Claw Dragon. Hearing this, Nuo Lin was also invigorated, and his fists were like the tide. Each punch contained the power to shatter mountains and rivers, which intertwined with Xiang Tianlu's sword light to form an impenetrable attack network. Pangu Claw Dragon roared continuously, feeling an unprecedented threat. Under the blue-black scales, there seemed to be some ancient power surging, trying to resist the fatal blow from the outside world. However, Xiang Tianlu and Nuo Lin's attacks were too fierce, like a violent storm, leaving it no chance to breathe. Roar! Pangu Claw Dragon finally let out its final roar. The sound seemed to travel through time and space, shaking the entire cave. Its eyes flashed with determination and madness, and its huge body suddenly burst out with astonishing power, pushing Xiang Tianlu and Nuo Lin back several steps. Just a dying struggle, Xiang Tianlu sneered. Before he could stabilize his body, he had already unsheathed his sword. The sword light was like a dragon, piercing straight into the abdomen of Pangu's sharp claw dragon. Nuo Lin was not to be outdone, and followed closely with his fists as powerful as a dragon, vowing to completely suppress the monster. Inside the cave, the battle became fierce. Xiang Tianlu and Nuo Lin, like two inextinguishable flames, burned in the darkness and danger, taking the battle of life and death to the extreme. Although Pangu's sharp claw dragon was extremely powerful, it gradually showed signs of fatigue after the two of them joined forces. Today is your doomsday. Xiang Tianlu's voice was as cold as the wind. The long sword drew a perfect arc in the air and went straight to the center of Pangu's sharp claw dragon's eyebrows. Nuo Lin followed closely behind with his fists, vowing to kill the monster completely. The sword light and fist wind intertwined, bombarding the huge body of Pangu Claw Dragon like a rainstorm. Every collision caused a shocking roar. Xiang Tianlu's eyes were cold, as if they could freeze everything. His sword danced in the air, and the silver trajectory was like a meteor in the sky, carrying the momentum of destroying the world every time it passed. Nuo Lin, if you and I can kill this monster today, we will be famous all over the world. Xiang Tianlu's voice echoed in the cave with an unquestionable firmness. He knew very well that the Pangu Sharp Claw Dragon in front of him was not an easy opponent, but the belief and pride in his heart made him fearless. Upon hearing this, Nuo Lin's punches became even stronger, and each punch seemed to contain the power to shatter mountains and rivers, which complemented Xiang Tianlu's sword light, forming a thrilling battle picture. He knew very well that at this moment, only by going all out could he gain the upper hand in this life-and-death contest. Pangu Claw Dragon roared continuously, and its blue-black scales gradually showed cracks under the attacks of the two people. But even so, it still resisted tenaciously. There was madness and determination in its eyes, as if it wanted to completely destroy the cave in exchange for a glimmer of life. Roar! Pangu Claw Dragon let out another deafening roar. Its huge body suddenly burst out with amazing power, which pushed Xiang Tianlu and Nuo Lin back again. However, this time, the two did not back down, but instead became more determined to kill the monster. Xiang Tianlu's figure flashed, and he appeared on the flank of Pangu's sharp claw dragon like a ghost, with his long sword like a dragon, piercing straight into its vital point. Nuo Lin followed closely behind, punching like a tide, bombarding the back of Pangu Claw Dragon, trying to suppress it completely. Inside the cave, the battle became more intense. Xiang Tianlu and Nuo Lin's figures shuttled quickly in the darkness, and each attack seemed to tear the space apart. The Pangu Claw Dragon was like a wounded beast. Although it was seriously injured, it still resisted tenaciously and tried to find an opportunity to fight back. You will definitely die today. Xiang Tianlu's voice was as cold as the wind, and his long sword drew silver tracks in the air. Every 10 attacks carried a fatal threat. He knew very well that at this moment, only by completely killing Pangu's Claw Dragon could this thrilling battle end. Pangu Claw Dragon roared continuously. It felt the threat of death. However, even so, it is still unwilling to give up resistance. There was a crazy light flashing in its eyes, and its huge body was tumbling in the air. Every time it swung its claws, it seemed to tear the space apart. "Nualin, be careful!" Xiang Tianlu suddenly shouted. He saw the sharp claws of Pangu Claw Dragon were approaching Nualin's back. However, Nualin seemed to have anticipated this attack. He accelerated suddenly and dodged the claw attack like a flash of lightning. At the same time, Xiang Tianlu's sword was unsheathed again, and the sword light was like a dragon, going straight to the center of Pangu's Claw Dragon's eyebrows. This time, he no longer held back and concentrated all his strength and will into this one strike. The sword light was like lightning, cutting through the sky and heading straight for the brow of Pangu Claw Dragon. Xiang Tianlu's face was stern, and his eyes were like cold stars, flashing with determination and domineering. He knew very well that this strike would be the key to determining victory or defeat, and there could be no room for error. Pangu Claw Dragon felt this fatal threat, and a trace of fear flashed in its eyes, but was soon replaced by madness and unwillingness. Its huge body suddenly flipped in the air, trying to avoid the attack. However, Xiang Tianlu's sword light was like a leech attached to its bones, following it closely and not giving it any chance to breathe. Roar! Pangu Claw Dragon let out a deafening roar. The sound seemed to travel through time and space, and the whole cave was shaking. Its sharp claws waved in the air, and each swing was accompanied by the distortion and roar of space, trying to knock down Xiang Tianlu's sword. However, Xiang Tianlu seemed to have anticipated all this. His figure shuttled quickly in the air, as elusive as a ghost. The long sword drew silver tracks in the air, and each time it passed, it seemed to tear the space apart, heading straight for the brow of Pangu's Claw Dragon. "Humph! Today is your end." Xiang Tianlu's voice was as cold as the wind, penetrating every corner of the cave. His eyes were full of determination and domineering, as if he wanted to completely suppress the monster. Pangu Claw Dragon felt this powerful will and strength, and a trace of despair flashed in its eyes. However, even so, it is still unwilling to give up resistance. Its body flipped in the air again, trying to find an opportunity to fight back. At this moment, Nualin's figure appeared behind Pangulimulon like a flash of lightning. His punches were like the tide, and each punch contained the power to shatter mountains and rivers, bombarding the back of Pangu's Claw Dragon. The dark blue scales shattered under the impact of the fist wind, revealing the bright red flesh inside. "Today, you will never escape." Nualin's voice echoed in the cave like thunder. His eyes were filled with determination and murderous intent, as if he wanted to kill the monster completely. Pangu Claw Dragon felt a deadly threat from behind. It roared continuously, and its huge body trembled violently in the air. However, at the moment, it is powerless to recover. Xiang Tianlu's sword light and Nualin's fist wind were like two huge amounts of nets, trapping it tightly. The roar of Pangu's sharp claw dragon echoed in the cave, making the runes on the stone walls seem to tremble and release a faint light, adding a bit of mystery and tragedy to this life and death battle. Xiang Tianlu's sword light and Nualin's fist wind intertwined together, forming an airtight attack net, trapping Pangu Claw Dragon tightly, not giving it any chance to breathe. "Umph, you monster, today is the day you die." Xiang Tianlu's voice was as cold as the wind, penetrating every corner of the cave. His sword drew silver tracks in the air, and each time it passed, it seemed to tear the space apart, heading straight for the brow of Pangu's sharp claw dragon. Pangu Claw Dragon felt this fatal threat, and a trace of despair and unwillingness flashed in its eyes. However, even at this critical moment of life and death, it still demonstrated amazing fighting power. The huge body tumbled in the air, and every swing of its claws was accompanied by the distortion and roar of space, trying to break this deadly attack net. Nualin saw this and punched even harder. His figure shuttled behind Pangu's sharp-clawed dragon like a ghost. Each of his punches contained the power to shatter mountains and rivers, bombarding Pangu's sharp-clawed dragon's back. The dark blue scales shattered under the bombardment of the fist wind, revealing the bright red flesh inside, and the air was filled with a pungent smell of blood. "You monster! Today is your end." Nualin's voice echoed in the cave like thunder. His eyes were filled with determination and murderous intent, as if he wanted to kill the monster completely. Pangu Claw Dragon felt the fatal threat from behind. It roared continuously, and its huge body trembled violently in the air. However, no matter how it struggled, it could not escape the joint attack of Xiang Tianlu and Nualin. At this moment, Xiang Tianlu suddenly flashed and appeared above Pangu's Claw Dragon's head like a ghost. His sword drew a perfect arc in the air, heading straight for the center of Pangu's sharp Claw Dragon's brow. At this moment, the entire cave seemed to be still, with only Xiang Tianlu's sword flashing coldly in the air. "Go to hell." Xiang Tianlu's voice was as cold as the wind, and the long sword pierced through Pangu Claw Dragon's eyebrows like lightning. At that moment, the huge body of Pangu Claw Dragon froze in the air for a moment, and then fell down with a loud bang. The light in its eyes disappeared, and its huge body gradually became cold and stiff. As Pangu's Claw Dragon fell, the aftermath of the battle in the cave gradually subsided, and Xiang Tianlu and Nualin smiled at each other. The tacit understanding of fighting side by side and the joy of victory flowed between them. They knew that this difficult battle not only tempered their will, but also deepened their friendship. After a short rest, the two decided to continue their journey. After leaving the cave, they passed through a dense forest. The sunlight shone through the gaps between the leaves, casting mottled shadows, adding a bit of mystery and anticipation to this unknown journey. A few days later, they came to a small town called Xinwen Town. This small town is located in the embrace of mountains. A clear river runs through the town. Willow trees are swaying on both sides of the town. The houses are scattered around, making it look very quiet and peaceful. "Hey, Brother 080 Xiang, look at this town. It's so beautiful." Nualin pointed ahead, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Xiang Tianlu smiled slightly and nodded. "Indeed, a place like this is just right for us to relax." The two walked into the town and were immediately attracted by the bustle here. The streets are bustling with people, the vendors' shouts are heard one after another, and the wide variety of goods is dazzling. "Brother Xiang, look at this." Nualin picked up an exquisitely carved wooden box and showed it to Xiang Tianlu. The wooden box is carved with intricate patterns, and every stroke appears extremely delicate. "Oh, what is this?" Xiang Tianlu asked curiously. "I heard that this was made by a famous woodcarving master in town. It is filled with spices he personally mixed. It can be used to fumigate clothes or burn them. It can make people feel relaxed and happy." Nualin explained. Xiang Tianlu heard this, looked at it carefully, and then nodded. "It's really good, buy one." The two continued to move forward and came to a difficult position selling military alliances. The stall owner was a burly middle-aged man, holding a long sword that shone with cold light in his hand, showing its sharpness to the onlookers. This sword is made of the finest black iron. It has been hammered countless times and is extremely sharp. It is definitely a great companion for your journey. The stall owner introduced enthusiastically. Xiang Tianlu took the sword and swung it lightly. The sword light flashed, and it seemed to leave a faint trace in the air. He nodded with satisfaction and looked at Nualin. "What do you think?" Nualin smiled and shook his head. "Brother Xiang, your sword is good enough. Leave it to me." Xiang Tianlu was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. "Okay, then I'll buy it and give it to you as a souvenir of this battle." The two of them strolled around the town for most of the day, not only buying many specialty products, but also tasting the local delicacies. In a tavern, they sat by the window, tasting the mellow rice wine, admiring the view of people coming and going outside the window, and enjoying the rare tranquility and leisure. Inside the pub, The flickering candlelight stretched the two people's shadows out, projecting them onto the wooden floor, interweaving with the mottled shadows of the trees outside the window, creating a warm and quaint atmosphere. Nolan, do you think that the journey we have taken is just like the river outside the window, which, though winding, always moves in one direction? Xiang Tianlu took a sip of rice wine. His eyes passed through the window and fell on Shao Zhang's river flowing slowly in the distance. Hearing this, Nuolin also turned his head and looked out the window. After thinking for a moment, he smiled and said, "Brother Xiang is right. Life is like this river. There are calms and rapids, but as long as you have a goal in your heart, you can always find your own direction." The two smiled at each other, as if at this moment, all the fatigue and hardship disappeared. The music in the pub is melodious. It is a local folk song. The melody is simple but hits the heart, making people relax involuntarily. By the way, Brother Xiang, have you ever thought about, what our next path should be? Nuolin suddenly changed the subject and led the conversation to the future. Xiang Tianlu put down his wine glass. His eyes became deep. Actually, I have been thinking about this issue. Although we defeated Pangu's sharp claw dragon, this is only a small step on the road of cultivation. I heard that in the farther places, there are more powerful monsters and unknown challenges waiting for us. Nuolin nodded, with a hint of expectation in his eyes. Yes, I heard about it too. Moreover, I also heard that in those places, there are adventures and treasures that can greatly increase a person's strength. Brother Xiang, are you interested in going to explore together? Xiang Tianlu smiled and patted Nuolin on the shoulder. Definitely interested. However, Nuolin, we must remember that no matter what we encounter, the most important thing is to keep our original heart and not forget our original intention. Only in this way can we go further and further on the path of cultivation. The two raised their glasses again to toast their firm belief in future adventures. The atmosphere in the pub reached its climax at this moment. The people around were also infected by their passion and raised their glasses to celebrate. As night falls, the lights in the town gradually light up, making the whole town look like a dream. Xiang Tianlu and Nuolin walked out of the tavern and strolled along the river, enjoying this rare tranquility and beauty. Brother Xiang, look at the lanterns over there. They are so beautiful. Nuolin pointed to a row of lanterns not far away, with childlike joy in his eyes. Looking along the road to the sky in the direction of Nuolin's finger, I saw rows of colorful lanterns hanging on the willow trees by the river, swaying gently in the wind, as if adding a bit of vitality and vigor to this quiet night. Yes, it's really beautiful, Xiang Tianlu said softly, feeling inexplicably moved in his heart. He knew that these beautiful moments would become the most precious memories on their journey of cultivation. The two continued walking along the stream until deep into the night, when they reluctantly returned to the inn. The night was like ink, splashing over the sky above Xinwen town, outlining the outline of the town both clearly and hazily. Zhang Dianlu and Nuolin walked side by side on the empty street, each step treading on the traces of history, as if they could hear the whispers of time. Brother Xiang, do you think there is really an endless end to this world? Nuolin looked up at the starry sky, his eyes flickering with desire for the unknown. Xiang Tianlu stopped, his eyes deep, as if he could see through the darkness and see the unreachable other side. The end? Maybe there is, maybe not. But the path of spiritual practice is a journey of exploring the unknown. No matter whether the road ahead is full of thorns or smooth, we must move forward courageously. The two continued to move forward. The town and the night seemed to make way for them. All the noise had faded away, leaving only the sound of their firm footsteps. Suddenly, a breeze blew by, bringing with it a hint of unusual scent, causing the two of them to involuntarily quicken their pace. Brother Xiang, do you feel anything? Nuolin asked in a low voice, with a hint of alertness in his tone. Xiang Tianlu nodded, his eyes like torches, scanning the surroundings. Yes, there's a subtle atmosphere in the air, as if something is spying on us in the dark. Before he finished speaking, a black shadow suddenly jumped down from the roof and headed straight towards the heavenly road. New All-In was quick-eyed and quick-handed. He threw a punch like a dragon, colliding with the black shadow in mid-air, making a deafening roar. "Oomph! Who the hell do you think you are to play tricks here?" New All-In shouted angrily, and jumped up, engaging in a fierce battle with the black shadow. Xiang Tianlu did not join the battle immediately, but stood aside, his eyes sharp, carefully observing this sudden battle. New All-In punched like a storm, and each punch contained the power to shatter mountains and rivers. The black shadow was elusive, like a ghost, and each dodge was just right, making it hard to predict. "Brother Xiang, the movements of this black shadow are so strange that I can't track it." New All-In asked Xiang Tianlu for help while fighting. Xiang Tianlu heard this, and his heart moved. He instantly understood the origin of the black shadow. New All-In, this is not an ordinary monster or enemy, but a strange creature called Shadow Phantom. They excel at stealth and speed, and when they attack, they leave no trace and are hard to defend against. Shadow Phantom? New All-In was shocked when he heard this, but his offensive power did not decrease at all. At this moment, Xiang Tianlu flashed and appeared behind the black shadow like a ghost. He drew his sword, and the sword light was as fast as lightning, pointing directly at the black shadow's vital points. The black shadow sensed the danger and became erratic again, trying to avoid the attack. However, Xiang Tianlu had already anticipated its movement, and his sword drew a perfect arc in the air, as if locking the fate of the black shadow. With a puss sound, the sword light pierced through the black shadow's body, splitting it in two. But what was surprising was that the black shadow did not dissipate immediately after being hit, but turned into countless black shadows and fled in all directions. This is Shadow Maze Duplication Technique. Xiang Tianlu's face changed slightly, and he quickly determined the black shadow's intention. Upon seeing this, New All-In leaped up like a tiger, descending from a mountain, and punched a black shadow. However, the black shadow disappeared into the air like a phantom, leaving only a trace of sneer. "Oomph, you want to escape? Not that easy." Xiang Tianlu snorted coldly, his figure flashing again, like the brightest star in the night sky, chasing after the fleeing black shadows. Under the night sky, Xiang Tianlu and New All-In followed each other like shadows, shuttling through the narrow alleys of the town, chasing those ghost-like, elusive duplications. Every escape of a dark shadow seemed to mock their pursuit and challenge their limits. "Brother Xiang, this shadow ghost is too cunning. What should we do?" New All-In asked while moving quickly, panting. Obviously, the long chase has brought his physical strength to the limit. Xiang Tianlu's eyes were firm, and his expression remained unchanged. He knew that facing this strange creature, he could not win by brute force alone, and he had to outsmart it. "No, All-In, don't worry. Although Shadow Phantom is good at concealment and duplication, they all have a common weakness, the body. As long as we can find and hit its body, we can destroy it in one fell swoop." New All-In heard this. A glimmer of enlightenment flashed in his eyes. He nodded, adjusted his breathing, and joined the pursuit again. At the moment, a black shadow suddenly accelerated, trying to escape from the two people's sight. Seeing this, Xiang Tianlu stretched out his body, like an eagle spreading its wings and soaring high, and instantly closed the distance with the black shadow. The long sword in his hand flashed with cold light, like the sharpest blade in the night sky, ready to deal a fatal blow to the black shadow. However, at this moment, the black shadow suddenly twisted in the air, turned into a residual image, and avoided Xiang Tianlu's fatal blow. Then, countless dark shadows rushed in from all directions and surrounded the two people, as if they wanted to swallow them up in the darkness. "Oomph, a mere trifle." Xiang Tianlu snorted coldly. He knew very well that these were just duplications of Ying Mei, and a real body had not appeared yet. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and let his mind sink into a strange state. In this realm, time seems to stand still and space seems to be distorted. Relying on his powerful perception, Xiang Tianlu began to search for that unique breath in the endless darkness, the breath of Shadow Phantom's original body. Finally, he found it. In the seemingly ordinary darkness, there was a faint but unique breath hidden. Xiang Tianlu suddenly opened his eyes, swung his sword, and a bright sword light pierced the night sky like lightning. Plus, the sword light penetrated the darkness and also penetrated Shadow May's body. With just a shrill scream, the duplications disappeared instantly, and the whole town returned to peace again. The sword light dissipated, and the night returned to calm. Only 2 long shadows were left on the stone road of the town, reflecting the sparse lights in the distance. "Zero request flowers." Nuo Lin panted and looked at Xiang Tianlu, his eyes showing both admiration and confusion. "Brother Xiang, how did you do it just now? The shadow ghost body was hidden so secretly, but you were able to find it accurately and kill it with one blow." Xiang Tianlu smiled slightly and put away his sword. He looked particularly mysterious in the night. This is a special perception technique, which requires the unity of mind and body, integration into the surrounding environment, and perception of the slightest movement of all things. Although Shadow Phantom can hide its body, there is always an imperceptible connection between its body and duplication. That is their breath. As long as you calm down, you can capture this subtlety. Nuo Lin nodded, with longing in his eyes. "I see. Brother Xiang is really knowledgeable and talented. I still have a lot to learn from you." 0. The two continued walking forward, passing through the narrow alleys and arriving at the edge of the town. Here is an open field. The moonlight shines on the rice fields, making them sparkle like a silver ocean. In the distance, the mountains are undulating and shrouded in clouds and mist, as if hiding more secrets and unknowns. "Nuo Lin, look at that mountain range. Do you think it's a little unusual?" Xiang Tianlu suddenly stopped and pointed into the distance. Nuo Lin looked in the direction of Xiang Tianlu's finger, frowning slightly. Indeed, there seems to be an inexplicable aura between those mountains, which is incompatible with the surrounding natural environment. It seems as if they're shrouded by some kind of power. Just then, a breeze blew by, and the rice ears in the rice fields swayed gently, making a rustling sound. In the night sky, a bright moon hung high, and the moonlight was like water, sprinkling on the 2 men, covering them with a layer of silver battle robe. The night was dark, and the wind beside the rice fields seemed to carry a sense of solemnity. Xiang Tianlu and Nuo Lin stood side by side, their shadows stretched out by the moonlight, like 2 ancient and lonely swordsmen, waiting for unknown challenges. "Nuo Lin, have you ever heard of Hidden Mountain's secret realm?" Xiang Tianlu's voice was low and magnetic, as if it could penetrate the night and hit people's hearts. Nuo Lin's eyes flickered when he heard this. After thinking for a moment, he shook his head. "I have never heard of this." "What do you mean, brother?" Xiang Tianlu smiled slightly, and that smile showed both the expectation of the unknown and the desire for challenges. "I once read in an ancient book that there are many secret places in the world, hidden between mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas, and only those who are destined can see them. And those secret realms often contain the power to change the world or treasures left over from ancient times. The mountains before us may be hiding such a secret place." Before he finished speaking, a strange wave came from the mountains, like an ancient call or some kind of resonance between heaven and earth, which shocked both of them. "It seems that our journey is far more exciting than we imagined." Nuo Lin took a deep breath, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. The muscles all over his body glowed faintly in the night, as if he was ready for a big battle at any time. Xiang Tianlu slowly drew out his long sword, with a faint blue light flowing on the sword, just like the brightest star in the night sky. He said softly, "No matter how dangerous the road ahead is, you and I, brothers, will face it together." The 2 men moved, like 2 arrows shot from a bow, rushing towards the depths of the mountains. As they went deeper, the scenery around them became increasingly strange. The trees grew twisted and seemed to be affected by some force, and a depressing and mysterious atmosphere began to permeate the air. Suddenly, a roar came from the front, accompanied by a slight vibration of the ground, as if some huge monster was waking up. Xiang Tianlu and Nuo Lin looked at each other, and without saying anything, they quickened their pace at the same time. After turning a corner, they were shocked by the sight before them. Huge amounts of ruins appeared before their eyes, and among the broken walls, there seemed to be traces of ancient civilization. In the center of the ruins, there was a huge amount of cracks. In the cracks, there was a dim light flickering, as if it was the door to another world. This is Nuo Lin's voice trembled a little due to shock. The entrance to the secret realm, Xiang Tianlu said in a deep voice. His eyes showed both awe and a desire to explore the unknown. Just as the two were about to approach the crack, a powerful energy wave suddenly erupted, and an invisible force pushed them away. Then, a giant beast slowly walked out of the crack. The beast-like existence was no ordinary creature, but a powerful monster covered with red scales, with eyes like torches and 4 hooves stepping on fire. The red dragon, exploding scaled ox. Its body is huge, its muscles are knotty, and every scale gleams with a metallic luster. Against the backdrop of the night and the ruins, it is like a god of war from ancient times, emitting a heart-pounding aura. From the mouth of the red dragon exploding scale bowl, scorching flames would spurt out from time to time, distorting the surrounding air. Its eyes, like the abyss, were fixed on Xiang Tianlu and Nuo Lin, as if they wanted to devour them. This is the red dragon exploding scaled ox. Nuo Lin's voice was filled with disbelief. He knew very well how powerful this monster was. According to legend, their scales could resist heavenly calamities, and their flames could burn everything. They were the true overlords of heaven and earth. Xiang Tianlu's expression was solemn. He could feel the tremendous power contained in the monster's body. But even so, he had no intention of retreating. The long sword was across his chest, and the tip of the sword trembled slightly, as if responding to the fighting spirit in his heart. Nuo Lin, be careful. This monster is no small matter, Xiang Tianlu reminded in a deep voice. At the same time, the spiritual power in his body began to surge, and the blue light on the sword became more and more dazzling, as if it wanted to compete with the giant gate in the night. The red dragon exploding scaled ox let out a deafening roar and kicked its 4 hooves hard. The ground seemed unable to withstand the force and cracked into pieces. It pounced towards the two people like a red lightning, and the flames spewed from its mouth like a burning dragon, trying to engulf the two people. Xiang Tianlu's figure flashed, and he appeared on the flank of the red dragon, exploding scaled ox like a ghost. He swung his sword, and the sword light was like a dragon, colliding with the dragon in mid-air, making a deafening roar. Nuo Lin took the opportunity to attack from the other side, punching like a tide, each punch carrying the force of a landslide, trying to break the defense of Red Dragon exploding Linox. However, the Red Dragon exploding scale ox had amazing defense. Although Xiang Tianlu's sword was sharp, it could only leave shallow marks on its scales, and Nuo Lin's fist was easily deflected by the thick flesh, as if it hit an unshakable mountain. Humph! A mere ant dares to challenge the majesty of this lord. The Red Dragon exploding scaled ox laughed contemptuously, his voice full of disdain for the weak. Xiang Tianlu's eyes became more determined when he heard this. He knew very well that facing such a strong enemy, the only way to find a glimmer of hope was to go all out. He took a deep breath, and the spiritual power in his body surged like a river bursting its banks. The blue light on the sword instantly turned into a dazzling sword energy, rushing straight towards the Red Dragon and exploding scaled ox. Nuo Lin was not idle either. His muscles were tense, as if he wanted to squeeze out every bit of strength in his body. His punches began to become violent and chaotic, like leaves falling in the wind. Although there was no pattern, each punch contained destructive power. Faced with the combined efforts of the two, the Red Dragon exploding scaled ox also began to show its true strength. The flames spewing from its mouth became more and more fierce, and every breath seemed to burn up the surrounding air. At the same time, its limbs were as hard as iron pillars, and every time it stepped on the ground, it seemed to completely destroy the ruins. The flames of the red dragon exploding Lin Ox were like an angry volcano, erupting again and again, lighting up the night as bright as day. Each wave of flames carried a high temperature high enough to burn mountains and boil seas. Lu Xianglu and Nu Lin were forced to retreat step by step. Nu Lin's clothes were soaked with sweat, but his eyes became more determined. Facing this arrogant monster, an unprecedented fighting spirit ignited in his heart. Brother Xiang, we can't be suppressed by it forever. Nu Lin's voice sounded particularly firm amid the roar. He clenched his hands tightly, veins bulging on his fists, as if he wanted to concentrate all his strength on one point. Xiang, Tianlu nodded. He knew very well that facing a being like the red dragon and the exploding scaled ox, it would be difficult to win with skills alone, and the only way to defeat it was to use force. He swung his sword, and the sword light was as fast as lightning. Although it could not penetrate the defense of the red dragon exploding scale ox, every time he swung the sword, he tried to find the invisible flaw. Nu Lin, get ready! Xiang Tianlu suddenly shouted, and his figure instantly turned into a shadow, and the long sword drew a perfect arc in the air, straight to the side of the red dragon, exploding Lin Yo. At this moment, Nu Lin 1.1 seemed to have heard the slightest sound between heaven and earth. He jumped up like a tiger ready to attack, and punched the belly of the red dragon, exploding Lin Ox. The red dragon exploding scale bull roared angrily. It felt threatened by the two people, especially Nu Lin's punch. Although it did not make direct contact, the power fluctuations made it feel pain. It turned its body suddenly, trying to avoid the attacks of the two people, but Xiang Tianlu's sword light followed it like a shadow, almost sticking to its scales, and Nu Lin turned in the air like a flexible cheetah and punched its back again. Boom! This time, Nu Lin's fist finally collided with the red dragon exploding scale bull's body. The moment the fist touched the scales, a thunderous sound seemed to explode in the night sky. The red dragon exploding scale bull's body shook slightly, and a hint of surprise flashed in its eyes. Good! Xiang Tianlu was delighted when he saw this. He knew that this was their chance to fight back. He swung his sword, and the sword light weaved like a weave, transforming into a dense sword net that enveloped the red dragon and exploding Kirin Ox. Nu Lin was like an enraged bull, punching like a tide, and each punch carried the force of a landslide and the earth splitting, constantly bombarding the body of the red dragon exploding scale bull. Although the scales of the red dragon exploding scale ox were hard, they began to crack under Nu Lin's violent attack. Some scales were even shattered and turned into sparks that scattered across the night sky. You bunch of ants! How dare you hurt me? The red dragon exploding scaled ox let out a deafening roar. Its eyes began to turn red, as if they were about to burn, and the flames in its mouth became more and more fierce. Every eruption was like a volcanic eruption, trying to completely drown the two of them. However, Xiang Tianlu and Nu Lin did not retreat. They knew that this was a life-and-death battle between them, and the red dragon exploding Lin Yo. Only by persisting to the end could they see the dawn of victory. The battle became more and more intense. Xiang Tianlu's sword flashed like lightning, and every time he swung his sword, he tried to find a flaw of red dragon exploding scaled ox. However, Nu Lin was like a tireless berserker, and his fists were like waves, constantly bombarding red dragon exploding scaled ox's body. Every collision was accompanied by a deafening roar, as if he wanted to completely destroy the ruins. In the darkness of night, the figures of Xiang Tianlu and Nu Lin were like two unyielding flames, fighting a desperate battle with the red dragon exploding Lin Yo. Although the red dragon exploding scaled ox was powerful, it began to seem powerless under the combined forces of the two. Each of its attacks became slower and slower, and each breath was accompanied by violent gasps. Nuolin, try harder, it's almost dying. Xiang Tianlu's voice was particularly clear amid the roar. He knew very well that this was the critical moment for them to defeat the red dragon, exploding Lin Bull. Hearing this, Nuolin's eyes flashed with determination. He took a deep breath, and the muscles all over his body seemed to expand to the extreme at this moment. He was like an awakening beast, and his fist was as strong as a dragon. With the power to destroy the world, he once again blasted towards the bed dragon Bao Linshin. Nuolin's fist fell to the ground like a meteorite, carrying with it an incomparable force, and collided with the iron-hard scales of the red dragon, exploding scale bull again. This blow seemed to make even the heaven and earth tremble. A deafening roar broke out in the air, and the huge body of the red dragon exploding scale ox was actually knocked back by this punch. The ruins under its feet were trampled to pieces, and dust flew everywhere. Roar! The red dragon, exploding Lin Bull, roared angrily. Its eyes were as red as flames, as if it wanted to devour Nuolin. It opened its huge mouth, and a flame more violent than before gushed out, like a volcanic eruption, with the momentum of destroying everything, rushing straight towards Nuolin. Nuolin was not afraid at all. He cleverly avoided the torrent of flames by turning his body to the side, and at the same time, his fists poured out again like a violent storm. Each punch carried the force of a tsunami, and continuously bombarded the bed dragon Bao Linshin. "You bull, today is your end." Nuolin's voice sounded particularly firm amid the roar, and his eyes flashed with an unyielding light, as if he wanted to impose his will on the monster. The red dragon exploding scale bull was obviously enraged by Nuolin's provocation. It let out a deafening roar, and the scales on its body began to emit a faint red light, as if every scale contained endless power. It rushed towards Nuolin again, as fast as lightning, and its body drew a red arc in the air. Nuolin did not retreat. He retreated violently, as if to distance himself from the red dragon exploding scaled ox. But at the moment when the red dragon exploding scaled ox was about to miss, his figure appeared behind the red dragon exploding scaled ox like a ghost and punched it on the spine. Boom! This punch seemed to have the power to create the world. The huge body of the red dragon exploding scale ox rolled in the air and slammed heavily on the ruins, with dust flying and gravel splashing everywhere. Good. Xiang Tianlu was frightened watching from the side, but at this moment he couldn't help but cheer for Nuolin's bravery. He knew that Nuolin had found the key to defeating the red dragon exploding Lin Ox, which was to constantly attack its weaknesses and exhaust its strength. The red dragon exploding scaled ox struggled to get up from the ruins, its eyes filled with madness and unwillingness, its chest rising and falling violently with every breath, as if even the air was trembling under its anger. The red light on the scales was even more dazzling, like a burning flame, illuminating the night sky red. "How dare you be so presumptuous, boy?" The voice of the red dragon exploding scale ox was low and hoarse, carrying an indescribable majesty and anger, as if it was the overlord of this world and would not tolerate any challenge. Nuolin was not afraid at all. His eyes were even more blazing, as if they were about to burn. He confronted the red dragon exploding Lin Yo, as if saying, "Today, I will kill you right here." Before he finished speaking, Nuolin suddenly jumped up again, like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins, rushing straight towards the red dragon, exploding Lin Ox with endless power and speed. His fists left afterimages in the air, and each punch seemed to carry the power to shatter mountains and rivers. It continuously bombarded the body of the red dragon exploding scale ox, and each collision erupted with a deafening roar. The red dragon exploding Lin Yo was not to be outdone. It opened its huge mouth and spewed out blazing flames again, trying to drown Nuolin in the sea of fire. But Nuolin was like a dragon swimming in a sea of fire. His body was extremely flexible, and he kept dodging the attacks of flames. At the same time, his fists became more violent, bombarding Qilong Belinsheng's body like a violent storm. "You stupid bull, today is the day you die." New Orleans' voice echoed in the roar. His eyes were full of determination and murderous intent, as if he wanted to completely destroy Red Dragon Exploding Scale Bull 893. The Red Dragon Exploding Scale Bull let out a deafening roar and rushed towards New Orleans again, at such a fast speed that it seemed to break through the constraints of space. But New Orleans did not flinch. He cleverly dodged the attack of Red Dragon Exploding Scaled Ox by moving his body to the side. At the same time, his fist streaked across the night sky like a meteor and hit Red Dragon Exploding Scaled Ox again. At the moment when New Orleans' fist collided with the huge body of the Red Dragon Exploding Lin Ox again, the whole space seemed to tremble, and a deafening roar broke out in the air, as if even the heaven and earth were shaking because of this battle. The Red Dragon Exploding Scaled Ox's huge body rolled in the air, and the red light on its scales drew red tracks in the night, like a burning meteor, illuminating the surrounding ruins in a log red. Its eyes were filled with madness and unwillingness, and its chest rose and fell violently with every breath, as if it wanted to swallow up the entire world. "How dare you be so arrogant, kid?" The Red Dragon Exploding Scale Bull's voice was low and hoarse, with an indescribable majesty and anger, as if it was the overlord of this world. "No provocation will be tolerated." But New Orleans did not retreat. His eyes became even hotter, as if they were about to burn, and he confronted the Red Dragon Exploding Lin Yo. His fist left after images in the air, like fallen leaves in the wind. Every swing carried the power to shatter mountains and rivers, and continuously bombarded the body of the Red Dragon Exploding Scale Ox. "You stupid bull, today is your end." New Orleans' voice echoed in the roar. His tone was full of determination and murderous intent, as if he wanted to completely destroy the Red Dragon Exploding Scale Bull. At this moment, Xiang Tianlu also joined the battle. His figure appeared on the other side of the Red Dragon Exploding Scaled Ox like a ghost, and the long sword in his hand flashed with cold light, like cold moonlight, constantly passing through the scales of the Red Dragon Exploding Scaled Ox. Every time the tip of the sword collided with the scales, a crisp metallic sound erupted, as if even the air was trembling with the battle. "New Orleans, let's kill this stupid bull together." Xiang Tianlu's voice was firm and powerful, and his eyes were full of fighting spirit and determination. New Orleans was happy when he heard this. He knew that with Xiang Tianlu's joining, they had a greater chance of defeating the Red Dragon Exploding Lin Yo. So he attacked the Red Dragon Exploding Scale Ox even more fiercely, and every time he swung his fist it seemed as if he would shatter the entire world. Under the joint attack of the two, the Red Dragon and the Exploding Scaled Ox began to seem overwhelmed. Fear and despair began to show in its eyes, as if it had seen its own end. But even so, it still did not give up resistance, but attacked the two people even more frantically. In the darkness of night, the battle between the three became more intense. New Orleans' fists bombarded the Red Dragon Exploding Scale Bull like a violent storm, and every collision produced a deafening roar. Xiang Tianlu's sword was like cold moonlight, constantly cutting across the scales of the Red Dragon Exploding Scaled Ox. Every time the tip of the sword swung, it seemed as if it would cut it in two. Under the joint attack of the two, the Red Dragon and the Exploding Scaled Ox finally began to show signs of defeat. Its body began to tremble, its scales began to fall off, blood continued to seep out from its wounds, and it destroyed the surrounding ruins. Despair and unwillingness began to show in its eyes, as if it had already recognized its own fate. "No, I can't die like this." The Red Dragon Exploding Scaled Ox let out its final roar, and it opened its huge mouth again, preparing for a final counterattack. But New Orleans had already seen through its intention. He appeared behind the Red Dragon Exploding Scale Bull like a ghost and punched it on the back of the head. Boom! This punch seemed to have the power to shake the world. The huge body of the Red Dragon Exploding Scale Bull drew a parabola in the air and slammed heavily onto the ruins in the distance. This time, it did not get up, but lay there quietly with its eyes closed and its breath still. The dust settled, and the battlefield in the night gradually returned to calm. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu smiled at each other, their eyes showing both the joy of victory and the affirmation of their mutual understanding. They slowly walked towards the corpse of the red dragon, exploding scaled ox. The huge body had lost its former majesty and lay quietly in the ruins like a collapsed mountain. The scales of this beast are incomparably tough. I didn't expect that it would be defeated by our combined forces in the end. Xiang Tianlu sighed. His eyes swept over the body of the red dragon, exploding scaled ox, as if he was looking for something. Nuo Lin nodded. His attention was attracted by a strange layer of light on the body of Qilong Baolansheng. It was a faint line that was shining with golden light, located in the heart of the red dragon exploding scale ox, and it seemed to be hiding some secret. Look, what is that? Nuo Lin pointed at the golden lines and gestured to Xiang Tianlu. Xiang Tianlu walked closer and took a look with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Is this the legendary dragon scale seal? Legend has it that only true dragons or monsters with dragon blood will leave such a mark after death, which often contains the essence of their life or some mysterious treasure. The two looked at each other, their hearts full of anticipation. They approached the golden lines cautiously, and as they got closer, the golden lines gradually lit up as if some kind of power was awakening. Suddenly, a dazzling light burst out from the golden lines, enveloping both of them. After the light dissipated, they found that each of them had an extra scale in their hands that was gleaming with golden luster. The scales contained powerful energy fluctuations and were obviously not ordinary objects. Is this the reverse scale of the red dragon exploding scale bowl? Nuo Lin said in surprise. He had heard that the reverse scale was the most precious thing of a monster, containing all of its essence and power. Xiang Tianlu also nodded, and the scales in his hand also emitted a dazzling light. It seems that we have gained a lot this time. This reverse scale will definitely help us improve our strength and prepare for the next adventure. The two of them did not hesitate. They each placed the reverse scale on their chest, closed their eyes, and began to absorb the power from it. As the energy in the reverse scales slowly flowed into their bodies, an unprecedented powerful force surged in their bodies, as if even their souls were cleansed. When the last ray of energy was extracted from the reverse scale and merged into their blood, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu opened their eyes at the same time, and their eyes flashed with the depth and determination after being baptized. Their aura was completely different from before, as if they were reborn, and their every move contained the power of heaven and earth. This power of the reverse scale is indeed extraordinary. Nuo Lin took a deep breath, feeling the surging power in his body, and his voice was filled with shock. The same was true for Xiang Tianlu. He smiled and said, "Yes, with this power, our future path will be broader. However, although this power is strong, it must be used with caution to avoid backlash." The two smiled at each other, understanding each other tacitly. They know that the path to becoming a truly strong person is not just about accumulating strength, but also about having a deep understanding and mastery of oneself and the world. Afterwards, they continued on their journey, their backs elongated in the moonlight, appearing both lonely and determined. Ahead is an unknown territory, a world where challenges and opportunities coexist. As the night faded, the sky began to turn pale, and the first ray of sunlight penetrated the clouds and sprinkled on the ruins, covering the battlefield with a golden coat. In the ruins, the corpse of the red dragon exploding scale ox has gradually been covered by the morning light, becoming a witness to the past. Nuo Lin and Xiangtian Road are walking on the winding mountain road. On both sides of the road are lush forests. Occasionally, the clear and pleasant chirping of birds breaks the tranquility of the early morning. The mountain breeze is blowing gently, bringing with it the fragrance of grass and trees, making people feel relaxed and happy. Li Liao Zhao Sun. The scenery in the mountains and forests is quite unique. Nuo Lin looked at the surrounding scenery with a relaxed tone. Xiang Tianlu nodded in agreement. Indeed, compared to those bustling and noisy places, this place is more natural and pure. However, the more beautiful a place is, the more unknown dangers it may hide. Nualin's eyes froze when he heard this, but he quickly regained his composure. You are right, but since we have chosen this path, we must be prepared to face all challenges. The two continued to move forward. The mountain road became more and more rugged, but their steps became more and more determined. Suddenly, a strange sound came from the front, like the roar of some giant beast or the symphony of wind and leaves. There seems to be something unusual ahead. Xiang Tianlu stopped and frowned slightly. His perception was fully demonstrated at this moment. Listening carefully to the sky, the strange sound seemed to come from deep in the forest with an indescribable, ancient, and mysterious feeling. He turned to look at Nualin, his eyes flashing with solemnity. This sound is not something that can be made by ordinary things. We must be careful. Nualin nodded and scanned the surroundings with a sharp gaze, trying to catch a clue from the gaps between the trees. Indeed, there is something strange about this place. But the more this happened, the more I wanted to find out. Perhaps that was the opportunity we had not anticipated on this trip. The two exchanged a firm look and decided to go deeper. As they walked, the mountain road gradually became narrower, and the trees on both sides became more and more dense. The sunlight could only barely penetrate the dense treetops and sprinkled on the ground in patches, forming 10 patches of light and shadow. Look, there is a light over there. Xiang Tianlu suddenly pointed forward and saw a faint light flickering on the mountain wall not far away, as if it was a lighthouse guiding them forward. Nualin quickened his pace, with an inexplicable excitement in his heart. Let's go and take a look. As they got closer, the light became clearer. It turned out to be a hidden cave entrance. The entrance was covered by vines and was difficult to find without careful observation. The light coming from the cave is faintly warm, forming a sharp contrast with the coldness outside. This cave seems to be hiding some secrets. Xiang Tianlu said softly. His voice was particularly clear in the quiet forest. Nualin did not hesitate. He drew out the short blade from his waist and carefully pushed aside the vines, revealing the full view of the cave entrance. Although the entrance of the cave is small, there seems to be another world inside. An ancient and mysterious atmosphere wafts out of the cave, which makes people feel awe. Let's go in. Nualin took a deep breath and stepped into the cave first. Xiang Tianlu followed closely behind, and the two figures quickly disappeared in the light and shadow of the cave entrance. The space inside the cave is much larger than it appears from the outside. It is surrounded by strange stalagmites and stalactites, each of which looks like a masterpiece of nature, with different shapes and beautiful shapes. In the deepest part of the cave, on a huge amount of bluestone platform, lies an ancient book quietly. On the cover, unknown words are engraved with ancient runes, emitting a faint fluorescence, making the entire cave look like a dream. This is... Nualin walked forward, his eyes fixed on the ancient book. An indescribable shock surged in his heart. Xiang Tianlu also came over, his eyes also full of surprise and curiosity. This ancient book seems to contain some kind of powerful power. But why is it here? What kind of story is hidden behind it? The two looked at each other, and they both understood that the appearance of this ancient book was by no means accidental. It seems to be the biggest opportunity they had not expected on this trip, and also the next challenge they are about to face. However, just as they were about to explore further, a slight vibration suddenly came from deep in the cave, as if some huge creature was awakening. The vibration, with a heart-pounding force, made the entire cave tremble. Oh no, something unexpected happened. Xiang Tianlu's face changed, and he quickly pulled up Nualin and prepared to evacuate. But it was too late. The vibration became stronger and stronger, accompanied by a low roar, and the entrance of the cave was blocked by an invisible force, trapping them in this unknown space. What's going on? Nualin was shocked and looked around, trying to find a way to escape. At this critical moment, a deafening phoenix cry was heard from deep in the cave. The sound was high-pitched and shrill, as if it could penetrate the human soul and make people feel fear. Then, a hot breath surged from the deepest part of the cave, and along with this breath, an enormous monster slowly appeared in their sight. It was a hell phoenix covered in scarlet feathers, each of which was like a burning flame, emitting a suffocating high temperature. Its eyes were like two burning coals, flashing with evil light, staring directly at Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu, as if wanting to devour their souls. The hell phoenix flapped its wings lightly, bringing up a violent storm that swept the entire cave into it. Those originally solid stalagmites and stalactites were like fragile pieces of paper in the face of this storm. They shattered and turned into powder. This is the evil phoenix of hell. Xiang Tianlu's face changed drastically. He didn't expect that such a terrifying monster was hidden in the depths of this cave. Nuo Lin also looked solemn. He tightly grasped the short blade in his hand, staring at the hell phoenix with a sharp gaze. It seems that our expedition this time is more dangerous than we imagined. The hell phoenix seemed to sense the hostility of the two people. It let out a long howl towards the sky, with endless anger and murderous intent in its voice. Then it spread its wings and swooped down towards Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu like a red lightning. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu did not dare to be careless. They responded quickly, and each used all their skills to engage in a fierce battle with the hell evil phoenix. Nuo Lin's figure was as fast as lightning, moving freely in the cave. The short blade in his hand swung like lightning, and every swing brought with it a sharp gust of wind, which collided with the sharp claws of the hell evil phoenix, making a sound of metal clashing. Xiang Tianlu, on the other hand, was steady. He clenched his fists, and every punch he made seemed as heavy as a mountain, neutralizing the attacks of the evil phoenix of hell. The wind from his fists was whistling like a violent storm, and even the hell evil phoenix did not dare to underestimate him. However, the hell evil phoenix is a powerful monster after all, and its strength is far beyond Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu's imagination. Even though the two of them joined forces, they still seemed stretched and in danger under the fierce attack of the hell evil phoenix. "We can't go on like this. We must find its weakness," Xiang Tianlu shouted loudly. His voice echoed in the cave, but it failed to suppress the attack of the hell phoenix at all. Nuo Lin was also well aware of this. With sharp eyes, he carefully observed every move of the hell evil phoenix, trying to find its flaws. However, the hell phoenix's attacks were too swift. Every swing of its claws and every spit of fire made Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu overwhelmed. At this moment, Nuo Lin suddenly discovered a subtle movement of the hell evil phoenix. There seemed to be a subtle sluggishness in the flapping of its wings. Nuo Lin's heart moved, and he immediately understood that this was the weakness of the hell evil phoenix. "Xiang Tianlu, attack its wings!" Nuo Lin shouted loudly, with a hint of urgency and determination in his voice. Upon hearing this, Xiang Tianlu immediately adjusted the direction of his attack. He leaped up suddenly, like a tiger descending from a mountain, and pounced towards the wings of the hell phoenix. His fist whistled with endless power, colliding with the wings of the hell phoenix, making a deafening sound. Xiang Tianlu's fists poured out like a violent storm, and each blow carried the force of a tsunami, directly hitting the seemingly invulnerable wings of the hell evil phoenix. However, the hell evil phoenix was no ordinary creature. Its wings were like red flames, and every time it flapped, it created waves of heat, dissolving Xiang Tianlu's fist wind and even reacting to sparks of sparks. Xiang Tianlu groaned in pain. His fists were left with marks of burns from high temperature. A sharp pain came over him, but he gritted his teeth and persisted, his eyes wide open, and his fighting spirit became stronger. "Nuo Lin, hurry! I'll hold it back, and you look for an opportunity." Xiang Tianlu's voice echoed in the cave, with a hint of hoarseness and determination. Upon hearing this, Nuo Lin shuttled through the battlefield like a ghost, and the short blade in his hand turned into silver lightning, and each swing was aimed directly at the vital point of the hell phoenix. However, The Hell Phoenix reacted extremely quickly and was able to narrowly avoid Nual Lin's attacks every time, and even counterattacked, with scorching flames spraying towards Nual Lin like a volcanic eruption. Oomph. Nual Lin snorted coldly, and he turned his body to the side, narrowly avoiding the flames that were enough to melt the rocks. At the same time, the short blade in his hand drew a graceful arc in the air and slashed at the wings of the Hell Phoenix again. "Break it!" Nual Lin shouted. His short blade was like the light of dawn, piercing through the Hell Phoenix's flaming defense and striking its wings directly. However, just as it was about to touch the scarlet wings, a powerful force burst out from the Hell Evil Phoenix's body, dispersing Nual Lin's attack again. "Damn it!" Nual Lin shouted angrily. He didn't expect that the power of this Hell Evil Phoenix was so terrifying. Even if the two of them joined forces, they could hardly shake it in the slightest. However, at this moment, Xiang Tianlu launched another fierce attack. He was like a wounded tiger, desperately rushing towards the Hell Phoenix, with every punch carrying the determination to kill. His fist was like a mountain collapsing, colliding with the wings of the Hell Phoenix, making a deafening sound, and the entire cave seemed to tremble under the impact of this force. "Nual Lin, hurry! I can't hold on any longer." Xiang Tianlu's voice was filled with anxiety and despair. He knew that he had reached his limit. If Nual Lin couldn't find another opportunity, both of them would die here. Nual Lin heard this, and a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. He took a deep breath and concentrated the strength in his body to the extreme. Then, he rushed towards the Hell Evil Phoenix like an arrow, and the short blade in his hand drew a dazzling trajectory in the air, heading straight for the wings of the Hell Evil Phoenix. "Die!" Nual Lin shouted, and his short blade finally pierced through the wings of the Hell Phoenix. A stream of blood spurted out like a fountain, dyeing the entire cave red. The Hell Evil Phoenix let out a shrill cry, and its wings began to tremble violently, as if it had suffered a serious injury. However, it did not give up resistance, but attacked Nual Lin and Xiang Tianlu even more frantically, trying to drag them both into the abyss of hell at the last moment of its life. However, at the moment, Nual Lin and Xiang Tianlu have seen the dawn of victory. The two of them teamed up again to neutralize the attack of the Hell Phoenix. Just when Nual Lin and Xiang Tianlu thought they had victory, the Hell Evil Phoenix showed its vitality and evolution. Its wounds healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and golden lines appeared faintly on its red wings, like a phoenix reborn from the ashes, emitting an even more terrifying aura. How is it possible? Nual Lin's pupils suddenly shrank. He looked at the scene in disbelief. The short blade in his hand trembled slightly. He was obviously shocked by this sudden change. Xiang Tianlu's face also changed drastically. He felt the pressure from the Hell Evil Phoenix suddenly increase, as if an invisible mountain was pressing on his heart, making it difficult for him to breathe. But he did not back down. Instead, he aroused a stronger fighting spirit. "Nual Lin, we can't give up. The stronger it is, the closer we are to the truth." The eyes of the Hell Evil Phoenix were like two burning golden flames at this moment. It howled towards the sky, and the sound waves cut through the air like a sharp blade, piercing the eardrums of the two people, making their ears buzz and almost faint. Then it flapped its wings and flew high, with a golden firestorm surrounding its body. Every flap of its wings brought about a violent attack, destroying the stone walls in the cave with holes everywhere. "Come on, let's put an end to this." Xiang Tianlu roared angrily. There seemed to be some kind of power awakening in his body. His muscles bulged, and his skin had a faint bronze luster. He seemed to have turned into an indomitable god of war. He clenched his fists, and each blow carried the force of a landslide and earth-shattering, colliding head-on with the Hell Phoenix's firestorm, splashing sparks and igniting the air. Nual Lin was not to be outdone, with a determined light flashing in his eyes, and the power in his body was stimulated to the extreme. His figure flickered, and he shuttled through the firestorm like a ghost. His short blade turned into silver rays of light, constantly searching for the flaws of the Hell Phoenix. Every attack was precise and deadly, and he seemed to be at ease even in this chaotic battlefield. Don't even think about escaping this. Nu Lin's voice was as cold as ice. He seized the opportunity, leaped up, and the short blade drew a perfect arc in the air, going straight for the neck of the Hell Phoenix. This strike gathered all his strength and will, as if it was going to split the world in two. However, the Hell Phoenix showed its true terror at this moment. Its wings flapped suddenly, and the golden flame turned into a tornado, swallowing Nu Lin's attack, and then backfired, sweeping towards Nu Lin and Lu. "Be careful," Xiang Tianlu shouted. He turned his body into a shield, blocking Nu Lin, crossing his hands to form an indestructible barrier to resist the golden fire tornado. The golden flame tornado was like a furious dragon, with the momentum to destroy everything, and it slammed into the bronze barrier built towards the sky road. In an instant, the entire cave seemed to be on fire. The blazing light and the deafening roar intertwined together, forming a doomsday scene. Crack! A subtle but clear cracking sound was heard, and a tiny crack appeared on the barrier formed by Xiang Tianlu's crossed hands. Then the crack spread rapidly, covering the entire barrier like a spiderweb. Xiang Tianlu's face turned pale in an instant. He could feel the terrifying power from the Hell Evil Phoenix tearing his defense apart bit by bit. "Nu Lin, hurry up!" Xiang Tianlu shouted with all his strength. His voice was weak and firm amid the flames and roar, but it was like a flash of lightning that pierced through the fog in Nu Lin's heart. When Nu Lin heard this, a trace of determination and reluctance flashed in his eyes. He knew very well that at this moment they were no match for the Hell Phoenix, and staying would only lead to death. However, looking at Xiang Tianlu, who was willing to do anything to protect himself, Nu Lin's heart was filled with emotion and guilt. "No, I can't leave you behind," Nu Lin shouted, and he flashed and rushed into the firestorm again, trying to have a final fight with the Hell Phoenix. However, his attacks seemed so powerless in front of the golden flames of the Hell Evil Phoenix. Every time he swung the short blade, it was easily swallowed up as if it had disappeared into the sea, and there was no further news. "Nu Lin, you are seeking death," Xiang Tianlu roared. He forced himself to endure the severe pain from his wound, and with a flash of his body, he stood in front of Nu Lin again. His bronze skin was already covered with cracks. Blood was constantly oozing out, but he seemed to feel no pain. His eyes were fixed on the Hell Phoenix, full of indomitable spirit and anger. The Hell Evil Phoenix seemed to be angered by Xiang Tianlu's tenacity. It howled towards the sky, and the golden flames became more violent, as if it was going to swallow up the entire cave. "Zero, request flowers." Xiang Tianlu and Nu Lin seemed so small and powerless in front of this terrifying force. "Go! This is an order!" Xiang Tianlu shouted again. His voice was so hoarse that it was almost inaudible, but his determination and resoluteness were deeply imprinted in Nu Lin's heart. Nu Lin clenched his teeth. A trace of unwillingness and determination flashed in his eyes, and then he flashed and rushed towards the exit of the cave. Xiang Tianlu breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. He knew that he had held off the Hell Phoenix long enough to buy Nu Lin a chance to escape. Now, the only thing he had to do was to delay the Hell Evil Phoenix as much as possible to buy more time for Nu Lin to escape. So, Xiang Tianlu launched a fierce attack again. His figure shuttled through the firestorm. Every punch seemed to tear the air apart, and every collision seemed to collapse the mountain. However, even if he tried so hard, he could not change the overwhelming advantage of the Hell Phoenix. Puff! With a dull sound, Xiang Tianlu was finally severely injured by the attack of the Hell Evil Phoenix. His body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string and hit the stone wall of the cave heavily. Zero! Xiang Tianlu's body hit the stone wall hard, splashing up gravel and dust. He just felt a tightness in his chest, as if a huge rock was pressing on his heart, making it almost impossible for him to breathe. Blood overflowed from the corners of his mouth and dripped onto his clothes, forming beautiful blood flowers. However, even in such a desperate situation, Wei Lu's eyes remained firm and unyielding. He stared at the Hell Phoenix closely, as if he wanted to memorize its every move. He knew that he didn't have much time left and had to come up with a solution as soon as possible, otherwise both of them would die. "Nuo Lin, hurry!" Xiang Tianlu shouted in his heart. He endured the severe pain and shouted with all his strength. "Don't worry about me. You go first. I have my own way to get out." Nuo Lin struggled in his heart when he heard this. He really wanted to stay and fight alongside Xiang Tianlu, but reason told him that doing so would be futile. So he gritted his teeth. A hint of determination flashed in his eyes, and he accelerated again and rushed towards the exit of the cave. Upon seeing this, the Hell Phoenix roared angrily, and golden flames surged like a tide, trying to prevent Nuo Lin from escaping. However, Nuo Lin seemed to blend into the darkness, appearing and disappearing, skillfully avoiding the flame attacks. Xiang Tianlu felt a little relieved when he saw this. He knew he had to come up with a plan as soon as possible. Otherwise, once Nuo Lin was caught up, the consequences would be disastrous. So, he endured the severe pain and began to observe the attack pattern of the Hell Evil Phoenix. He discovered that although the Hell Evil Phoenix was powerful, its attacks were not without flaws. After each wing-flapping attack, there would be a brief pause, as if it was accumulating strength. Xiang Tianlu's mind moved, and a plan came to mind. "Nuo Lin, listen to my command." Xiang Tianlu shouted with all his strength. "Wait until it flaps its wings next time, and immediately rush to the left." Nuo Lin was startled when he heard this. He knew very well that this was an opportunity that Xiang Tianlu had exchanged for his life, and he must seize it. So, he concentrated all his attention on waiting for the next attack from the Hell Phoenix. Finally, the Hell Evil Phoenix flapped its wings again, and golden flames poured down like a violent storm. Nuo Lin's heart tightened, but then he relaxed. He followed Xiang Tianlu's instructions, and when the Hell Evil Phoenix paused after flapping its wings, he flashed and rushed to the left. Sure enough, the Hell Evil Phoenix's attack missed. It roared angrily and flapped its wings again to chase after it. But at the moment, Nuo Lin had already rushed out of the cave exit and disappeared into the night. The night was as dark as ink and the stars were sparse. After escaping from the cave, Nuo Lin relied on his familiarity with the terrain to quickly shuttle through the dense forest and finally found a hidden valley. This place is surrounded by mountains on all sides, with only a narrow path leading in, making it extremely difficult for outsiders to find. In the valley, a clear stream gurgles, with lush vegetation on both sides, and the air is filled with the fresh scent of soil and flowers, as if it is a paradise isolated from the world. Nuo Lin stopped and looked back towards the dark cave, feeling mixed emotions. He knew very well that Xiang Tianlu was facing the terrifying Hell Evil Phoenix alone at the moment, and his life or death was uncertain. But he also understood that he had to find a safe place and recover his strength before he would have a chance to go back and rescue. So he walked upstream along the stream and soon found a naturally formed cave. The entrance of the cave was covered by vines and was extremely hidden. After entering the cave, Nuo Lin lit a bonfire and began to check his injuries by the light of the fire. Although he managed to escape from the pursuit of the Hell Phoenix, there were still several deep scratches on his body, and the blood had already coagulated. He treated the wound carefully, praying silently in his heart that Xiang Tianlu would be safe and sound. At the same time, Xiang Tianlu also found a corner in the cave where he could temporarily avoid the attack of the Hell Evil Phoenix. He leaned his back against the stone wall, gasping for breath. The pain in his chest made it almost impossible for him to stand upright. He knew he had to recover some strength as soon as possible. Otherwise, even if Nuo Lin escaped, he himself would not be able to survive. Taking advantage of the brief break, Xiang Tianlu took out a bottle of precious healing medicine from his arms, which he had specially prepared before this trip. He unscrewed the bottle cap with difficulty and poured the pill into his mouth. A warm current immediately flowed through his body. The pain gradually eased, and his strength slowly recovered. I don't know how long it took, but when the first ray of morning light penetrated the cave entrance and shone into the cave, Xiang Tianlu finally slowly opened his eyes. He took a deep breath, felt the return of strength in his body, and a desire to survive surged in his heart. He knew that now was not the time to rest. He had to find Nuo Lin as soon as possible and leave this dangerous place together. On the other side, Nuo Lin also spent a long night in the cave. When the morning light shone through the gaps in the vines and onto his face, he sat up suddenly with a determined look in his eyes. He quickly packed up his luggage and decided to return along the original route to find a road to heaven. Just as Nuo Lin was about to leave the cave, a weak but firm voice echoed in the valley. "Nuo Lin, I'm here." Nuo Lin was delighted and followed the sound. Soon he saw Xiang Tianlu standing by the stream. Although Xiang Tianlu's face was still pale, there was an unyielding light in his eyes. "Brother Xiang, you're okay." Nuo Lin stepped forward quickly and said excitedly. Xiang Tianlu smiled and patted Nuo Lin on the shoulder. "Thanks to you, we are all alive. Now, we need to find a safer place to heal our wounds." The two smiled at each other and then set out on a journey together to find a safe place. They passed through dense forests, crossed mountains, and finally found an abandoned cabin in a hidden valley. This place is far away from the hustle and bustle and surrounded by natural barriers, making it an ideal place to heal. Inside the cabin, the two of them found a corner each and began to heal their wounds quietly. Time seemed to freeze at this moment, with only the crackling sound of the bonfire and the occasional bird's song outside the window breaking the tranquility. After recuperating in the abandoned cabin for a few days, Xiang Tianlu and Nuo Lin's injuries gradually improved, and their physical strength was almost restored. The two decided to continue on their journey, looking for a safer place to recover and prepare for future adventures. They left the cabin and walked along the winding mountain road, passing through patches of emerald-green bamboo forests. There was soft soil under their feet, and the air was filled with the fragrance of bamboo. The sunlight shines through the gaps in the bamboo leaves, creating mottled light and shadows that make people feel happy. After walking for a while, they came to an open valley, and the view in front of them suddenly opened up. In the valley, a golden rice field sways gently in the breeze, like a golden ocean. On the distant hillside, several farmhouses are scattered in an orderly manner, with smoke rising from the kitchen, forming a beautiful picture from the blue sky and white clouds. "Look, there is a village over there," Nuo Lin said excitedly, pointing ahead. Xiang Tianlu nodded with a look of joy in his eyes. "Let's go there to rest for a while and find out some news nearby." The two quickened their pace and soon arrived at the entrance of the village. The village is not big, but it looks very peaceful and quiet. The villagers were dressed in simple clothes and were busy in the fields. Occasionally, children would chase and play in the village, with laughter everywhere. They walked into the village and found an inn that looked relatively tidy. The owner of the inn was a kind old man. Seeing that the two of them looked tired from the journey, he warmly invited them to sit down. "Where are you from, young man? Where are you going?" the old man asked as he poured tea for them. Xiang Tianlu smiled and replied, "We came from afar and wanted to rest here and find out the news nearby." The old man nodded and said, "We are a small village isolated from the outside world, and few outsiders come here. However, I heard recently that some monsters appeared in the nearby mountains and forests, and many villagers were harassed. If you don't mind, you can stay here for a while and help us get rid of those monsters." Xiang Tianlu and Nuo Lin looked at each other and saw the determination in each other's eyes. They knew that as warriors, it was their responsibility to protect the safety of the people. So they agreed to the old man's request and decided to stay in the village, resting and recuperating while preparing to deal with the monsters. In the following days, they helped the villagers with farm work and repair houses in the village during the day, and gathered together to practice martial arts and discuss tactics at night. The atmosphere in the village was harmonious, and the villagers were very friendly to the two of them, often inviting them to their homes for dinner and chat. One night, Xiang Tianlu and Nuo sat in the yard of the inn, looking up at the starry sky. The breeze brings the fragrance of rice and flowers, making people feel relaxed and happy. After that quiet night, Xiang Tianlu and Nuo spent a long and peaceful time in the village. However, the hearts of warriors can never settle down in one corner. They know very well that true hardships and tests are always waiting for them in the unknown future. When the last ray of sunset sank into the distant mountains, the two packed up their bags and set out on their journey again. Leaving the cozy little village, they stepped into a vast grassland. The grass waves undulated with the wind like a green ocean, stretching as far as the eye can see. In the sky, a few leisurely white clouds are floating leisurely, setting off the endless mountains in the distance, making it even more magnificent. Nuo, the mountain ahead, may hide our next challenge. Xiang Tianlu stared into the distance with a deep gaze, his tone carrying a hint of expectation and determination. Nuo nodded, with a burning look in his eyes. No matter what the road ahead holds, we are brothers standing shoulder to shoulder. So what is there to fear? The two walked with firm steps across the grassland and came to the foot of the mountain. The mountains are steep, and the ancient trees are towering, blocking out the sun. The air is filled with the freshness of soil and leaves, but also mixed with a subtle sense of solemnity. As they continued to go deeper, the mountain road became more and more rugged, and the stone steps were covered with moss, so they had to be careful with every step. Suddenly, a strong wind blew up, blowing up the fallen leaves all over the sky. The sky and the earth seemed to be covered by a layer of yellow gauze, and the original line became blurred. "Be careful!" Xiang Tianlu shouted in a low voice, and his body moved as fast as lightning, grabbing Nuo, who was almost blown down by the strong wind. At this moment, a black shadow flashed through the treetops at a speed so fast that it was astonishing. Xiang Tianlu was quick-eyed and quick-handed. He drew the long sword from his waist. The sword light was like a dragon, instantly cutting through the void and colliding with the black shadow in midair. The sound of metal collision was crisp and loud, shaking the leaves around it to fall. "What quick skills!" Nuo exclaimed in admiration. Not wanting to be outdone, he drew out his short blade, followed like a shadow, and joined the battle. The sword light and the knife light intertwined to form a gorgeous light net, illuminating the surroundings. Every confrontation was accompanied by the sound of air exploding, as if even the space was being torn apart. The two of them had perfect understanding and were impeccable in offense and defense, turning each other's fierce attacks into invisible ones time and time again. However, the black shadow seemed to have no substance, and its attack was erratic and strange, making it difficult to grasp. Xiang Tianlu and Nuo gradually felt the pressure increasing, and beads of sweat appeared on their foreheads. "Is this an illusion?" Xiang Tianlu looked sharp, trying to see through the other party's true location. "Yes, it is an illusion, but this illusion contains powerful power," Nuo reminded with a hint of solemnity in his tone. The two exchanged glances and decided to remain unchanged in the face of ever-changing situations and continue to respond with precise sword and knife skills. As the battle progressed, they gradually figured out the Phantom's attack pattern and cooperated more and more tacitly. The sword light and the knife light intertwined into an impenetrable net. Finally, the black shadow gradually dissipated into the invisible under a burst of intensive attacks. The battle was over and everything around was quiet, with only the sound of leaves slowly falling. Xiang Tianlu and Nuo smiled at each other. There was no need for them to say much. Their tacit understanding and trust had quietly taken root in countless life and death tests. Xiang Tianlu took a deep breath, and with a sharp gaze, he scanned the surrounding dense forest that had returned to calm, and said in a deep voice, "This illusion technique is extraordinary. If you and I were not in tune with each other, it would be difficult to crack it." Nuo nodded, his expression solemn, but with a hint of excitement, He gripped the short blade tightly, the tip of the blade lightly tapping the ground, as if ready for the next battle at any time. Although the phantom has dissipated, I always feel that there are bigger secrets hidden in this mountain. Brother Xiang, do you feel that we seem to be stepping into the core of some ancient ruins step by step? Xiang Tianlu frowned when he heard this. He looked up at the top of the mountain where the ancient trees blocked out the sun. He had an inexplicable premonition in his heart. Indeed, the atmosphere in this mountain forest is getting heavier, as if some ancient power is awakening from its slumber. After that, the two said no more and continued to head towards the top of the mountain. The mountain road became increasingly steep, and every step required the support of rocks and ancient trees to move forward. In the air, the freshness of soil and leaves is gradually replaced by an ancient and vicissitudes of life atmosphere, as if time has solidified here, and every stone and every leaf carries a 1,000-year-old story. Suddenly, there was a roar ahead, and the ground shook slightly, as if something was stirring underground. Xiang Tianlu and Nuo Lin exchanged a glance. A look of vigilance flashed in their eyes, and they quickened their pace and headed forward. Soon, they came to an open space surrounded by huge rocks. In the center of the open space, a crack was clearly visible. In the crack, a faint green light was looming, exuding an alluring breath, yet also making people feel fearful. This is... Nuo Lin's voice trembled slightly. He had never seen such a strange and powerful aura. Xiang Tianlu looked solemn. He slowly approached the crack and stretched out his hand to explore, but was bounced back by an invisible force. His palm ached slightly. This power is absolutely beyond human power. It seems that we have found the entrance to some ancient seal. Nuo Lin heard this, and a look of determination flashed in his eyes. In this case, no matter how dangerous the road ahead is, we will not retreat. Brother Xiang, let's go together. Nodding to Tianlu, the two of them simultaneously used all their strength to attack the crack again. This time, they were no longer easily bounced away, but were sucked into the cracks by a powerful force. Their figures instantly disappeared from the spot, leaving only a series of afterimages flickering in the open space. Inside the crack, space is distorted and light and shadows interweave, as if entering another dimension. Xiang Tianlu and Nuo Lin only felt the darkness before their eyes, and then their bodies lost weight, as if they fell into an endless abyss. After an unknown amount of time, when their consciousness gradually recovered, they found themselves in one of the three ancient palaces. The palaces were covered with ancient runes, flashing with a faint green light, and the air was filled with an ancient and mysterious atmosphere. When Xiang Tianlu and Nuo Lin emerged from their haze, they were shocked by the scene before them. This is an ancient and solemn palace. Time has left mottled marks on it, but it cannot conceal the majesty and splendor from ancient times. Inside the palace, ancient runes are dotted like stars, and the faint green light jumps in every inch of space, making the entire palace look both mysterious and strange. Just as they were trying to sort out their thoughts, a low and majestic roar suddenly sounded, echoing in every corner of the palace, shocking everyone. Immediately afterwards, an indescribable, terrifying pressure enveloped, as if the heaven and earth were trembling at this moment. What is this? Nuo Lin's voice became hoarse due to shock. His eyes were fixed on the depths of the palace, where a huge figure was slowly walking out of the shadows and into the light. It was a demon beast, shaped like a qilin, yet far beyond the ordinary. Its body was covered with dark purple scales that shone with a metallic luster, and each scale seemed to contain the weight of mountains and rivers and the strength of stars. Its eyes were like the abyss, deep and cold, emitting a light that could destroy everything. The four hooves stepped into the air, and every step seemed to leave an eternal mark in the void. This was a true unicorn that could destroy the world. The true unicorn that destroys the world. Xiang Tianlu murmured to himself, with an unprecedented solemnity rising in his heart. He knew very well that such an existence was beyond human power to contend with. But as a warrior, he never had the thought of retreating. Brother Xiangwei, Nuo Lin's voice contained a hint of uncertainty, but more of determination. Xiang Tianlu did not answer, but slowly drew out the long sword from his waist. A faint blue light was flowing on the sword. It was a treasure that he had refined with his blood and sweat after going through countless battles. He took a deep breath. His eyes became extremely firm. No matter what the road ahead holds, we have come this far. There is no turning back. The world-destroying true Kirin seemed to sense the determination of the two people. It let out a deafening roar, and circles of purple halos surrounded its body. Lightning and thunder flashed within the halos, as if they were going to tear the space apart. The battle is about to begin. Xiang Tianlu's body was as fast as lightning. He launched the first attack. His long sword cut through the void, leaving behind a series of silver trails, and went straight to the vital point of the true Kirin of destruction. However, the Qilin seemed to have predicted his action, and it slightly turned its body to the side, easily dodging the attack. At the same time, it stomped its front hooves down suddenly, causing the ground to collapse. A powerful force accompanied by a shockwave attacked Xiangtian Road. Xiang Tianlu snorted coldly, twisting his body in the air and narrowly avoiding the attack, but the aftermath of the force still made his face change slightly. He knew very well that in such a battle, he had to go all out and not be careless in the slightest. At the same time, Nuo Lin was not idle either. He moved like a shadow and pounced on the world-destroying true Kirin from the other side. His short blade drew brilliant trajectories in the air, and every strike contained his desire and determination for victory. However, the defense of the world-destroying true Kirin was too strong. Although his attack was fierce, it was difficult to break through the thick layer of scales. The battle entered a white-hot stage. Inside the palace, sword lights and knife blades intertwined. Thunder and lightning coexisted with storms, and every confrontation was accompanied by a deafening roar, as if to tear this space apart completely. Xiang Tianlu and Nuo Lin fought side by side with perfect understanding. Facing such a powerful enemy as the world-destroying true Kirin, they showed amazing combat wisdom and perseverance. Brother Xiang, be careful, Nuo Lin suddenly shouted. He noticed a sly look in the eyes of the world-destroying true Kirin. Obviously, this monster did not rely solely on strength. It also possessed extremely high intelligence. Xiang Tianlu's heart trembled when he heard this. He immediately adjusted his body and narrowly avoided the sudden attack from the world-destroying true Qilin. However, just as he was about to fight back, an indescribable sense of crisis suddenly surged in his heart. He turned back abruptly and saw a purple beam of light shooting towards him from a corner of the palace. This is... Xiang Tianlu was shocked. He had never seen such a powerful attack. The beam of light seemed to contain the power to destroy everything. Xiang Tianlu was horrified. The purple beam of light was as fast as lightning and carried a destructive force, as if it would instantly wipe him out and make him invisible. He instinctively swung the sword in his hand, trying to block it with the sword light, but the power of the purple light column was beyond imagination, and the sword light collapsed at the touch, and 127 was as vulnerable as paper. No! Xiang Tianlu roared. He tried his best, twisting his body in the air, trying to resist the beam of light with his physical strength. However, the power of the beam of light was so terrifying that even a strong man like him felt an unbearable pain, as if his soul was being torn apart. Brother Xiang, Nuo Lin saw this, and a look of determination flashed in his eyes. He was well aware of the crisis of the moment and could not afford any hesitation. His body suddenly accelerated, like a black lightning, rushing towards the purple light column, trying to use his body to block this fatal blow for Xiang Tianlu. Nuo Lin, come back! Xiang Tianlu shouted, his voice filled with endless anxiety and worry. However, Nuo Lin's figure had already streaked across the sky like a meteor, colliding with the purple light column. At that moment, the entire palace seemed to tremble, and the purple light column and Nuo Lin's figure intertwined, bursting out with bright and dazzling light. Xiang Tianlu only felt a powerful force rushing towards him, and he staggered and almost lost his balance. However, when the light faded, Nuo Lin's figure miraculously appeared before his eyes. His clothes were torn and his body was covered with scars, but his eyes were unusually bright, flashing with an unyielding light. "I'm fine, Brother Xiang." Nuo Lin smiled slightly. Although his voice was weak, it was full of determination and strength. Xiang Tianlu was moved in an indescribable way. He knew very well that Nuo Lin was willing to risk her life for him. This friendship was more precious than any treasure. "Nuo Lin, let's work together to not let it succeed." Xiang Tianlu roared, and he swung the sword in his hand again. The sword light was like a dragon, and went straight to the vital point of the world-destroying True Qilin. The world-destroying True Kirin seemed to be enraged by the two men's stubbornness. It let out an even more deafening roar, and its body suddenly accelerated, crashing towards the two men like a moving mountain. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other, with a determined look in their eyes. Their bodies were like two meteors, one on the left and one on the right, launching fierce attacks on the world-destroying True Qilin at the same time. Inside the palace, sword lights and knife blades intertwined. Thunder and lightning coexisted with storms, and every confrontation was accompanied by a deafening roar, as if to tear this space apart completely. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu fought side by side. Their figures moved quickly in the palace, like two black lightning bolts, and they fought a desperate battle with the world-destroying True Kirin. "Nuo Lin, be careful behind you," Xiang Tianlu shouted. He noticed that the tail of the True Kirin of destruction was like a huge amount of steel whip, lashing towards Nuo Lin with a whistling sound. Nuo Lin moved to the side and narrowly avoided the attack. However, the attack of the world-destroying True Kirin followed closely. It opened its huge mouth, revealing its sharp fangs, and bit towards Nuo Lin. Nuo Lin snorted coldly, and his body suddenly accelerated, like a black lightning, passing through the outside world as a true unicorn of destruction. At the same time, his short blade drew a brilliant trajectory in the air, heading straight for the eyes of the True Kirin of destruction. The world-destroying True Kirin roared in pain. Its eyes were hit by Nuo Lin and were bleeding. However, this monster was extremely tenacious. It swung its front hooves violently and stepped towards Nuo Lin. Nuo Lin twisted his body in the air and narrowly avoided the attack. Nuo Lin's body did a strange flip in the air, narrowly avoiding the attack of the world-destroying True Qilin that was powerful enough to crush mountains and rivers. When he landed, the stone slab under his feet instantly cracked and dust flew, revealing the thrill of his avoidance and the terrifying power of the world-destroying True Qilin's attack. "Umph, you evil beast, today is your end." Nuo Lin's eyes were cold, and his mouth curled up with an unyielding arc. He knew very well that facing such a powerful enemy, any retreat would be futile. Only by trying his best can he have a chance of survival. The world-destroying True Qilin roared continuously. Its eyes were red as if they were burning. Its huge body leaped in the air, and every time it landed the palace shook, as if even the heaven and earth were shaking at its anger. It opened its huge mouth and spewed out blazing flames mixed with purple lightning, like the end of the world, sweeping towards Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu. "Nuo Lin, be careful," Xiang Tianlu shouted. He swung his sword towards the flames. The sword light was like a dragon, but the moment it touched the flames, it was swallowed up and turned into a wisp of green smoke. He was well aware of the horror of the flames and did not dare to be careless. He retreated quickly and warned Nuo Lin at the same time. Nuo Lin's figure was like a shadow, shuttling between the flames and lightning. His short blade rotated in his palm, and every time he swung it, it brought up a gust of wind, which collided with the flames and lightning, making a deafening roar. His figure moved left and right, up and down, as if he was dancing, and every dodge was just right, which was breathtaking. Brother Xiang, you and I fight side by side, so why should we fear such monsters? Nuo Lin's voice rang out amid the roar, with determination and pride. He suddenly jumped up like a black lightning, rushing straight towards the world-destroying true Qilin. The short blade drew brilliant tracks in the air, and every strike contained his desire and determination for victory. The world-destroying true Qilin roared, and it seemed to be angered by Nuo Lin's tenacity and courage. It suddenly accelerated and started a contest of speed and strength with Nuo Lin. Inside the palace, flames, lightning, sword lights, and knife blades intertwined. Every clash seemed to tear the space apart. The air was filled with a strong smell of burning and blood. Evil beast, today is the day of your death. Nuo Lin roared, his body twisted in the air like a black dragon, passing over the head of the world-destroying true Qilin, and the short blade drew a brilliant trajectory in the air, going straight to the vital point of the world-destroying true Qilin. Nuo Lin's short blade left a silver trail in the air, like a meteor across the sky, heading straight for the heart of the world-destroying true Qilin. However, the world-destroying true Qilin was not an easy opponent to deal with. It suddenly turned sideways, and its huge body drew an elegant arc in the air, easily avoiding the fatal blow. Roar! The world-destroying true Qilin let out a deafening roar, with a crazy light flashing in its eyes. It was obviously completely enraged by Nuo Lin's provocation. It opened its huge mouth and spewed out blazing flames once again. This time, the destructive power contained in the flames was even more terrifying, as if it was going to swallow up the entire palace. Nuo Lin retreated violently. He knew the horror of the fire and did not dare to be careless. However, no matter how fast he retreated, the flames still followed him like a shadow. Just when the flames were about to engulf him, Nuo Lin's body suddenly accelerated, and like a black lightning, he passed through the gap in the flames. Humph, you're still a long way from catching up with me. Nuo Lin snorted coldly, his voice carrying a hint of disdain and ridicule. He rolled in the air and landed steadily in a corner of the palace, his eyes as sharp as torches, staring closely at the world-destroying true Qilin. The world-destroying true Qilin roared, and it seemed to be angered by Nuo Lin's ridicule. Its huge body leaped in the air, and every time it landed, the palace trembled. It opened its huge claws and pounced towards Nuo Lin. Its claws were as sharp as knives, as if it wanted to tear Nuo Lin into pieces. Nuo Lin's figure was like a shadow, shuttling through the claw wind of the world-destroying true Qilin. His short blade drew brilliant tracks in the air, and every time he swung it, it brought up a gust of wind, which collided with the claw wind of the world-destroying true Qilin, making a deafening roar. Brother Xiang, be careful, Nuo Lin suddenly shouted. He noticed that the tail of the world-destroying true Qilin was like a huge amount of steel whip with a whistling sound. Take it away. Xiang Tianlu retreated violently, but the tail was as fast as lightning and was about to hit him. At this critical moment, Nuo Lin suddenly appeared like a black lightning, passing behind the world-destroying true Qilin. His short blade drew a brilliant trajectory in the air and headed straight for the tail of the world-destroying true Qilin. With a click sound, the tail of the world-destroying true Qilin was cut off by Nuo Lin's knife, and blood splattered everywhere, dyeing the entire palace red. The world-destroying true Qilin let out a shrill roar, and its huge body rolled in the air in agony. However, even in this situation, it still did not give up the attack. It opened its huge mouth and spewed out blazing flames towards Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu again. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other, with a determined light flashing in their eyes. They suddenly rose up like two black lightning bolts and launched a fierce attack on the world-destroying true Qilin at the same time. Their short blades and long swords intertwined in the air, creating brilliant trajectories. Every clash was accompanied by a deafening roar, as if they were going to tear the space apart completely. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu quickly shuttled through the palace. Each of their attacks was like a meteor across the night sky, brilliant and deadly. Although the world-destroying True Kirin was injured, its anger and madness made it even more dangerous. Every roar was accompanied by raging fire and lightning, as if it would reduce the entire palace to ashes. Nuo, we have to find a way to end this battle. Otherwise the palace will collapse, and we will all be buried here. Xiang Tianlu's voice rang out in the roar, and his long sword drew silver tracks in the air, colliding violently with the claw wind of the world-destroying True Qilin. Nuo Lin nodded, knowing full well that what Xiang Tianlu said was true. His body suddenly accelerated, like a black lightning, and rushed straight toward the neck of the world-destroying True Qilin. His short blade left a silver trail in the air, like a meteor across the sky, carrying endless murderous intent and determination. However, the world-destroying True Kirin seemed to have seen through Nuo Lin's intention. It suddenly turned sideways, and its huge body drew an elegant arc in the air, easily avoiding the fatal blow. At the same time, its huge claws stretched out like lightning and grabbed Nuo Lin. Nuo Lin retreated violently, narrowly avoiding the giant claws of the world-destroying True Qilin. He was secretly shocked because the cunningness and strength of the world-destroying True Qilin were beyond his imagination. However, he did not back down, but became more determined to kill the monster. Brother Xiang, let's attack it from both sides and both its eyes at the same time. Nuo Lin shouted, his voice filled with determination and pride. His figure suddenly rose up again, like a black lightning, and went straight to the left eye of the world-destroying True Qilin. Xiang Tianlu heard this and immediately understood Nuo Lin's intention. He retreated violently, avoiding the attack of the world-destroying True Qilin, and at the same time swung his sword, heading straight for the right eye of the world-destroying True Qilin. The world-destroying True Kirin obviously did not expect that the two would attack at the same time, and its eyes were instantly exposed to the attacks of the two. It let out a shrill roar and tried to dodge the attack. However, the attacks of Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were like two black lightning bolts that instantly pierced its eyes. The world-destroying True Kirin roared in pain. Its eyes were bloody, as if there was flame burning in them. Its huge body tumbled in the air in agony. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu took the opportunity to launch a fierce attack. Their short blades and long swords intertwined in the air, creating brilliant trajectories. Every clash was accompanied by a deafening roar. The air in the palace seemed to be torn apart, and there was chaos. Finally, after a fierce collision, the huge body of the world-destroying True Kirin fell to the ground, splashing a cloud of dust. Its eyes had lost their luster, and the breath of life had completely dissipated at this moment. The entire palace fell into a brief silence, with only the breathing of Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu echoing. When the huge body of the world-destroying True Kirin finally came to a standstill and the dust gradually settled, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu smiled at each other, their eyes filled with both relief for surviving the calamity and deep respect for each other's tacit understanding and courage. They slowly walked towards the giant beast lying on the ground, feeling both joy of victory and some emotion. This world-destroying True Kirin is indeed worthy of its reputation. If it weren't for you and I joining forces, I'm afraid we would not be able to escape today. Xiang Tianlu wiped the sweat from his forehead, with a hint of fear in his tone, but more of a recognition of Nuo Lin's strength. Nuo Lin nodded. His eyes fell on the world-destroying True Kirin, and an inexplicable expectation surged in his heart. According to ancient records, these monsters often have rare treasures hidden in their bodies, or treasures that can improve one's cultivation level. He approached cautiously and began to search the giant beast. Soon, Nuo Lin found an imperceptible crack in the belly of the world-destroying True Qilin. He had an idea and tore it open with force. A round bead emitting a faint glow rolled out, with mysterious runes flowing on it, as if it contained endless power. "Brother Xiang, look what this is." Nuo Lin handed the bead to Xiang Tianlu, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Xiang Tianlu took the bead and examined it carefully. Then his face changed, and he said in surprise, "This is Qilin's inner elixir." According to legend, only a true Qilin can condense such an inner elixir, which contains the essence and power of a Qilin's life. After taking it, your cultivation can be greatly improved, and you may even be able to comprehend the Qilin's ability. Nuo Lin was shocked when he heard this. He had never expected that such a treasure was hidden in the body of this world-destroying true Qilin. The two looked at each other and saw the determination in each other's eyes. They wanted to share this inner elixir and improve their strength together. So, they found a relatively safe place, sat cross-legged, placed the Qilin's inner elixir between them, closed their eyes and concentrated, and began to guide the power in the inner elixir into their own bodies. As the light of the inner elixir gradually dimmed, waves of warm and powerful force surged in their bodies, as if countless streams converged into rivers and seas, washing their meridians and nourishing their souls. An unknown amount of time had passed. When the last ray of light faded away, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu opened their eyes at the same time, with unprecedented light flashing in their eyes. They smiled at each other, without saying much, and felt the significant improvement in each other's strength. "Brother Xiang, I feel like my strength has increased by at least 30%, and there seems to be an inexplicable power in my body, as if it can burst out with amazing power at any time." Nuo Lin felt the surging power in his body and could not hide his excitement. Xiang Tianlu also nodded and said with a smile, "Me too. Not only that, I seem to have vaguely touched the edge of some kind of law. This feeling is unprecedented." Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu stood up and looked at each other. Without words, the tacit understanding and trust were already deeply engraved in their hearts. They knew that the Qilin inner pill they had obtained together this time not only enhanced their strength, but also elevated their friendship and beliefs. "Brother Xiang, where are we going next?" Nuo Lin looked up into the distance, his eyes flashing with longing for the future. Xiang Tianlu smiled slightly. His eyes were deep, as if he could penetrate the heavy fog and see the future. "I heard that in the far north, there's a place called Ice Valley, where the ancient ice jade is hidden, which can stabilize the foundation and help people break through the bottleneck. You and are now much stronger, so we can go and give it a try." Nuo Lin's eyes flashed with excitement when he heard this. Ice Valley sounds like it's full of challenges and opportunities. "Then let us set out into the unknown." The two packed their bags and set out on their journey again. They passed through dense forests and crossed turbulent rivers, each step filled with determination and courage. The scenery along the way unfolded before their eyes like a painting. Sometimes it was a grassland full of flowers, sometimes it was a towering mountain. The magnificence and mystery of nature made them feel awed and strengthened their determination to explore. One day, they came to a vast desert. The golden sand was shining brightly under the scorching sun. Occasionally, a few camels walked leisurely in the desert, leaving behind a series of footprints of varying depths. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu walked side by side in the desert. The sand under their feet made a slight sound, as if it was the whisper of nature. This desert is truly endless, and every step is full of unknowns. Nuo Lin wiped the sweat from his forehead and sighed. He nodded to Tianlu, his eyes firm. "Yes, but as long as we have a direction in our hearts, we will not lose our way. Moreover, the desert often hides unknown secrets, and maybe we can make new discoveries." The two continued to move forward. As night fell, the starry sky in the desert was extremely bright, as if it was within reach. They found a relatively flat place, built a bonfire, and sat around it, enjoying the rare tranquility. As the night faded and the morning light began to break, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu set out on their journey again. At the end of the desert, a touch of green quietly emerges. It is the call of the oasis and the symbol of hope in their hearts. The two of them shuttled between the oasis and the sand dunes, enjoying the gifts of nature, sometimes stopping to admire the date palms swaying in the wind, and sometimes listening to the beeping of clear springs in the distance, as if the whole world was intoxicated by it. A few days later, they came to a stretch of endless mountains. The peaks were like swords, piercing the sky, majestic and imposing. Just as the two were marveling at the wonders of nature, suddenly, the entire mountain range seemed to come alive, the earth shook, and an ancient and mysterious atmosphere filled the air. "Brother Xiang, look!" Nuo Lin pointed to the sky and saw a ray of precious light rising into the sky, dazzling and brilliant, as if some kind of treasure was about to appear in the world. Xiang Tianlu's eyes narrowed, and he said in a deep voice, "This is a strange phenomenon in heaven and earth. There must be a rare treasure coming out. We must hurry." The two men suddenly rose up, like two streams of light, and rushed towards the mountain where the precious light was. When they arrived at the top of the mountain, they saw a spiritual plant emitting a faint fluorescent light quietly growing in the cracks of the rocks. Its leaves were like jade, and its petals were like gold. It emitted a refreshing fragrance that seemed to be able to wash away all the dust in the world. "This is 9 Transformation Spiritual Lotus," Xiang Tianlu exclaimed, his eyes full of shock. The 9 Transformation Spirit Lotus is a treasure that is said to be able to help people be reborn and achieve the supreme foundation of Taoism. Its value is immeasurable. However, just as they were about to pick them, a deafening roar resounded through the sky, and a giant beast covered in fiery red scales and with eyes as bright as torches rushed out of the forest and headed straight for the 9 Transformation Spirit Lotus. The giant beast was huge in size, with 4 feet stepping on fire and a fiery aura all over its body. It was none other than the legendary Flaming Dragon, an extremely rare dragon variant, powerful enough to compete with high-level monks. "Oh no, there are monsters guarding us." Nuo Lin's face was solemn. He quickly drew out his short blade and was ready for battle. Xiang Tianlu also drew his sword. The sword light was like a dragon, echoing the blazing dragon from afar, but with a completely different chill. "Nuo Lin, be careful. This blazing dragon is not trivial. We need to go all out." Before he finished his words, the blazing dragon arrived, spewing raging flames from its mouth like a volcanic eruption, so hot that it instantly distorted the surrounding space. Nuo Lin retreated violently, narrowly avoiding the flames that could melt metal and stone. At the same time, he swung his short blade, leaving behind silver trails that collided violently with the flaming dragon's claws, sending sparks flying. "Brother Xiang, I will attract its attention. You find a chance to pick the 9 Transformation Spiritual Lotus." Nuo Lin shouted, and his figure suddenly rose up again like a black lightning and went straight to the flaming dragon. The short blade drew brilliant tracks in the air, and every confrontation was accompanied by a deafening roar. Xiang Tianlu nodded secretly when he saw this. He moved nimbly like a ghost, avoiding the attack range of the fiery dragon and quietly approaching the 9 Revolution Spirit Lotus. However, the fiery, blazing dragon seemed to have sensed his intention, and it turned around suddenly. Huge amounts of dragon tail swept over like a mountain, bringing with it a whistling sound and astonishing power. "Oomph, it's not that easy to stop me." Xiang Tianlu snorted coldly and swung his sword. The sword light was like a dragon, colliding with the dragon's tail of the flaming dragon, making a deafening roar. He took advantage of the momentum and leapt, finally coming close to the 9 Revolutions Spiritual Lotus and reaching out to pick it. However, at this moment, the fiery, blazing dragon let out a shrill roar, and 2 rays of blazing light suddenly burst out of its eyes, shooting straight towards Xiang Tianru. The light contained a destructive power, as if it could penetrate everything. "Be careful!" Nuo Lin was horrified. He knew very well how powerful the light was. If he was hit, the consequences would be disastrous. He retreated violently and swung out his short blade, trying to block the two rays of light. 0. Request flowers. However, the speed of the light was so fast that New Orleans' short blade only managed to graze one of them, while the other one went straight towards the heavenly road. At this critical moment, a trace of determination flashed in Xiang Tianlu's eyes. He turned around abruptly, inserted the sword in his hand into the rock under his feet, and with the help of the rebound force, he retreated violently and narrowly avoided the fatal blow. However, although the attack was avoided, the fiery dragon's attack did not stop. It opened its huge mouth and spewed out raging flames again, as if it wanted to swallow up the entire mountaintop. The flames surged like a tide, instantly engulfing everything around them in endless flames. New Orleans was agile, like a ghost wandering in a sea of fire. Every jump and dodge he made was just right to avoid the flames that could burn everything. 0. His short blade flickered in the firelight, and every time he swung it, there was a whistling sound. When it collided with the sharp claws of the flaming dragon, there was a harsh sound of metal clashing, and sparks flew everywhere, as if to tear the space apart. Brother Xiang, hurry up. I can't hold on for much longer. New Orleans' voice sounded extremely difficult amid the roar of the flames, but his eyes were extremely firm, as if he wanted to use his own flesh and blood to fight for a glimmer of life for Xiang Tianlu. Xiang Tianlu's heart tightened when he heard this. He knew that he had nowhere to retreat at this moment. He took a deep breath, as if he wanted to absorb all the spiritual energy between heaven and earth into his chest, and then his body suddenly rose up like an arrow shot from a bow and rushed straight towards the 9 transformation spirit lotus. His sword drew brilliant tracks in the air. Each sword contained enough power to split mountains and rocks. When it collided with the attack of the flaming dragon, a deafening roar broke out. As the flaming dragon was furious, the flames became more and more intense, as if they were going to burn the entire world to ashes. New Orleans' figure was looming in the sea of fire, and every time he dodged, he brushed past the death god. His short blade flickered with a cold light under the firelight, and every swing was proof of a life-and-death battle with the blazing dragon. Brother Xiang, go faster. I feel like I'm about to be roasted. New Orleans' voice seemed particularly weak amid the roar of the flames, but his tone was full of tenacity. His eyes burned with an undying fighting spirit, and even when facing such a powerful enemy, he never flinched. Xiang Tianlu felt an inexplicable feeling of being touched when he heard this. He knew very well that at this moment, he was not only fighting for the 9 transformation spiritual lotus, but also for New Orleans' life. He gritted his teeth and pushed all his spiritual power to the limit. The sword was like the dawn, drawing brilliant tracks in the darkness. New Orleans, hold on. I'll be there soon. Xiang Tianlu's voice sounded particularly firm amid the roar of the flames. His body was as fast as the wind, moving freely in the sea of fire. Every collision with the blazing dragon was as shocking as the collision of stars. However, the fiery dragon did not seem to let them go easily. Huge amounts of its body rolled in the air, and every collision was like a landslide, forcing Xiang Tianlu and New Orleans to go all out to deal with it. The air was filled with a strong smell of gunpowder and burning, which was suffocating. At this moment, New Orleans suddenly felt a powerful force surging out from the body of the fiery dragon, instantly enveloping him. He was startled, knowing that this was the fiery dragon's fatal blow. He gritted his teeth and concentrated all his spiritual power on the short blade, preparing to meet the fatal blow. Come on, fiery candle dragon. How could I all in be afraid of you? New Orleans roared, and the short blade drew a brilliant trajectory in the air and collided with the attack of the fiery candle dragon. At this moment, it seemed as if the heaven and earth were trembling, and the air was filled with a strong smell of gunpowder and the sound of metal clashing. However, at this moment of life and death, Xiang Tianlu suddenly felt a mysterious power surging out from the 9 transformation spirit lotus and instantly poured into his body. This power is warm and powerful, as if it can dispel all pain and fatigue. Xiang Tianlu's heart moved. He understood that this was the help given to him by the Nine Transformation Spirit Lotus at the critical moment. At the moment when Nuo Lin's attack collided with the fiery dragons, a distant 940 bells seemed to ring between heaven and earth, shaking everyone's soul. The mysterious power that gushed out from the Nine Transformation Spirit Lotus boiled in Xiang Tianlu's body, like a river bursting its banks, unstoppable. His eyes suddenly became bright, as if there were two flames burning. That was the desire for victory and the absolute confidence in strength. Nuo Lin, hold on. The power of the Nine Transformation Spirit Lotus has merged with me. We will not lose. Xiang Tianlu's voice was like thunder amid the roar of the flames, penetrating through the layers of flames and reaching Nuo Lin's heart. At this moment, Xiang Tianlu seemed no longer to be that ordinary traveler, but a powerful man who mastered the mysteries of heaven and earth. Inspired by Xiang Tianlu, Nuo Xie's fighting spirit became even stronger. He knew very well that this was not only for the Nine Transformation Spirit Lotus, but also for the deep friendship between him and Xiang Tianlu, and for the trust and dependence established on the brink of life and death. He took a deep breath and concentrated all his spiritual power to the extreme. The short blade drew one brilliant trajectory after another in the firelight. Each strike contained enough power to shake the mountains and rivers. The blazing dragon seemed to have sensed the changes in the two people. Its roar became more deafening, and its flames became more intense, as if it was going to burn the entire space to ashes. However, in this endless flame, the figures of Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu became more and more determined. They were like two bright stars, shining in the darkness, illuminating each other's way forward. Come on, blazing dragon. Today, let us, with our mortal bodies, challenge this legendary existence of yours. Nuo Lin roared, and the short blade drew a perfect arc in the air, colliding with the sharp claws of the blazing dragon again. This time, he did not choose to retreat, but faced the challenge head-on, using all his strength to fight against the force that could destroy everything. Xiang Tianlu was not idle either. His body was as fast as the wind, moving freely in the sea of fire. Every attack he made was precise and deadly. His sword was like the light of dawn, breaking through the darkness and opening up a way of survival for Nuo Lin. The two of them, one attacking and one defending, cooperated with each other tacitly, as if they were performing a silent dance, and every movement was full of power and beauty. As time went by, the fiery dragon's attacks gradually became slower, and a trace of fatigue and despair flashed in its eyes. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu seized the opportunity and launched a final offensive at the same time. Nuo Lin's short blade was like a meteor across the night sky, carrying endless power, piercing straight into the heart of the fiery dragon, while Xiang Tianlu's long sword was like a dragon soaring into the sky, transforming into a dazzling sword light, slashing towards the neck of the fiery dragon from another direction. Bang! With a loud bang, the huge body of the fiery dragon exploded in the air, turning into countless burning fragments and falling on a scorched earth. At that moment, the world seemed to be silent, with only the crackling sound of the burning flames and the two people's rapid breathing echoing. We succeeded? Nuo Lin panted, looking at everything in front of him, somewhat incredulous. His short blade was stuck in the ground, and his hands were shaking slightly, which was the result of a mixture of excitement and fatigue. After the fiery, blazing dragon fell, the world seemed to fall into a brief silence. Only the crackling sound of the flames gradually dying out and the heavy breathing of the two people echoed above the scorched earth. Nuo Lin stood there, staring at the Nine Transformation spiritual lotus that was quietly blooming in the center of the flames, with indescribable excitement and awe surging in his heart. Brother Xiang, we really did it. Nuo Lin's voice was trembling a little, which was the fear of the life and death battle just now. but also the cherishment of the fruits of victory. He walked slowly towards the spiritual lotus, and every step seemed to be on the clouds, light and solemn. Xiang Tianlu smiled and nodded, his eyes full of satisfaction and appreciation. Yes, Nuo Lin, you have proved your strength with your courage and wisdom. This 9-transformation spiritual lotus is the reward you deserve. Under the gaze of the two, the 9-transformation spirit lotus slowly emitted a soft light. That light contained endless vitality and power, as if it could wash away all dust and restore all things to their true nature. Nuo Lin gently stretched out his hand, and the moment his fingertips touched the spiritual lotus, a warm and powerful force surged into his body, as if the warm current of spring melted all the fatigue in his body. Pain. Nuo Lin couldn't help but let out a low moan, which was the joy of power surging in her body and the happiness of her soul being sublimated. His eyes became brighter, and there was a faint light flowing under his skin. That was the new power given to him by the 9-transformation spirit lotus. Xiang Tianlu also felt the fluctuation of this power. He knew very well that Nuo Lin was no longer the young boy who had just started out, but had a powerful force that was enough to change his destiny. He felt proud and a little emotional. Nuo Lin, you have changed. You have become stronger and more resilient. Nuo Lin looked up at Xiang Tianlu, his eyes flashing with determination and gratitude. Brother Xiang, you taught me all this. Without your encouragement and help, I wouldn't be where I am today. This strength belongs not only to me, but also to the friendship and trust between us. The two smiled at each other. Without saying much, their tacit understanding went beyond words. They knew that from now on, no matter what challenges they faced, as long as they worked together, there would be no difficulties that could not be overcome. The world around them seemed to become different as their strength increased. The originally scorched land began to revive, and tender green sprouts broke through the soil, stretching their bodies towards the sky, eager to grow. The air is filled with freshness and vitality, as if even time has become slow and gentle at this moment. After being baptized by the power of the 9-turned spirit lotus, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu embarked on a new journey, their hearts filled with infinite longing for the future. They passed through a land blackened by battle, and the scene before them gradually became vivid and beautiful. Soon, a city called Ningxin City came into view. It was located on a vast plain, surrounded by lush mountains and forests, like a shining pearl inlaid on the earth. The gate of Ningxin City is majestic, and ancient totems are carved on the stone walls, as if telling the long history and legends of the city. On both sides of the city gate, the guards, dressed in neat armor and holding spears, looked solemn, guarding the peace of the city. After entering the city, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were immediately attracted by the prosperity here. There are shops on both sides of the street, selling a wide variety of goods, from rare herbs to exquisite accessories. The air is filled with the aroma of food, making people salivate. There is an endless stream of pedestrians, including nobles in gorgeous clothes and simple civilians, all with happy smiles on their faces, enjoying the peace and prosperity brought by this city. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianru strolled on the street, feeling this rare tranquility and beauty. They came to a medicine shop called Baikatang. Various precious herbs were placed in front of the shop, emitting a faint fragrance. Nuo Lin was quite interested in herbs and walked in. Inside the medicine shop, an old man with white hair and beard was sorting the herbs with his head down. When he saw Nuo Lin and the other person coming in, he greeted them with a smile. "Dear guests, welcome to Baikatang. We have all kinds of rare herbs here. What do you need?" Nuo Lin smiled and responded, "Old senior, I am quite interested in herbs and would like to see if there are any suitable for me." As he spoke, he began to carefully pick the herbs on the medicine shelf. Xiang Tianlu was looking at the exhibits in the medicine shop. He found that there were not only a wide variety of herbs here, but they were also arranged in an orderly manner. It was obvious that the old man had a deep knowledge of herbs. Nuo Lin walked around the medicine shop for a long time and finally selected some precious herbs. When he was about to pay, his eyes were suddenly attracted by an inconspicuous stall in the corner. There were some ordinary-looking stones and jades on the stall, but Nuo Lin sensed an unusual aura from them. He walked forward, picked up a seemingly ordinary stone, and looked at it carefully. The surface of this stone is rough, but it has a warm luster. Nuo Lin's heart moved, thinking that this stone might be unusual. "Old man, how much is this stone?" Nuo Lin asked the old man. The old man took a look at the stone and smiled. "I got this stone by chance, and it has been lying here without anyone noticing. Since you like it, I'll give it to you." Nuo Lin was overjoyed when he heard this and thanked him repeatedly. He held the stone, his heart full of anticipation. Seeing this, Xiang Tianlu also walked over and looked at the stone curiously. "Nuo Lin, do you think there is anything special about this stone?" Xiang Tianlu asked. Nuo Lin shook his head. "I can't really put it into words, but I always feel that it is different. Perhaps it hides some secret." The two left Bai Keitang and continued to travel in Ningxin City. They tasted local delicacies, bought exquisite jewelry, and enjoyed a wonderful acrobatic performance. In this peaceful and beautiful land, they temporarily forgot the fatigue and danger of the journey and enjoyed the rare relaxation and happiness. In the evening, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu came to an antique shop called Gaian's Hai. The shop is filled with various antiques and artworks, each of which exudes a unique historical charm. Nuo Lin was also quite interested in antiques, so he walked in. In-store, after walking around for a long time, their eyes were attracted by a small stall in the corner. There are some seemingly ordinary jade articles and trinkets on the stalls, but if you look closely you will find that they contain an extraordinary aura. Nuo Lin found a jade pendant with an ancient shape. There were complicated patterns carved on its surface, which seemed to contain some mysterious power. "How much is this jade pendant?" Nuo Lin asked the stall owner. The stall owner was an elderly man. He took a look at the jade pendant and said calmly, "This jade pendant was passed down from my ancestors and has been lying here with no one interested in it. Since you like it, please give me a price." Nuo Lin looked at the jade pendant carefully, and an inexplicable sense of intimacy surged in his heart. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "I am willing to exchange it with this stone." As he spoke, he took out the stone he had obtained from Bai Keitang from his arms. When the stall owner saw this, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He took the stone, looked at it carefully for a long time, and finally nodded. "Okay, although this stone looks ordinary, I can feel the extraordinary aura it contains. Use it to exchange for this jade pendant." Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were overjoyed. They knew they had found a bargain this time. After the transaction was completed, Nuo Lin carefully hung the ancient jade pendant around his neck. The jade pendant was close to his chest, and it seemed to send waves of warm and subtle fluctuations, making him feel unusual. Peace of mind. 1.0 Xiang Tianlu was standing by with a smile on his face, praising Nuo Lin's vision and luck. "Nuo Lin, you are so lucky. A piece of inconspicuous stone can be exchanged for such an extraordinary jade pendant. Maybe there is some unknown secret behind this jade pendant." "It's a secret," Xiang Tianlu joked, his eyes sparkling with curiosity and anticipation for the unknown. Nuo Lin smiled slightly and gently stroked the jade pendant, his heart also filled with a desire to explore the unknown. "Yes, Brother Xiang, I always feel that this jade pendant has some special connection with me. Maybe it can really bring me unexpected gains." The two left Gaian's Hai, and it was already late at night, but the streets of Ningxin City were still brightly lit and bustling. They decided to find another inn to rest and continue their journey tomorrow. Walking on the dimly lit streets, an inn called Moon Shadow Inn attracted their attention. Two bright lanterns were hung outside the inn, illuminating the surroundings as bright as day. A young man in a green shirt stood at the door, smiling and warmly greeting passers-by. "Dear guests, please come in. Our Moon Shadow Inn is one of the most famous inns in Ningxin City. We guarantee that you will have a comfortable stay." The servant's voice was clear and pleasant. It makes people feel good. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu smiled at each other and walked into the inn. The interior decoration of the inn is simple yet elegant. In the center of the lobby, stands a huge amount of mahogany table with several pots of blooming flowers on it. The air is filled with the faint fragrance of tea. The two found a seat by the window, ordered some local specialties, and prepared to enjoy a delicious dinner. While waiting for the food to be served, they talked about what they had gained today and their aspirations for the future journey. New Orleans, with the power of this jade pendant and the 9 transformation spiritual lotus, I believe our strength has reached a new level. No matter what difficulties we encounter in the following journey, we can face them bravely. Xiang Tianlu's words were full of confidence and determination. Nuo Lin nodded in agreement, his eyes sparkling with anticipation for the future. Yes, Brother Xiang, with you by my side, I'm not afraid of anything. We will definitely be able to reach the end and realize our dreams. Just then, a fragrant dish was served on the table, interrupting their conversation. The two smiled at each other and began to enjoy this delicious dinner. After dinner, the two returned to their respective rooms to rest. Nuo Lin lay on the bed, holding the jade pendant tightly in his hand, with indescribable excitement and anticipation surging in his heart. He closed his eyes, feeling the warm vibrations coming from the jade pendant, as if he could hear it telling an ancient and mysterious story. Accompanied by the jade pendant, Nuo Lin spent a peaceful and wonderful night. The next morning, when the first ray of sunlight shone into the room through the window, he slowly opened his eyes and felt refreshed and full of strength. He got up, put on his clothes, walked out of the room, and found Xiang Tianlu was already waiting for him in the lobby of the inn. The two smiled at each other, and without saying anything, they knew that they were both ready to set off. They walked out of the inn, facing the rising sun, and embarked on a new journey. The sunlight shone on the two of them, as if they were covered with a layer of golden armor, making their figures more upright and more imposing. Brother Xiang, I feel that something unusual will happen today. Nuo Lin frowned slightly, with an inexplicable premonition in his heart. Xiang Tianlu's eyes turned serious when he heard this. Yeah, I feel the same way. But no matter what we encounter, we must face it bravely. The two walked along the road, passed through the busy streets, and arrived at the outskirts of Ningxin City. This is a vast plain surrounded by mountains and picturesque scenery. However, beneath this beautiful scenery lies an unknown crisis. Suddenly, a cold breath came from the front, making the two of them feel nervous. They looked up and saw a dark shadow approaching them rapidly not far ahead. It was a figure wearing a black robe and a hideous mask on his face, revealing only a pair of cold eyes. Evil cultivator, Xiang Tianlu shouted in a low voice, and his body suddenly jumped up like a tiger descending the mountain and went towards the black shadow. Nuo Lin followed closely behind, and the two of them attacked the black shadow from the left and right. Xiang Tianlu's punches were as powerful as a dragon, and each punch contained overwhelming force, while Nuo Lin's figure was elusive, like a ghost, constantly wandering around the black shadow, looking for flaws in his attack. The black shadow was not to be outdone, and its figure was like a ghost, constantly shuttling between the two men, sometimes appearing behind Xiang Tianlu, sometimes appearing at the side of Nuo Lin, and each attack narrowly avoided the fatal blows of the two. You two mere brats dare to seek your death. The black shadow snorted coldly, his voice hoarse and harsh, like the cry of a night owl. Xiang Tianlu shouted angrily, Evil cultivator, stop being so arrogant. Today is the day you die. Before he finished speaking, Xiang Tianlu suddenly rose up again and rushed towards the black shadow like a cannonball. Nuo Lin followed closely behind, and the two cooperated well, one attacking and one defending, forcing the black shadow to retreat step by step. However, the black shadow did not seem to be in a hurry, but instead had a sneer on his face. Just when the two men's attacks slowed down, he suddenly flashed and appeared behind Xiang Tianlu, punching him on the back with a heavy punch. Xiang Tianlu only felt a huge force coming, and the whole person flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. Nuo Lin was horrified and quickly stepped forward to catch Xiang Tianlu and put him steadily on the ground. Brother Xiang, are you okay? Nuo Lin asked with concern. Xiang Tianlu's face was pale, with a trace of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, but his eyes were still firm. I'm fine, be careful. At this moment, a dark shadow attacked Nuo Lin again. Nuo Lin snorted coldly and instantly jumped up, engaging in a fierce battle with the black shadow. The two men fought back and forth, with fists whistling, and it was difficult to tell who was winning. Suddenly, Nuo Lin flashed and appeared beside the black shadow, punching him in the ribs with a heavy punch. The black shadow felt a sharp pain and staggered forward a few steps involuntarily. Nuo Lin took the opportunity and kicked him on the knee, knocking him to the ground. However, just as Nuo Lin was about to deal a fatal blow to the black shadow, he suddenly felt a cold breath coming from behind. He was startled and turned around quickly, only to see a black shadow like a ghost appear behind him and punch him in the head with a heavy punch. Nuo Lin turned his body sharply and narrowly avoided the fatal punch. A cold sweat rolled down his forehead. He knew very well how cunning and powerful this evil cultivator was, and he must not be careless at all. If you have some skills. The evil cultivator sneered, and his figure flashed again, like a ghost in the night, moving left and right, forward and backward, making it difficult to predict. Nuo Lin's eyes were solemn. He took a deep breath, and his figure became erratic, as if he had melted into the wind and integrated into the surrounding environment. He understood that the battle with the evil cultivators was not only a contest of strength, but also a competition of wisdom and speed. Boy, let's see how long you can hide. The voice of the evil cultivator was as piercing as ice. He attacked again. His fists were as strong as knives, and every blow was enough to split mountains and crack rocks. Nuo Lin's body was agile, moving through the wind of fists like a fish. He found the right moment, suddenly attacked, and punched the evil cultivator in the chest. However, the evil cultivator seemed to have anticipated this and easily dodged the attack by moving his body to the side. Hee, is this all you have? The evil cultivator laughed triumphantly. He attacked again. This time, his fists were even more fierce and rushed towards Nuo Lin like a violent storm. Nuo Lin's face was solemn. He knew that he could not continue to passively defend like this. He had to find the evil cultivator's weakness and give him a fatal blow. He turned rapidly, moving around the evil cultivator like a whirlwind, looking for an opportunity to attack. Suddenly, he discovered a tiny flaw in the evil cultivator. At the moment of his attack, his body would pause for a brief moment. A gleam of light flashed in Nuo Lin's eyes, and he jumped up like a flash of lightning, rushing towards the evil cultivator's weakness. Humph, you want to sneak attack me? The evil cultivator snorted coldly. He seemed to have noticed Nuo Lin's intention. He retreated backwards instantly and punched Nuo Lin at the same time. Nuo Lin turned in the air, cleverly avoiding the attack, and at the same time kicked the evil cultivator in the waist. The evil cultivator's body swayed, but he did not fall down. He threw a backhand punch, which collided with Nuo Lin's kick, making a deafening roar. The two men once again engaged in a fierce confrontation, with fists whistling and air waves rolling, and the surrounding vegetation was destroyed by this force. Boy, you are pretty good, but you will still die in my hands today. There was a fierceness in the evil cultivator's voice. He launched a fierce attack again, trying to defeat Nuo Lin in one fell swoop. Nuo Lin was not afraid at all. He was agile and fought a desperate battle with Yixiao. Every collision seemed to shatter the space, and every confrontation was terrifying. Evil cultivator, don't be so complacent. It's still unknown who will win today. Nuo Lin roared. He found the right moment again and punched the evil cultivator in the head. Nuo Lin's fist, with a whistling sound, was like a meteor streaking through the night sky, heading straight for the evil cultivator's head. The evil cultivator's expression suddenly changed. He had not expected that Nuo Lin could still burst out with such amazing strength under such circumstances. In a hurry, he could only raise his arms to protect his chest, trying to resist this attack. Bang! The sound of fists hitting flesh rang out like thunder, and air waves spread out, and the surrounding air seemed to be torn apart by this force. The evil cultivator's body flew backwards involuntarily, crashing into several thick ancient trees before he could barely stabilize his body. New All-In took advantage of the opportunity and moved through the woods like a ghost. Every time he appeared, he was accompanied by a fierce fist that went straight to the evil cultivator's vital points. Although the evil cultivator was quite powerful, he was overwhelmed by New All-In's torrential attack and could only barely resist. Boy, don't be too proud. It's still unknown who will win today. The evil cultivator roared. He knew very well that if he continued to be passive like this, he would definitely lose. Then, he jumped up and rushed towards New All-In like a wounded beast, regardless of everything. New All-In snorted coldly, and instead of retreating, he advanced and engaged in close combat with the evil cultivator. The two men's fists and feet fought each other, and each collision was accompanied by the sound of breaking bones and the roar of airwaves. The surrounding trees broke and collapsed under the impact of this force. The battle gradually entered a white-hot stage, and both New All-In and the evil cultivator tried their best. New All-In's eyes flashed with determination. He knew that at this moment, he could not retreat or hesitate. The evil cultivator had a ferocious look on his face, as if he wanted to vent all his resentment and anger on New All-In. Suddenly, New All-In found a perfect opportunity. He moved his body to the side, cleverly avoiding the evil cultivator's heavy punch, and at the same time kicked the evil cultivator on the knee. The evil cultivator only felt a sharp pain. His knees went weak, and he lost his balance. New All-In took the opportunity and punched the evil cultivator in the abdomen. The evil cultivator seemed to be hit hard and flew backwards with blood gushing out his mouth. He struggled to get up, but New All-In was already in front of him, punching him one after another like raindrops. Evil cultivator, you have committed many evil deeds. Today is your end. New All-In's voice was cold and firm, and each of his punches contained endless power and anger. Finally, under New All-In's continuous attacks, the evil cultivator's body gradually lost its response and finally fell to the ground, motionless. New All-In stood there, gasping for breath, his body covered with scars, but his eyes were shining with victory. The surrounding scene was in a mess, with fallen trees and withered grass, as if the land could not withstand the fierce battle just now. New All-In looked at the evil cultivator lying on the ground, and a complex emotion surged in his heart. There is both the joy of victory and reflection on the cruelty of battle. He turned to look at Xiang Tianlu, who was struggling to sit up. Although his face was pale, there was an unyielding light in his eyes. "Brother Xiang, are you okay?" New All-In asked again with concern, and at the same time took a few steps forward and supported Xiang Tianlu's shoulders. Xiang Tianlu shook his head slightly, with a bitter smile on his face. "I'm fine, just slightly injured. But you, New All-In, you are really awesome. The two of us joined forces and actually defeated such a powerful evil cultivator." New All-In also smiled when he heard this. He knew that this victory was not only his own achievement, but also the result of their joint efforts fighting side by side. He looked around and saw that the once lush forest had been devastated by the battle, and he couldn't help feeling apologetic. "We have to get out of here quickly, find a place to rest, and then continue. Move forward." Xiang Tianlu struggled to stand up and said with a firm look. New All-In nodded, and the two began to clean up the battlefield, moving the fallen trees away and clearing a passage. Then they walked along the passage, looking for a place to rest. In the wilderness, the two walked side by side. As night fell, the sky gradually darkened and the stars began to twinkle in the sky. They followed a winding path lined with dense bushes and jagged rocks. Occasionally, a breeze blows, bringing a hint of coolness and the fragrance of flowers and plants in the distance. The two continued to move forward, and along the way they saw many strange sights. Sometimes it is a barren desert with undulating sand dunes like golden waves. Sometimes it is a dense forest with tall trees reaching into the sky and lush branches and leaves. Sometimes it is a clear. The gurgling stream seems to be telling an ancient story. They walked along the path for an unknown amount of time before suddenly, a mountain towering into the clouds appeared in front of them. The mountains are majestic and spectacular, as if they're the backbone of the earth, reaching straight into the sky. At the top of the mountain, there seems to be a strange light flashing, which makes people yearn for it. Brother Xiang, look at that mountain. Nuo Lin pointed ahead, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Looking in the direction of Nuo Lin's finger, I saw that the mountain was particularly eye-catching in the night sky. That mountain seems a little unusual. Why don't I go take a look? Nuo Lin nodded, and the two quickened their pace, heading towards the mountain. As they got closer, the mountain seemed more and more mysterious. The mountain seemed to be covered with a layer of mist, making it impossible to see its true appearance. And at the top of the mountain, the strange light became brighter and brighter, as if guiding them in the direction of progress. As the two gradually approached the towering mountain, the air seemed to become heavier, carrying a sense of oppression and uneasiness. The mist on the mountain peak lingered like a ghost, obscuring the view of the mountain top, while the strange light became more and more blazing, like the most dazzling star in the night sky, tempting. Watch them keep moving forward. There's something strange about this mountain, so we'd better be careful. Xiang Tianlu's voice rang out in the dull air, with a hint of solemnity that was barely noticeable. His eyes were sharp, and he was always alert to changes around him. Nuo Lin nodded, but the curiosity and desire to explore in his heart grew like weeds and was difficult to contain. Brother Xiang, no matter what, since we are already here, we can't give up halfway. At this moment, a subtle but rapid rustling sound came from the bushes not far away, breaking the silence of the night. The two men looked at each other and simultaneously turned their bodies to the side, clinging to the rocks beside them, their eyes sharp as torches, staring at the direction where the sound came from. I saw a group of colorful spirit insects surging out from the bushes. They had different shapes. Some had many legs like centipedes, some were sharp like scorpions, and some were as sharp as poisonous snakes. The body twisted, emitting a disgusting stench and deadly toxins. As if they were summoned by something, they quickly approached the direction where the two were. Oh no, it's a tide of poisonous insects. Xiang Tianlu's face suddenly changed. He knew very well how terrible these poisonous insects were. Once surrounded by them, the consequences would be disastrous. Nuo Lin's heart also tightened, but he did not retreat. Instead, a hint of fighting spirit flashed in his eyes. Brother Xiang, let's stand back to back and rush out together. Before he finished speaking, Nuo Lin suddenly jumped up and rushed towards the weak point of the poisonous insect tide like a wild horse. His fists were accompanied by whistling sounds, and every time he swung his fists, there was a tragic sight of blood and flesh flying everywhere. The poisonous insects that tried to stop him were instantly smashed into meat paste. Xiang Tianlu followed closely behind, his figure moving among the swarm of poisonous insects like a ghost, and every move he made was precise and deadly. His palms were like two sharp blades, cutting the bodies of the poisonous insects and killing them. However, the number of poisonous insects was too large, seemingly endless, and they kept coming one after another, constantly swarming towards the two. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood and stench, making it suffocating. This is not a solution. We must find their source, otherwise we will never get away. Xiang Tianlu shouted loudly while fighting hard against the enemies. Nuo Lin's heart moved when he heard this, and he suddenly discovered a pattern. These poisons seemed to come from the direction of the mountain. He immediately understood what Xiang Tianlu meant. The two looked at each other and nodded in tacit understanding. Brother Xiang, come with me. Nuo Lin flashed and rushed towards the mountain. Xiang Tianlu followed closely behind, and the two of them rushed left and right among the swarm of poisonous insects, like two flashes of lightning, and quickly approached the mountain. As they approached the mountain, the number of poisonous insects gradually decreased. But at this moment, a stronger gust of wind whistled down from the mountain peak, accompanied by a heart-pounding pressure. The two looked up and saw a huge poisonous insect hanging on the cliff of the mountain. It was emitting a faint light all over its body, and it was the source of those strange lights. Oh no, this is the king of poisonous insects. Xiang Tianlu's face changed drastically. He knew very well that the strength of the king of poisonous insects should not be underestimated. Nuo Lin's heart sank, but he did not back down. Instead, he became more determined to fight. Brother Xiang, let's go together and kill this poisonous insect king. The two men suddenly jumped up and rushed towards King Chu on the top of the mountain. The two men moved as fast as lightning, crossing a distance of several feet in an instant and heading straight for the poisonous insect king hanging on the cliff. At the top of the mountain, the wind was howling, as if even the space was torn apart by this fierce momentum. The king of poisonous insects seemed to feel the threat from the two people. It let out a sharp and piercing cry, its voice full of anger and unwillingness. Then, its body began to twist violently, and countless tiny poisonous insects poured out from its body surface, like a black cloud, overwhelming towards the two people. "Be careful," Xiang Tianlu shouted, and with a wave of his hands, a powerful air wave burst out with him as the center, instantly shattering the poisonous insects that came towards him. However, more poisonous insects appeared like an endless tide, as if they could never be killed. Nuo Lin snorted coldly, and instead of retreating, he rushed forward and rushed into the swarm of poisonous insects like a tiger. His fists swung out like a violent storm, and every time they hit the poisonous insect, there was a sound of bones breaking. However, these poisonous insects seemed to feel no pain and continued to swarm towards him one after another. Seeing this, Xiang Tianlu was moved. He knew very well that this was not a solution, and he had to find the king of poisonous insects' weakness as soon as possible. Otherwise, both of them would be doomed. He suddenly remembered something and shouted, "Nuo Lin, be careful of its mouth parts. That's where it sprays poison." Nuo Lin's heart moved when he heard this. He immediately adjusted the direction of his attack and attacked the mouth parts of the poisonous insect king. However, the king of poisonous insects was extremely cunning. It constantly twisted its body to avoid Nuo Lin's attack. At this moment, Xiang Tianlu also joined the battle. He moved through the swarm of poisonous insects like a ghost, and each of his moves accurately hit the poisonous insect that tried to get close to the two of them. His palms were like two sharp daggers, constantly leaving deep scars on the body of the poisonous insect king. The two of them, one attacking and one defending, cooperated perfectly. They constantly approached the king of poison insects, trying to find an opportunity to kill him with 10 strikes. Finally, in a fierce confrontation, Nuo Lin caught a flaw in the king of poisonous insects. He jumped up suddenly and rushed towards the king of poisonous insects like a cannonball. His fist hit the mouth parts of the poisonous insect king like a meteorite. With a crisp sound of bones breaking, the mouth parts of the poisonous insect king were smashed to pieces in an instant. At the same time, Xiang Tianlu also seized the opportunity. He waved his hands, and a powerful energy wave burst out from his palms, instantly piercing through the body of the king of Yu. The king of poisonous insects let out a shrill scream, and its body began to tremble violently, and then gradually lost its vitality. The poisonous insects that were originally rushing towards the two of them seemed to have lost control and fell to the ground one after another. As the king of poisonous insects fell, the surrounding air seemed to freeze for a moment, and then those poisonous insects that had lost control fell down like fallen leaves in the autumn wind without a sound. At the top of the mountain, the sound of the wind seemed to become much softer, bringing with it a hint of tranquility after surviving a disaster. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other, their eyes flickering with gratitude and determination for surviving the disaster. They knew that although they had temporarily escaped the threat of the king of poisonous insects, the road ahead was still long and unknown dangers still awaited them. "Brother Xiang, let's keep moving forward." Nuo Lin's voice was firm. He knew that only by moving forward could they find what they wanted. Xiang Tianlu nodded, and his eyes swept around to confirm that there were no other threats. Then he slowly spoke. Okay, let's be careful. There is no telling how many dangers are hidden on this mountain. The two set out on the road again. Their steps became more cautious, and they were always alert to changes in their surroundings. The terrain at the top of the mountain was extremely steep, and they had to move forward carefully along the cracks in the cliffs and the protruding rocks. At this moment, a sudden sound of wind sounded again, followed by a powerful energy wave coming from the front. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were both shocked. They immediately stopped and stared straight ahead. Not far ahead, I saw a huge amount of cracks across the cliff, and from the cracks, there was a faint heart-pounding smell. This aura is completely different from the aura of the king of poisonous insects just now, but it is also full of danger and destruction. There was a hint of solemnity in Xiang Tianlu's voice. He knew very well that there might be a more powerful existence hidden in this crack. Nuo Lin's heart sank, but he did not retreat. Instead, a hint of fighting spirit flashed in his eyes. No matter what lies ahead, we cannot retreat. Brother Xiang, let's go and take a look together. Xiang Tianlu heard this and nodded. The two of them set out on the road again, and this time, their goal was to go straight to the huge amounts of cracks. As they gradually approached the crack, the heart-pounding smell became stronger and stronger. The nerves of both men were stretched to the limit. They knew that once they stepped into the crack, they would face unknown dangers. Finally, they came to the edge of the crack. Xiang Tianlu took a deep breath and then slowly stepped into the crack. Nuo Lin followed closely behind, and the two of them instantly disappeared into the depths of the crack. Inside the crack, the sun was pitch black. Only the occasional sound of wind and energy fluctuations can make people feel the existence of this place. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu walked forward cautiously, their hands tightly clasped together, as if only in this way could they find a sense of security in this unknown darkness. At this moment, a low roar suddenly came from the front. Then, a powerful energy wave came from the front, as if some huge monster was awakening. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were both shocked. They immediately stopped and stared straight ahead. In the darkness, the low roar was like the breathing of an ancient giant beast. Every vibration made the surrounding air seem to solidify, making it so oppressive that it was difficult to breathe. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu stood back to back. Their heartbeats were particularly clear in the silent darkness. Every beat seemed to be preparing for the upcoming unknown challenges. Brother Xiang, what do you think this is? Nuo Lin's voice trembled slightly, although he tried to stay calm, facing this unknown fear. Any strong appearance seemed so fragile. Xiang Tianlu was silent for a moment, his eyes flickering in the darkness, as if looking for something. I don't know, but I can feel that this power is beyond our imagination. We have to be careful and not take it lightly. At this moment, the air around began to flow, and faint lights slowly rose from the depths of the crack, like starlight, lighting up a glimmer of hope in this dark world. These lights seem to have some kind of pattern. They slowly rotate around a certain center and gradually form a halo of huge amounts. Look, Nuo Lin pointed forward, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Looking in the direction of Nuo Lin's finger, Xiang Tianlu saw a vague figure slowly emerging in the center of the halo. The figure was tall and majestic, as if he was a god from ancient times, emanating an indescribable majesty and power. What is this? Xiang Tianlu's voice was low and solemn. He had never seen such a scene before, and a feeling of awe rose in his heart. Nuo Lin was also stunned. He muttered to himself, could this be the secret of the mountain top? Have we really found it? As the figure gradually became clearer, the air around them began to become hotter, and waves of heat rushed towards them, forcing the two men to use all their strength to resist. The figure seemed to sense the presence of the two people. It slowly turned its head. Its pair of deep eyes were like the abyss, making people feel as if their souls were being sucked away at a glance. The figure slowly turned, causing the surrounding air to solidify like slurry, and every breath caused a slight tremor in the space. Its eyes were deep, like two bottomless ancient pools, revealing an antiquity and vicissitudes that transcended the mortal world. It stared directly at Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu, making the two people's souls seem to be gently grasped by an invisible giant hand, unable to break free. What kind of power is this? Nuo Lin's voice was squeezed out from his throat with difficulty. He felt an unprecedented sense of oppression, and the blood in his body was churning, as if it would explode out of control at any time. Adag, Xiang Tianlu looked solemn. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his inner shock, and whispered, "I don't know, but we must be careful. We can easily counter this force." Before he finished speaking, the figure suddenly took a step forward. The whole space seemed to tremble slightly because of this step. An indescribable pressure surged like a tide, instantly drowning Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu. Their clothes fluttered in the wind, their hair stood on end, and their skin ached slightly under the pressure. "Fight!" Xiang Tianlu roared. The vital energy in his body surged violently. He quickly formed seals with his hands, and a bright light shone around him, as if an ancient god of war had resurrected, trying to fight against the invisible oppression with his own will and strength. Nuo Lin was not to be outdone. His eyes widened, his blood boiling, and violent energy surged out of his body, turning into a dazzling light that shone in harmony with the light of Shangtian Road. Together, they resisted the unknown pressure. At this moment, the figure moved again. It did not use any weapons, but simply waved its hand, and a deafening roar erupted in the air, as if countless thunders exploded at the same time, tearing the entire space into pieces. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu only felt an irresistible force coming at them, and their bodies involuntarily retreated backwards, breaking pieces of hard rocks along the way, with dust flying and gravel scattering everywhere. They tried their best to barely keep their bodies steady, but their faces were already pale and there were traces of blood at the corners of their mouths. "We can't go on like this. We must find its weakness." Xiang Tianlu shouted loudly, trying to suppress the surging blood in his body. Nuo Lin nodded, his eyes flashing with determination. "Yes, no matter what it is, there is always a weakness. Let's try again." The two of them gathered their strength once again. This time, they no longer blindly resisted, but tried to find the pattern of the figure's movements and the possible subtle flaws in that power. The battle broke out again. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were like two streams of light, shuttling back and forth in this narrow space, sometimes attacking, sometimes dodging. Every confrontation was accompanied by a deafening roar and flying sparks. However, that figure seemed to never tire, and every attack was just right to resolve the offensive of the two men, and even the occasional counterattack made the two men feel unprecedented crisis. The battle gradually became fierce. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu's physical strength and vitality were rapidly consumed, but the fighting spirit in their hearts became more and more high. They knew that this was a battle of life and death, and only by trying their best could they find a glimmer of hope. At this moment, the figure suddenly stopped attacking, slowly raised its hand, and pointed to the sky. An invisible crack quietly appeared there, as if it was a portal leading to another world crystal. This, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other, their hearts filled with confusion and uneasiness. An inexplicable light flashed in the eyes of that figure, as if he was telling something, but it was elusive. Then it flashed and turned into a stream of light, rushing into the invisible crack and disappearing without a trace. At the moment when the figure disappeared into the invisible crack, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were still immersed in shock and confusion. Suddenly, an ancient and mysterious power surged out from the crack, like a surging river, pouring into their bodies unstoppably. Nuo Lin only felt a warm force rushing down from the top of his head, flowing through his limbs and bones. Every cell in his body seemed to be awakened by this force, emitting unprecedented vitality. His muscles swelled instantly, and his bones made crisp sounds as if they were being reshaped. Strength boiled in his body, almost breaking through the restraints and bursting out. Nuo Lin roared to the sky, his voice full of shock and ecstasy. He felt more powerful than ever before, as if the whole world was shaking under his feet. Xiang Tianlu also experienced such a change. He closed his eyes and let the power rage in his body, pushing him to a whole new realm. His breath became deep and long, as if resonating with the heaven and earth. Every breath he took affected the surrounding space and produced subtle fluctuations. When they opened their eyes again, their gazes had become firm and deep, as if they could see through the essence of everything in the world. They looked at each other, and without saying anything, they could read the shock and surprise in each other's eyes. What kind of power is this? Xiang Tianlu exclaimed in a low voice, his fists clenched tightly, feeling the surging power in his body, as if the whole world was in his hands. Nuo Lin was also very excited. He waved his arms, and strong winds formed vortices around him. It seemed that even the space was pulled by his power. We really did it. This power is enough for us to face any challenge. The two smiled at each other, and then, without prior agreement, they both chose to test this newfound power. Nuo Lin's figure flashed and turned into a residual shadow. He instantly appeared in front of the rock wall in the distance. He threw a punch, and there was a loud bang. The hard rock wall was shattered by his punch, and gravel flew everywhere and dust flew. Xiang Tianlu formed seals with his hands and muttered something. A bright light burst out from his palms and turned into a huge amounts of lightsaber, slashing towards the nothingness in the air. Wherever the lightsaber passed, the space seemed to be split in two, leaving a clear crack that took a long time to heal. Just as Xiang Tianlu's lightsaber slashed through space, leaving behind a crack that took a long time to heal, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu both felt the surging power in their bodies, as if countless rivers were surging in their chests, eager to be vented. This power is too strong. We have to find a way to control it. Nuo Lin's eyes flickered as he looked towards Xiang Tianlu, with both excitement and worry in his eyes. Nodding to Tianlu, he knew very well that if this power could not be controlled, it would be like a flood and a beast that would devour them. So he suggested, I have heard that ancient power needs to be controlled by ancient formations. Let's try and see if we can set up a formation that can control this power with our current strength. Nuo Lin's eyes lit up when he heard this. He knew very well that Xiang Tianlu was quite accomplished in the art of formation, so this proposal might be feasible. So, the two of them immediately decided to use this broken space as the formation base and the power in their bodies as the formation source, and together set up an unprecedentedly powerful formation. The two figures flashed again, like two streams of light, shuttling through the space. They were either making hand seals or chanting spells, and every movement was accompanied by a slight tremor in the space, as if even the heaven and earth were shaking with their actions. As time went by, a huge formation composed of light and runes gradually took shape under their feet. In that formation, light flowed and runes flashed. Every ray of light contained endless power, and every rune told an ancient mystery. It's done. When the last rune fell, Xiang Tianlu shouted. Then he pushed with both hands and injected all the strength in his body into the formation. Nuo Lin was the same. His eyes widened, he roared, and poured out all his strength, merging with the formation. In an instant, the entire space seemed to be lit up, and the light in the formation was bright, as if countless stars were shining in it, and as if countless dragon roars and phoenix cries were echoing in it. However, just as the formation was about to be completed, something strange happened. The originally peaceful space was suddenly filled with an inexplicable wave, as if something was trying to break free from its restraints. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were both shocked. They felt the power was so strong that it was not something they could easily control. Quick, increase the strength. We can't let this power get out of control. Xiang Tianlu shouted. He quickly formed seals with his hands and injected more power into the formation. Nuo-Lin also tried his best. The power in his body erupted like a volcano, reflecting the light in the formation, and together they fought against the inexplicable fluctuations. However, the fluctuations became stronger and stronger, as if an invisible hand was trying to tear apart this space and completely release that power. Boom! At this moment, a loud noise was heard, and the light in the formation suddenly flashed, illuminating the entire space. Immediately afterwards, an indescribable powerful force surged out from the formation, like a violent storm sweeping over. Nuo-Lin and Xiang Tianlu only felt a huge force coming at them, and their bodies involuntarily retreated backwards, breaking rocks along the way, with dust flying and gravel scattering everywhere. They tried their best to barely keep their bodies steady, but their faces were already pale and there were traces of blood at the corners of their mouths. What's going on? Nuo-Lin gasped heavily. He looked at Xiang Tianlu, his eyes full of confusion and anxiety. Xiang Tianlu also looked confused. He shook his head and said, I don't know, but this power is definitely not something we can easily control. We have to be careful, otherwise. Before he finished speaking, there was another loud noise from the formation, and then an even stronger wave surged out from it, as if it was going to tear the entire space apart. Nuo-Lin and Xiang Tianlu only felt an unprecedented crisis coming. They looked at each other, their eyes filled with determination. No matter where this power comes from, no matter how powerful it is, we can't let it get out of control. Nuo-Lin shouted, and he gathered his strength again, preparing for the final confrontation with that power. Nuo-Lin formed seals with his hands, muttered something, and activated the formation again to suppress the power. Just as Nuo-Lin was about to activate the formation again to suppress the ancient power that was about to get out of control, a low and long beast roar suddenly echoed in this broken space. The voice contained endless majesty and anger, as if a sleeping beast had been awakened and was venting its dissatisfaction. Nuo-Lin and Xiang Tianlu were both shocked. They immediately realized that the change in power might have brought about some unpredictable existence. They turned around quickly, looking intently, trying to find the source of the sound in the dim space. At this moment, a huge figure suddenly jumped out from the shadows, like a flash of lightning, and rushed towards Nuo-Lin. It was a huge amount of monster, more than 10 feet long, covered with red scales, and strange flame patterns flickered on the scales, as if every scale contained destructive power. Its eyes were like two burning flames, flashing with coldness and cunningness, and its mouth continuously spewed out red flames, burning the surrounding air and causing it to distort. Heavenly poison flame spirit snake. Xiang Tianlu's face changed drastically, and he immediately recognized the identity of this monster. The sky poison flame snake is an extremely rare monster. Not only is it extremely powerful, it is also good at controlling fire and poison. It is one of the monsters that countless warriors dream of, but it is also the nightmare of countless people. Nuo-Lin was also startled. He had not expected that this sudden change in power would attract such a powerful monster. But at this moment, he had no way to retreat and could only fight this poisonous fire snake with all his strength. Huh! Nuo-Lin shouted. He formed seals with his hands, muttered something, and once again activated the formation that was about to be completed. I saw the light in the formation become brighter again, as if countless stars were shining in it, and as if countless dragon roars and phoenix cries were echoing in it. That light contained all the strength and will of Nuo-Lin and Xiang Tianlu, as if it was going to tear this space apart. However, the poisonous fire snake was not afraid at all. It spit out a red flame from its mouth again. The flame was like a fire dragon, rushing straight towards Nuo-Lin. Nuo-Lin dodged the flaming attack narrowly. But at this moment, The flames suddenly exploded in the air, turning into countless tiny flame runes, like a huge flame net, trapping Nuo Lin tightly. Not good. Upon seeing this, Xiang Tianlu immediately mobilized the power in his body to try to break the huge net of fire. However, the flame runes seemed to have life, constantly changing its shape and position, making it difficult for Xiang Tianlu to grasp its pattern. Nuo Lin was trapped in a huge net of fire, and he felt the scorching flames constantly eroding his body and soul. He gritted his teeth, formed seals with his hands again, and tried to use his own strength to break through the shackles of the huge net of fire. "Break it for me," Nuo Lin shouted, and the power in his body seemed to boil, turning into a bright light and rushing straight towards the flaming Skynet. With a loud bang, the huge flaming net was finally broken by Nuo Lin's powerful strength, turning into countless tiny flaming runes and dissipating in the air. However, at this moment, the poisonous fire snake attacked again. It flashed like a red lightning and headed straight for Nuo Lin. Nuo Lin dodged again, trying to avoid the fatal blow. But the poisonous fire snake seemed to have seen through his intentions and suddenly spit out a stream of green venom from its mouth, heading straight for Nuo Lin's face. "Be careful!" Xiang Tianlu was horrified. He immediately mobilized the power in his body, turned into a ray of light, and rushed straight towards the poison. With a slight hiss sound, the venom was broken by Xiang Tianlu's powerful force, turning into a green smoke and dissipating in the air. However, the battle is far from over. The poisonous fire snake seemed to be enraged. It kept spitting out flames and venom from its mouth, trying to completely destroy Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu tried their best and fought a desperate battle with this powerful sister beast. Nuo Lin's figure was as fast as lightning, constantly shuttling through space, and each attack contained endless power and will. Xiang Tianlu was making hand seals and muttering to himself, constantly urging the formation that was about to be completed, trying to suppress the monster. However, the poisonous flame snake seemed endless. No matter how Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu attacked, it could recover quickly and attack again. This battle seemed to be endless, making Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu feel unprecedented fatigue and despair. Nuo Lin retreated violently, narrowly avoiding another round of flames from the sky poison flame snake. The blazing flames almost licked the corners of his clothes, bringing a heart-pounding, burning sensation. His face was solemn, and his eyes were sharp as he stared at the terrifying creature in front of him that seemed to have crawled out of hell. He knew in his heart that the real test had just begun. "Zero request flowers. Xiang Tianlu, you and I must join forces to not let this beast destroy our formation base." Nuo Lin's voice sounded particularly firm amid the roaring echo. His fists were clenched tightly, and the spiritual power in his body surged, as if ready to explode at any time. He nodded to Tianlu, his eyes flashing with determination. "Don't worry. Although I'm not good at fighting, I'm confident that I can help you with the art of formation." As he spoke, he quickly formed seals with his hands and muttered something. Mysterious runes flew out from his fingertips and merged into the constantly rotating and radiant formation. The sky poison flame snake seemed to sense the two's determination. It let out a deafening roar, and the flames in its eyes became even more blazing, as if it wanted to burn the entire world to ashes. Its body suddenly shrank, and then it shot out like an arrow. It was so fast that even the air was torn apart by it, leaving behind a series of red tracks. "Come on," Nuo Lin shouted, and instead of retreating, he advanced. The spiritual power in his body exploded to the extreme, and the whole person seemed to turn into a golden lightning, confronting the sky poison flame spirit snake head-on. The fist wind and the flame collided, making a deafening roar, and the space seemed to tremble at this moment. Bang! The two collided, air waves overflowed, Nuo Lin's body swayed slightly, but then stabilized, and the fighting spirit in his eyes became stronger. The poisonous fire snake was also knocked back several steps by this force, with electric sparks flashing between its scales, and it was obvious that it had also suffered a great impact. Humph! A mere monster dares to show off in front of me. Nuo Lin sneered. He knew very well that the real battle had just begun, and the arrogance of this monster must be completely suppressed. The sky poison flame spirit snake seemed to have sensed Nuo Lin's power. It no longer attacked blindly, but began to slowly move around Nuo Lin and Xiangtian Road, looking for the best time to attack. Every breath was accompanied by the spurt of red flames, and the air was filled with a pungent smell of sulfur, which was suffocating. Xiang Tianlu, how is the formation going? Nuo Lin asked while watching the sky poison flame spirit snake vigilantly. It's almost done. We just need to hold on for a while longer, and we will be able to suppress it. Xiang Tianlu's voice came through the roar of battle. Although he sounded a little tired, his tone was full of confidence. At this moment, the sky poison flame snake suddenly leaped up. This time, it did not spit out flames, but opened its huge mouth, and a stream of rich green venom spurted out like a fountain, aiming directly at the core of the formation where Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were. "Be careful," Nuo Lin shouted, and he dodged the venom with amazing speed by moving his body to the side. However, the corrosive liquid splashed onto the surrounding rocks, dissolving them instantly and leaving behind patches of dark marks. "Xiang Tianlu, hurry," Nuo Lin urged. He knew that once the poison invaded the formation, the consequences would be disastrous. Xiang Tianlu's face was solemn. He quickly formed seals with his hands and chanted the spell faster. Mysterious runes emerged from his body and merged into the formation. The formation was shining brightly, as if countless stars were shining in it. An ancient and powerful aura spread out, forming a confrontation with the venom of the sky poison flame spirit snake. Xiang Tianlu's expression became more and more focused, with fine beads of sweat oozing from his forehead. He resonated with the spiritual power surging between heaven and earth, as if he wanted to condense all the power of the world into that formation. He shouted in a low voice, "The sky and the earth are boundless. The way of formation returns." As the words fell, the light of the formation suddenly became extremely bright, forming a light curtain that isolated the venom from outside. The moment the corrosive green liquid touched the light curtain, it made a hissing sound and emitted bursts of white smoke, and was quickly neutralized. When the sky poison flame snake saw this, a hint of human-like astonishment flashed in its eyes, and then it became even more angry. It growled continuously, and flames swirled around its body, as if it wanted to burn the entire world to ashes. It exerted force again, and its huge body twisted in the air like a red dragon, rushing towards the light curtain with the power to destroy the world. "Nuo Lin, give me a hand." Xiang Tianlu's voice sounded unusually firm amid the roar. He knew that he could not sustain it for too long by himself. Nuo Lin didn't hesitate at all when he heard this. The spiritual power in his body was boiling, as if a river was rushing in his chest. He shouted loudly, and his body turned into golden lightning again, rushing towards the sky poison flame spirit snake, fighting it head-on. The fist wind collided with the scales, making a metallic symphony. Every confrontation made the space tremble, as if even the stars were shaking. "You evil beast, today is your end." Nuo Lin's voice echoed in the roar, and his 420 fists fell like raindrops, each time carrying the power of shattering mountains and rivers, and engaged in a fierce close combat with the Tianwei flame spirit snake. The sky poison flame snake roared in pain. It had never encountered such a tough opponent before. It kept spewing flames and venom, but Nuo Lin dodged them all with amazing speed and strength. Cracks began to appear on its scales, traces of being shattered by Nuo Lin's fists. Blood seeped out and intertwined with the flames, making it look even more hideous. "Xiang Tianlu, hold on. I will be able to deal with this beast soon." Nuo Lin's voice was filled with unquestionable firmness. He knew very well that he was already close to his limit at this moment, but his desire for victory made him burst out with unprecedented strength. On the other side of Xiangtian Road, the light of the formation began to flicker, and it was obvious that it had reached a critical moment. His eyes were tightly closed, and spiritual energy surged throughout his body, as if he was conversing with the heaven and earth, seeking the final breakthrough. At this moment, the sky poison flame spirit snake seemed to sense the weakness of the formation. It suddenly changed direction and rushed towards the core of the formation regardless of everything, trying to destroy it all at the last minute. "Don't even think about it," Nuo Lin roared. His body turned into a golden afterimage and instantly appeared in front of the sky poison flame spirit snake, blocking the fatal blow with his flesh and blood. The two collided with a thunderous sound that shook the earth. Nuo Lin's figure drew a graceful arc in the air and fell heavily to the ground. Blood flowed from the corners of his mouth, but his eyes were still burning with an unyielding flame. Nuo Lin's body slammed hard onto the ground, raising dust. The ground seemed unable to withstand the force and cracked, forming shocking cracks. But he endured the severe pain all over his body like an immortal god of war, and stood up again with difficulty, his eyes like torches, staring at the poisonous flame spirit snake that was about to take advantage of the opportunity to sneak in. "Xiang Tianlu, give me a little more time." Nuo Lin's voice was hoarse and firm. Although his spiritual power was almost exhausted, his indomitable will was like a raging fire that would never be extinguished. When Xiang Tianlu heard this, his eyes suddenly opened, with a look of determination in them. He knew very well that this was a matter of life and death, and there was no room for hesitation. He formed seals with his hands quickly and muttered something. Every word seemed to contain ancient power and resonate with heaven and earth. In the mysterious sect of heaven and earth, all things return to one. The art of formation is infinite and can seal everything. As Xiang Tianlu shouted, the originally flickering light of the formation surged again, forming a more solid barrier that trapped the Tianwei flame spirit snake. The sky poison flame snake let out a deafening roar. It felt the threat of death, and its eyes flashed with madness and unwillingness. It struggled desperately, flames surging around it like a tide, trying to break through the shackles that bound it. Today is the day you die." Nuo Lin snorted coldly, and the spiritual power in his body surged again. Although it was weak, his tenacity and perseverance made him burst out with amazing power. His figure flashed like a ghost, and each time he appeared, he was accompanied by a gust of fist wind, and he launched a final life and death battle with the sky poison flame spirit snake. The wind from the fists and the flames intertwined, and the air was filled with the pungent smell of sulfur and blood. Each of Nuo Lin's punches seemed to contain the power to shatter mountains and rivers, smashing the scales of the sky poison flame spirit snake piece by piece. The blood and flames intertwined together, forming a sad and beautiful picture. The sky poison flame snake roared in pain, and its body began to shrink gradually, which was a sign that its vitality was rapidly fading. But it still did not give up struggling, with a crazy light flashing in its eyes, as if it wanted to drag Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu into the abyss of death. "Xiang Tianlu, hurry!" Nuo Lin's voice was filled with anxiety. He knew that he had reached his limit at this moment, and had to rely on Xiang Tianlu's power to completely defeat the monster. Upon hearing this, Xiang Tianlu quickened the speed of forming seals with his hands, and the spell he chanted sounded like thunder. The light of the formation became brighter and brighter, as if countless stars were shining in it, and an ancient and powerful force was quietly gathering. "Nuo Lin, hold on." Xiang Tianlu's voice came amid the roar, with unquestionable firmness. Nuo Lin felt a warm feeling in his heart when he heard this. He took a deep breath and burst out with amazing strength again, punching the head of the sky poison flame spirit snake. The hard scales shattered instantly, and blood splattered everywhere. The sky poison flame spirit snake let out one last shrill roar. Then its body softened and fell to the ground, without a sound. There was still a gleam of unwillingness in its eyes, but the fire of life had been completely extinguished. The two men continued to move forward, passing through the woodland that had been devastated by the battle, each step taken with firm belief and determination. The last rays of the setting sun shone on them, coating their backs with a layer of golden glow, as if crowning their bravery and perseverance. As night fell, the surroundings gradually became quiet and mysterious, with only the occasional roar of animals in the distance breaking the tranquility. Nuo-Lin and Xiang Tianlu walked side by side in the forest, devastated by the battle. Every step they took was over broken trees and charred branches. The air was still filled with a mixed smell of sulfur and blood, but this smell now became a testimony to their victory. Xiang Tianlu, look at the sunset. How beautiful it is. Nuo-Lin broke the silence. His voice was a little tired, but more of it was emotion for the scene before him. The setting sun was like molten gold, stretching the two figures out, as if to freeze this moment of bravery and perseverance forever. Xiang Tianlu looked up at the setting sun that was about to sink into the horizon, and a hint of tenderness flashed in his eyes. Yes, Nuo-Lin, we really did it. This sunset is like the best reward for us. The two continued to move forward, passing through the woodland destroyed by the battle. Each step seemed unusually heavy, but their eyes were unusually firm. At the end of the woods is a vast grassland. The afterglow of the setting sun shines on it, like a layer of golden velvet carpet, appearing quiet and peaceful. Xiang Tianlu, what do you think is behind this grassland? Nuo-Lin's voice was filled with curiosity and expectation, as if he had already seen the unknown challenges and opportunities waiting ahead. Xiang Tianlu shook his head, with a glimmer of exploration in his eyes. I don't know Nuo-Lin, but no matter what it is, as long as we fight side by side, nothing is impossible. The two quickened their pace and crossed the golden grassland. At the end of the grassland was a majestic mountain range with its peaks towering into the clouds, as if connected to the sky. The afterglow of the setting sun dances on the mountaintop, casting a mysterious veil over the mountain range. Look, that mountain is so spectacular. Nuo-Lin pointed ahead, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Xiang Tianlu nodded. His eyes passed through the mountain, as if he had already seen the other side of the mountain, where there might be a wider world waiting for them to explore. The two continued to move forward. As night fell, the surroundings gradually became quiet and mysterious. The wind on the grassland blows gently, bringing cool breezes and the call from afar. The wind on the grassland gradually died down, and the night was as dark as ink, enveloping the world in depth. Although the stars are hidden, the silvery moonlight penetrates the night sky like a fine thread, covering the silent grassland with a layer of light silver gauze. Nuo-Lin, do you feel that the night on the grassland is more charming than the day? Xiang Tianlu said softly. His voice was particularly clear in the quiet night breeze, as if every word contained some mysterious power. Nuo-Lin nodded and looked at the towering mountain range. Under the moonlight, the peak looked even more mysterious. Indeed, the road to heaven. The grassland at night seems to have a kind of magic that makes people want to explore its secrets. The two continued to move forward. The grass on the grassland made a rustling sound under their feet, which intertwined with the occasional chirping of insects in the distance to form a symphony of the night. Under the moonlight, their shadows were stretched out, as if blending into the grassland. Look, what is that? Xiang Tianlu suddenly stopped and pointed to a patch of grass not far ahead. Nuo-Lin looked in the direction of Xiang Tianlu's finger and saw that there seemed to be some fluorescent spots flashing on the grass, just like the stars in the night sky, falling into the mortal world. What is that? Is it a flower? Nuo-Lin asked curiously. Xiang Tianlu shook his head with a look of surprise on his face. No, that's not a flower. That's phosphorescence. The two approached the grass carefully and saw that the fluorescent lights were indeed rising from the ground, like small lanterns swaying in the night. Phosphorescent fire is not uncommon on the grassland, but its appearance on such a large scale and in such a dense density makes people feel a little unusual. The night was as dark as ink, and the wind on the grassland seemed to carry a hint of unrest. The phosphorescent flames flickered like a ghost dance, adding a touch of weirdness to the silent night. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other. Without saying anything, the same alertness arose in their hearts. There seems to be something wrong with this phosphorus fire, Nuo Lin said in a deep voice, his muscles tense, as if he was ready to deal with sudden changes at any time. He nodded to Tianlu, slowly raised his hands, his fingertips trembling slightly, as if sensing the vital energy of the surrounding heaven and earth. Suddenly, his expression changed. He turned around abruptly and shouted in one direction, "Who are you? Why are you hiding your head and showing your tail?" However, the only responses he got were the whistling of the night wind and the flickering of phosphorescence. At this moment, a low roar came from underground, as if something was waking up, and the ground on the grassland began to shake slightly. "Not good, hurry up!" Nuo Lin shouted and grabbed Xiang Tianlu. The two of them retreated violently. Almost at the same time, a huge amount of cracks suddenly opened up where they had just stood. Along with rolling heat waves, a powerful pressure surged out of the crack, causing the entire grassland to tremble. From the crack, a huge amount of fiery red claws slowly emerged, covered with boiling lava, as if they had just walked out of hell. The beast's claws waved in the air, and suddenly a strong wind blew, blowing the phosphorescent flames in all directions, revealing the truth hidden in it. It was a volcano sealed by an ancient force, which was now slowly revealed by an unknown force. Is this the seal of an ancient demon beast? Xiang Tianlu's face was solemn. His eyes flashed with wisdom in the night as he tried to find the answer from ancient memories. Nuo Lin did not answer. His attention was all on the beast's claw that was getting closer and closer. Every time the beast's claws swung, there was a deafening roar, as if it was going to tear the entire grassland apart. He took a deep breath. The energy in his body surged wildly, and he clenched his fists in preparation for the upcoming battle. "Xiang Tianlu, prepare for battle." Nuo Lin's voice echoed in the night wind. His figure was like a mad dragon about to break free, filled with endless fighting spirit. Xiang Tianlu was also cheered up when he heard that. He quickly formed seals with his hands and muttered something. Mysterious rays of light overflowed from his fingertips and turned into light curtains that enveloped the two of them. This is the protective barrier he had condensed using all his skills, hoping to give them a chance of survival in the face of this unknown monster. At this moment, the huge amounts of claws finally broke free from the seal and pounced towards the two with blazing flames. Nuo Lin shouted, leaped up, and punched the beast's claw. The wind from his fist collided with the flames, making a deafening noise. The whole Kong seemed to be shaking at this moment. However, the power of the beast's claw was beyond imagination. Although Nuo Lin's punch was fierce, it only caused the beast's claw to pause slightly, and then continued to press towards them. In the face of this force, cracks began to appear on the barrier of Shangtian Road, and the light dimmed. "Nuo Lin, we can't go on like this. We must find the source of the seal and seal it again." Xiang Tianlu's voice was filled with a hint of anxiety. He knew very well that if this ancient monster was allowed to escape completely, the consequences would be disastrous. Nuo Lin heard this, and a look of determination flashed in his eyes. He nodded, and the two of them retreated again, dodging the attack of the beast's claws while rushing towards the depths of the crater. In the darkness of night, the figures of the two were looming in the interweaving of firelight and phosphorescence. Every step they took was full of danger, but their eyes were unusually firm. The key to sealing this ancient monster seems to be hidden deep in the crater, and their fate will also face the final test on this ancient grassland. As the two went deeper, the temperature in the crater became higher and higher, and the air became thinner and thinner. But they did not pause at all, because they knew that only by finding the source of a seal could they end this crisis. However, just as they were about to touch the sealed area, an even more powerful force suddenly erupted, enveloping the entire crater. At the moment when the power exploded, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu felt an indescribable sense of heat and oppression coming towards them, as if the air in the entire crater was ignited and turned into a blazing sea of fire. Their bodies staggered back involuntarily. The rocks beneath their feet became soft due to the high temperature, and every step seemed to be stepping into molten lava. What kind of power is this? Xiang Tianlu's voice trembled a little, and his eyes shuttled through the darkness, trying to find the source of this power. At this moment, a faint blue light suddenly lit up in the depths of the crater, like the brightest star in the night sky, but with a heart-pounding chill. In the light, a slender monster covered with dark blue flames walked out slowly. Its eyes were like two bright sapphires, flashing with wisdom and cunning. It was none other than the legendary monster, Ghost Firefox. The appearance of Ghost, the real Firefox, made the atmosphere in the entire crater even more tense. Each of its steps was light and graceful, but each step was accompanied by the leap of flames, as if each step was stepping into the void, and as if each step was igniting every inch of this space. Ghost is really a fire fox. I didn't expect that such a powerful monster was imprisoned here. Nuo Lin's voice was low, and there was both surprise and vigilance in his eyes. He knew very well that the power of this monster should not be underestimated. If they were not careful, both of them might die here. Xiang Tianlu also looked solemn. He formed seals with his hands again, preparing for the upcoming battle. However, the Ghost Firefox did not seem to be in a hurry to launch an attack. It just stood there quietly, looking them up and down with its sapphire eyes, as if evaluating their strength. No matter what kind of monster you are, don't even think about stopping us from sealing this ancient monster today. Nuo Lin shouted, and his figure was like a flash of lightning, rushing towards the Ghost Firefox and punching out with a punch. The fist wind carried a fiery vitality, as if to ignite the entire space. However, the Ghost Real Firefox just smiled slightly, twisted its body slightly, and avoided Nuo Lin's attack. Its speed is so fast that it is unbelievable, as if the entire space is under its control. Is that all you can do? Ghost's voice was clear and pleasant, but with a hint of sarcasm. Its figure flashed again, and this time, it appeared directly behind Xiang Tianlu. It opened its mouth and spit out a ball of blazing blue flame, heading straight for Xiang Tianlu's vitals. Xiang Tianlu reacted extremely quickly. He turned his body to the side and narrowly avoided the ball of fire. But even so, the corner of his clothes was singed by the flames, and a pungent burnt smell filled the air. What a fast speed! Xiang Tianlu was secretly shocked. He knew that he had to go all out to fight against the monster. At this moment, Nuo Lin launched another attack. He clenched his hands into fists, and his vital energy surged wildly in his body, as if it was going to explode his entire body. His figure was like a meteor, rushing towards the Ghost Firefox, punching out one punch after another, the wind from his fists whistling like a violent storm, covering the entire crater. However, the Ghost Firefox seemed to not care about Nuo Lin's attack at all. It dodged lightly, avoiding Nuo Lin's punches just right every time. At the same time, there was a cunning light in its eyes, as if it was looking for Nuo Lin's flaws. Is that all you can do? How boring. The voice of Ghost Firefox sounded again, with a hint of contempt in its tone. Nuo Lin was furious when he heard this. He shouted loudly, and the vitality in his body burst out again. This time, his fist became more ferocious, as if it was going to tear the entire space apart. However, the Ghost Firefox still dodged with ease. Its figure was like a ghost, shuttling back and forth in the crater, and every time it appeared just right behind Nuo Lin or Xiang Tianlu, spitting out the blazing blue flame. The battle continues. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu have tried their best. Their bodies were covered with scars, and sweat and blood mixed together, dripping on the hot rocks, making a sizzling sound. However, they had no intention of retreating, and their eyes were still full of determination and fighting spirit. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were like fallen leaves in the wind, being toyed around by the Ghost Firefox in the crater. Sweat and blood mixed together, and their breathing became rapid and heavy. But even so, the fire of indomitable spirit still burned in their eyes. "We can't go on like this. We have to find its weakness." Nuo Lin panted, his voice weak but firm amid the roar of the crater. Nodding to Tianlu, his eyes flickered in the darkness, trying to capture the trajectory of the ghost Real Firefox. However, the monster was too fast, and each of its attacks was like a ghost, making it difficult to defend against. At this moment, the ghost Firefox suddenly stopped attacking. It stood there quietly, its eyes flashing with a cunning light, as if admiring the struggle of the two people. You've tried your best, but unfortunately, your strength is not enough to defeat me." Ghost's voice was clear and pleasant, but with a hint of unquestionable majesty. Nuo Lin heard this, and a hint of stubbornness flashed in his eyes. He took a deep breath, and the vital energy in his body surged again, as if to break through the constraints of his body. His figure was like a meteor, rushing towards the ghost Firefox, his fist whistling with a sense of swiftness, determination, and indomitable spirit. However, the ghost Firefox just smiled slightly, twisted its body slightly, and avoided Nuo Lin's attack again. Its speed is so fast that it is unbelievable, as if the entire space is under its control. Just a dying struggle. Ghost Fox's voice was filled with disdain. Its figure flashed again. This time, it appeared directly behind Nuo Lin. He opened his mouth and spit out a ball of blazing blue flame, heading straight for Nuo Lin's back. Nuo Lin sensed the danger behind him, and he turned his body to the side, narrowly avoiding the flames. But even so, his left arm was hit by the aftermath of the flames, and his skin was immediately torn apart, and a burnt smell filled the air. Nuo Lin cried out in pain, but there was no sign of retreat in his eyes. He gritted his teeth and rushed towards the ghost Firefox again, as if he wanted to pour out all his anger and unwillingness on this monster. Xiang Tianlu was also cheered up when he saw this. He quickly formed seals with his hands, and mysterious rays of light overflowed from his fingertips, transforming into light curtains, trying to block the attack of the ghost Firefox. However, the ghost Zhao Huahu seemed to see through Xiang Weilu's intention. Its body flashed again, and it easily avoided the attacks of those light curtains. At the same time, its eyes flashed with an even more cunning light, as if mocking the two people's fruitless efforts. Do you think you can defeat me like this? That's ridiculous." Ghost Firefox's voice echoed in the crater, with a hint of sarcasm and disdain. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu's faces changed when they heard this. They knew very well that they were trapped in a life-or-death situation. If they can't find the weakness of this monster, they might really die here. At this moment, the ghost Firefox suddenly launched another attack. Its body was like a streak of blue lightning, heading straight towards the heavenly road. Xiang Tianlu reacted very quickly. He turned his body to the side, trying to avoid the attack of the monster. However, the ghost Firefox seemed to have predicted his action, changed direction in advance, and bit Xiang Tianlu's shoulder. Xiang Tianlu cried out in pain, and his body staggered backward involuntarily. Blood gushed out from his wound, staining his clothes red. Nuo Lin's eyes turned red instantly when he saw this. He shouted loudly, and the vital energy in his body surged wildly, as if it was going to explode his entire body. His figure was like a mad beast as he rushed towards the ghost Firefox, his fists whistling with a sense of determination and cruelty. This time, the ghost Firefox finally revealed a solemn look. It felt the determination and ferocity in Nuo Lin's punch and knew that this blow was of great significance. So, it dodged again, tried to avoid the attack. However, Nuo Lin seemed to have predicted its actions. His fist drew a strange arc in the air and went straight to the belly of the ghost Firefox. Bang! With a loud bang, Nuo Lin's fist hit the ghost Firefox's abdomen hard. Suddenly, dark blue flames splashed everywhere, and the monster's body flew backwards involuntarily, hitting the rock wall of the crater heavily. Cough! The ghost Firefox slid down the rock wall, coughing up blood from its mouth, and its eyes became dim. Obviously, this blow caused considerable damage to it. Nuo Lin saw this, and a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. He took the opportunity to rush forward, ready to deal a fatal blow to the monster. However, at this moment, the ghost firefox suddenly opened his eyes, with madness and determination flashing in his eyes. "Want to kill me? Not that easy." Ghost Firefox's voice was filled with a hint of hysteria. Its body suddenly rose up again and headed straight for Nuo Lin. Just when Nuo Lin was about to deal a fatal blow to the Ghost Firefox, the monster seemed to have a last burst of energy and burst out with unprecedented power. Its figure was like a bolt of lightning that cut through the night sky, carrying a heart-pounding chill as it headed straight towards Nuo Lin. "Nuo Lin, be careful!" Xiang Tianlu exclaimed from the side, his voice filled with anxiety and helplessness. He knew very well that Ghost Firefox had gone crazy at this moment, and its power was so strong that they could not resist it easily. Hearing this, Nuo Lin paused for a moment, but then rushed forward again. His eyes flashed with determination and indomitable spirit, as if he wanted to pour out all his anger and unwillingness in this one blow. You want to kill me? Then let's see if you have the ability to do so." Nuo Lin's voice echoed in the crater, carrying with it an unquestionable majesty. His fist whistled like a violent storm, heading straight for the ghost extinguishing arc. However, the ghost firefox seemed to see through Nuo Lin's intentions. Its body flashed lightly in the air, and it easily avoided Nuo Lin's attack. At the same time, its eyes flashed with a more cunning and crazy light, as if mocking Nuo Lin's fruitless efforts. "Do you think you could defeat me like this? That's ridiculous." Ghost Firefox's voice was filled with sarcasm and disdain. Its figure flashed again, and this time it appeared directly above Nuo Lin's head. It opened its mouth and spit out a ball of blazing blue flame, heading straight for Nuo Lin's crown. Nuo Lin sensed the danger above his head. He turned quickly and narrowly avoided the flames. But even so, his hair was singed by the aftermath of the flames, and a pungent, burnt smell filled the air. "Damn it!" Nuo Lin roared, his eyes filled with anger and unwillingness. He rushed towards the ghost firefox again, as if he wanted to pour all his strength into this one attack. However, the ghost firefox seemed to have mastered Nuo Lin's attack rhythm. Its body shuttled lightly in the air, dodging Nuo Lin's attacks just right every time. At the same time, its eyes flashed with an even crazier light, as if it was looking for Nuo Lin's flaws. Have you run out of tricks? Then let me end this battle." There was a hint of contempt and ridicule in the voice of Ghost Firefox. Its figure flashed again. This time, it appeared directly behind No Lin, opened its mouth, and prepared to spit out the deadly blue flame. However, at this moment, Xiang Tianlu, who had been watching the battle on the sidelines, suddenly moved. His figure was like a flash of lightning, rushing towards the ghost Real Firefox. He quickly formed seals with his hands, and mysterious rays of light overflowed from his fingertips, transforming into light curtains, trying to block the monster's attack. Xiang Tianlu's figure was like a meteor across the night sky, with a force that could not be underestimated, and he slammed into the ghost Firefox. His hands flew rapidly, and the speed of forming seals reached an extreme speed. Mysterious and bright lights bloomed from his fingertips like falling stars, illuminating the dim crater. "Stop it!" Xiang Tianlu's voice was low and firm, with an unquestionable power. Those light screens, intertwined into a huge amount of net in the air, try to trap the ghost firefox tightly. However, the ghost firefox is no ordinary creature. It twisted its body lightly in the air and slid out of the light curtain like a swimming fish. At the same time, its eyes flashed with an even crazier light, as if it wanted to pour all its anger into this one attack. "How dare you, a bunch of ants, challenge my authority?" Ghost Firefox's voice echoed in the crater, carrying with it a heart-pounding chill. Its figure flashed again, and this time it appeared directly in front of Xiang Tianlu. It opened its mouth and spit out an even more turbulent blue flame, heading straight for Xiang Tianlu's heart. Xiang Tianlu felt the terrifying power in the flames, and his face instantly became solemn. But he did not retreat. Instead, he quickly formed seals with his hands again. Even more mysterious rays of light overflowed from his fingertips, forming an indestructible shield that blocked in front of him. Bang! With a loud bang, the ball of blue flame hit the shield hard, bursting out with dazzling light and strong shockwave. The rocks in the crater were shattered into pieces, and dust was flying everywhere, as if the whole world was shaking at this moment. However, Xiang Tianlu's shield was not breached. It was as solid as a rock, firmly blocking the attack of the flames. Xiang Tianlu took the opportunity to counterattack. His figure was like a flash of lightning as he rushed towards the ghost firefox. He quickly formed seals with his hands and launched a series of fierce attacks like a storm. When the ghost firefox saw this, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. But it immediately sneered, as if it did not take Xiang Tianlu's attack seriously. Its body shuttled lightly in the air, and it dodged Xiang Tianlu's attacks just right every time. At the same time, its eyes flashed with an even crazier light, as if it was looking for an opportunity to fight back. Huh, do you think you could defeat me like this? That's ridiculous. Ghost Firefox's voice was filled with contempt and sarcasm. However, there was a hint of barely perceptible panic in its tone. Seeing this, Nuo-Lin knew this was a great opportunity to counterattack. He took the opportunity to rush forward and fight side by side with Xiang Tianlu. His eyes flashed with determination and indomitable spirit, as if he wanted to vent all his anger and resentment on the victim. Let's go up the road to heaven together. Nuo-Lin's voice was low and firm. He pounced towards the ghost fire fox like a ferocious beast, his hands clenched into fists with an overwhelming force. Xiang Tianlu heard this and nodded. His figure accelerated again, rushing towards the ghost firefox like a flash of lightning. He formed seals with his hands quickly, and mysterious rays of light overflowed from his fingertips, transforming into fierce attacks, which together with Nuo-Lin's fists blasted towards the monster beast. The ghost fox finally felt the power of the two. Its body paused slightly in the air, as if it was restrained by an invisible force. However, it did not give up resistance. There was a mad light flashing in its eyes, and it opened its mouth, ready to spit out the deadly blue flame again. However, this time, Nuo-Lin and Xiang Tianlu did not give a chance. Their attacks poured out like a violent storm, trapping the ghost true fire arc firmly. The monster's body kept rolling and struggling in the air, but it was unable to escape the attacks of the two men. Bang! With a loud bang, the ghost firefox was finally hit by the attacks of the two. Its body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string and hit the rock wall of the crater heavily. Suddenly, dark blue flames splashed everywhere, and the monster's body became dim, as if it had lost all its vitality. Nuo-Lin and Xiang Tianlu both breathed a sigh of relief when they saw this. They knew that they had successfully killed this powerful ghost fox. The crater returned to calm again, with only the faint smell of burning and broken rock fragments telling of the fierce battle that had just taken place. After the battle, the crater fell into silence, with only the occasional sound of rock fragments falling to the ground breaking the tranquility. Nuo-Lin and Xiang Tianlu stood side by side, their eyes fixed on the ghost fire fox that had fallen beside the rock wall and had already lost its life. We did it. Nuo-Lin's voice was a little tired, but more of the joy of victory. He slowly walked towards the corpse of the monster, with a gleam of exploration in his eyes. Xiang Tianlu followed closely behind, a rare smile on his face, but more of it was anticipation for what might be discovered next. This monster is so powerful. It must have some extraordinary treasure on it. The two began to search Ghost Firefox's body carefully. After some searching, they finally found a bead that was shining with a faint blue light in the belly of the celestial beast. This bead seemed to contain endless energy, which originated from the same source as the power of the Ghost Firefox. This is its inner elixir, Nuo-Lin shouted in surprise. He carefully picked up the bead and felt a warm force coming from the bead, warming his palm. Xiang Tianlu nodded, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Yes, this is its inner elixir. It is said that the inner elixir of a demon beast contains their lifelong cultivation and strength, and is an extremely precious treasure. The two looked at each other and saw the determination in each other's eyes. They knew that this inner elixir was undoubtedly a great opportunity for them to improve their strength. At Xiang Tianlu's suggestion, the two decided to take the inner elixir together. They sat cross-legged, placed the inner elixir between them, put their hands together, and began to practice their respective cultivation methods. As their breathing gradually became deeper and steady, the inner elixir began to emit a brighter light. Streams of warm energy overflowed from the inner elixir and flowed into the bodies of the two people like a trickle. Nuo-Lin only felt a powerful force surging in his body, as if it was going to burst his meridians. But he endured the pain and continued to practice his skills, guiding the power to flow through his meridians, nourishing his body and soul. Xiang Tianlu also felt this powerful force. His expression became solemn and focused, and the speed at which his hands formed seals became faster and faster, as if he wanted to guide all the strength into his body. As time went by, the light of the inner elixir gradually dimmed and eventually turned into nothingness. However, the aura of Nuo-Lin and Xiang Tianlu became extremely powerful at this moment, as if they were reborn. Nuo-Lin and Xiang Tianlu seemed to have been reborn, and their strength increased greatly. They stood on the edge of the crater, looking at the rising sun, their hearts filled with anticipation and longing for the future. As the sun rose higher, the two decided to continue their journey to find more opportunities and challenges. They went down the winding mountain road, passed through the dense forest, and came to a quiet little village. This small village is surrounded by mountains and rivers, with a quiet environment, like a paradise. In the distance are rolling mountains shrouded in clouds and mist, like a fairyland. Nearby are green fields and clear streams, and the smoke from the village rises up, blending with the surrounding scenery to form a beautiful picture. The two walked into the village and were immediately attracted by the tranquility and beauty of the place. When the villagers saw them, they looked at them with curiosity, but more of them were friendly and enthusiastic. They were invited to a villager's home and received a warm welcome. The villager's home is a quaint wooden house with a spacious yard in front of the door, which is full of various flowers, plants, and fruit trees. There were already several plates of steaming dishes and some cups of tea filled with the aroma of thyme on a stone table in the yard. "Welcome to our village. I am the village chief." A kind old man stood up with a smile and welcomed them. Nuo-Lin and Xiang Tianlu quickly bowed to express their gratitude. They sat down, savored the delicious food on the table, and felt the warmth and tranquility of the village. "Where are you from? How did you come to our small village?" asked the village chief curiously. Nuo-Lin smiled and replied, "We are adventurers, always looking for opportunities to improve our strength. A few days ago, we encountered a powerful monster in a nearby crater. After a fierce battle, we finally defeated it. We found a precious elixir on the corpse of the monster. After taking it, our strength increased greatly. Now, we are planning to continue our journey and look for more opportunities and challenges." After hearing this, the village chief showed a look of surprise and admiration on his face. "You are such brave and amazing adventurers. It's really admirable that you can venture into this dangerous world and defeat such a powerful monster." Then, the village chief introduced them to the situation of the village and the surrounding environment. He said that the village has always lived a peaceful life, and the villagers make a living by farming and are self-sufficient. There are all kinds of beasts and monsters living in the surrounding forests, but the village has always maintained peace and tranquility, and no major disasters have occurred. Nuo-Lin and Xiang Tianlu listened to the village chief's introduction, their hearts filled with admiration and love for the village. They decided to rest here for a while and feel the tranquility and beauty In the following days, they worked, ate, and chatted with the villagers and spent a happy time. They admired the beautiful scenery of the village, tasted the local food, and felt the enthusiasm and friendliness of the villagers. The days in the village were as warm and peaceful as flowing water, but Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu knew that their journey was not over yet. When they had enough understanding of this land and gained precious friendships, they finally decided to embark on the journey again. After bidding farewell to the enthusiastic villagers, the two men carried their luggage and walked along the winding mountain road, step by step towards the unknown future. The sunlight shines through the gaps in the leaves, dappling on them, adding a bit of mystery and hope to this journey. Just as they were passing through a dense forest and preparing to head to the next town, they suddenly heard a burst of urgent cries for help and the screams of horses coming from the front. The two of them felt nervous and immediately quickened their pace. Soon, they came to the mouth of a narrow valley, where they saw a group of bandits dressed in black and armed with weapons besieging a carriage. The terrified passengers in the carriage were obviously innocent travelers. The robbers had ferocious looks on their faces and were waving their swords. It was obvious that they were not going to let these people go easily. "Stop!" 177, Nuo Lin shouted, and rushed into the battlefield like lightning. Xiang Tianlu followed closely behind, and the two of them had a tacit understanding. One on the left and one on the right, they faced several robbers respectively. Nuo Lin's punches were as powerful as a dragon, and each of his blows carried the momentum of a tsunami, beating the robbers in front of him back step by step. Xiang Tianlu's fingers flew, and mysterious rays of light overflowed from his fingertips, turning into sharp sword energy, cutting through the enemy's defenses. "Where did you come from, kid? How dare you meddle in other people's business?" The bandit leader roared, waving the big knife in his hand, and rushed towards Nuo Lin. Nuo Lin snorted coldly, moved his body to the side, and easily dodged the attack. Then he punched the bandit leader directly in the chest, causing him to spit blood and fly backwards. Seeing this, the other robbers rushed towards the two men. But Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu cooperated seamlessly. One was the main attacker, and the other was the auxiliary, and they soon defeated the group of bandits. "Thank you, two heroes, for your help." The passengers in the carriage were finally freed and got off to thank Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu. One of the elderly men, who was dressed in gorgeous clothes, burst into tears of gratitude. "I'm a merchant from a nearby town. If you two hadn't rescued me today, I'm afraid my family and I would have died here." Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu smiled and shook their heads, indicating that this was just what they should do. At the invitation of the old man, they decided to go to the town to rest for a night and learn about the latest news and developments. The town is bustling with people coming and going, full of the breath of life. They found an inn to stay in, and in the evening, the old man hosted a banquet for them. During the banquet, the old man told them many legends and stories about this land, and also mentioned some recent unrest, such as rampant bandits and the appearance of monsters. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu listened with great interest, but also felt a great sense of responsibility. They know that, as adventurers, they must not only pursue personal growth and breakthroughs, but also protect the peace and tranquility of this land. As night falls, the hustle and bustle of the town gradually dies down, leaving only the occasional barking of dogs in the distance and the rustling of leaves in the night wind. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu sat by the window of the inn, holding hot tea in their hands, staring through the window lattice at the quiet night sky outside. "I never thought that there are so many undisclosed secrets in this land." Nuo Lin blew gently, and the fragrance of tea rose up and intertwined with the night. The legends told by the old man sound mysterious and fascinating. Xiang Tianlu nodded in agreement, his eyes flickering with curiosity about the unknown. Yes, for example, the legend about Shadow Valley says that there's an ancient power hidden there that can make people gain great power overnight, but it can also make people lost in endless darkness forever. "Shadow Valley?" Nuo Lin repeated, with an inexplicable urge in his heart. "It sounds like a good place, Maybe we should go explore it. Haha, I knew you would say that. Xiang Tianlu smiled and patted Nuo Lin on the shoulder. However, we have to be careful. After all, legends are often accompanied by danger. The two smiled at each other and secretly decided in their hearts that their next destination would be Shadow Valley. It was late at night, and they went back to their rooms to rest and recharge their energy for the next day's journey. The next morning, when the first ray of sunlight penetrated the clouds and shone on the ancient streets, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu had already packed their bags and were ready to set off. They bid farewell to the enthusiastic old man and set out on their journey to Shadow Valley. The scenery along the way unfolds like a picture scroll. First, we pass through a lush forest with trees towering into the clouds. The sunlight shines through the dense treetops, casting mottled light and shadows. Then they came to a vast grassland. The grass waves undulated with the wind, like a green ocean. In the distance, they could vaguely see a few groups of leisurely cattle and sheep. As they went deeper into unknown territory, the scenery became increasingly desolate and mysterious. The grassland is gradually replaced by desert. On the sandy and rocky land, there are occasionally a few tenacious plants growing tenaciously, demonstrating the tenacity of life. In the sky, several vultures were circling, making shrill cries, adding a bit of loneliness to this silent land. As the sun set and the sky turned blood red, they finally arrived at the entrance of Shadow Valley. It was a deep canyon surrounded by tall rocks, with a narrow entrance, as if it was a barrier deliberately set up by nature to separate the outside world from the world inside the valley. At the mouth of the valley, fog was lingering and the scene inside could not be seen clearly. Only a few low roars could be heard occasionally, which made people feel cold. Is this Shadow Valley? Nuo Lin looked at the unknown world in front of him, with a hint of awe in his voice. It looks more mysterious than we imagined. Yes, this is Shadow Valley, a place full of unknowns and dangers. Xiang Tianlu's voice sounded beside Nuo Lin. There was both expectation and vigilance in his eyes, as if he had already anticipated the challenges he was about to face. The two of them stepped into the valley entrance carefully. In the mist, they seemed to have stepped into another world. The light in the valley was dim, and only the occasional sunlight shining through the cracks in the rocks could illuminate a few steps ahead. They walked along the narrow valley. The sand and stones under their feet made a slight sound, which mixed with a low roar coming from the distance, creating a depressing atmosphere. Suddenly, a burst of hurried footsteps came from the front, and then a group of spider-like creatures covered with red lightning appeared in their sight. The eyes of these creatures flashed with a faint green light, and lightning came out of their mouths. They were the legendary red thunder spiders. "Be careful," Nuo Lin warned in a low voice, and quickly took out the long sword from his bag, ready for battle. Xiang Tianlu followed closely behind, his hands clenched into fists, with a faint light flowing around him. Obviously, he was ready for battle. The red thunder spiders let out sharp hissing sounds, as if mocking their ignorance and insignificance. Then they pounced towards the two people like arrows shot from a bow. Nuo Lin dodged the attack of the first red thunder spider cleverly. He swung his sword back, and the sword light was like a dragon, directly splitting the other red thunder spider into two halves. However, there were so many of these red thunder spiders, and they were extremely fast, and they soon surrounded him. "Xiang Tianlu, be careful of their lightning attacks," Nuo Lin warned while fighting. He nodded to Tianlu, his figure floating like a ghost in the interweaving thunder and lightning. He swung his hands, and his fists were like a tide, directly knocking several red thunder spiders away. However, these red thunder spiders did not seem to be afraid of his attack. Instead, they pounced on him even more frantically. The two were locked in a bitter battle, the air around them filled with a roar of thunder and the hissing of red lightning spiders. Nuo Lin's sword flashed like lightning, and every time he swung the sword, sparks flew everywhere, while Xiang Tianlu's fist wind was as fierce as a violent storm, smashing Yu Song Song's red thunder spider to pieces. However, as time went on, The physical and spiritual strength of both of them were constantly being consumed. The red lightning spiders seemed to be endless and swarmed in from all directions, putting them in a desperate situation. "We can't go on like this. We must find their weakness." Nuo Lin panted and shouted to Xiang Tianlu. Nodding to Tianlu, he carefully observed the attack methods of the red thunder spiders, trying to find their flaws. However, the attacks of these red lightning spiders were fast and fierce, making it difficult for him to find a breakthrough for a while. Just when the two were in despair, Xiang Tianlu suddenly discovered a common feature of the red thunder spiders. There seemed to be a scarlet spot of light on their abdomens. He suddenly had an idea and shouted to Nuo Lin, "Attack their abdomen." Upon hearing this, Nuo Lin immediately adjusted the direction of his attack. He dodged the attack of a red thunder spider with a flash of his body, then swung his sword like lightning, stabbing directly into the abdomen of a red thunder spider. Puss! A light sound was heard, and the body of the red thunder spider exploded instantly, turning into a ball of red lightning light and dissipating into the air. Xiang Tianlu was overjoyed when he saw this. He immediately imitated Nuo Lin's attack method and began to focus on the abdomen of the red thunder spider. Soon, they discovered that this method of attack was indeed effective, and the number of red thunder spiders began to decrease rapidly. However, just when they thought victory was in sight, a gigantic red thunder spider king suddenly rushed out from the depths of the valley. Its eyes were as hot as flames, and the lightning it spewed out of its mouth was as fierce as a storm. "Oh no, this is the red thunder spider king." Nuo Lin's face changed drastically, and he immediately shouted to Xiang Tianlu, "Let's go." However, the red spider king was much faster than they had imagined. It caught up with the two men as quickly as a flash of red lightning and opened its bloody mouth to bite them. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were both startled by the sudden attack of the red thunder spider king. The speed and strength of the scarlet thunder spider king far exceeded their expectations, as if all the power of thunder and lightning in the entire valley was concentrated in it. "Get out of the way!" Nuo Lin shouted, and retreated violently, narrowly avoiding the red thunder spider king's fangs that were powerful enough to tear through steel. His sword drew a brilliant arc in the air, trying to block the attack of the red thunder spider king, but the huge mouth of lightning and thunder was like the dawn, easily tearing the sword light apart. Upon seeing this, Xiang Tianlu suddenly clasped his hands together, and light shone from his body, as if he wanted to absorb all the spiritual energy of the entire valley into his body. He shouted loudly and rushed towards the scarlet thunder spider king like an arrow, trying to defeat the giant lightning beast with his physical strength. Bang! The two collided, causing a deafening roar. Xiang Tianlu's body was like a fallen leaf blown by a strong wind. He rolled several times in the air before he could barely stand still. The scarlet thunder spider king paused for a moment, then roared again at the two men lying on the bed. "This is not a solution. We must work together," Nuo Lin shouted, his eyes flashing with determination. He knew very well that facing such a powerful enemy, he could not win on his own. Nodding to Tianlu, the two of them quickly adjusted their positions, standing back to back, as if they were going to entrust each other's backs to their most trusted comrade-in-arms. There was both determination and resolve in their eyes, as if at this moment they had already put life and death aside. The red thunder spider king attacked again. It opened its huge mouth and spit out a red ball of lightning, which smashed toward the two people like a meteor. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu attacked at the same time. Their movements were so coordinated that they seemed to have become one. Nuo Lin's sword drew brilliant tracks in the air, smashing the lightning ball. Xiang Tianlu waved his hands, as if drawing mysterious runes in the air to dissolve the power of thunder and lightning. However, the Scarlet Thunder Spider King did not seem to intend to give up. It roared once again, its body moving through the valley like a flash of scarlet lightning. Each attack was as fierce as a storm, leaving Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu overwhelmed. "If we continue like this, we will run out of energy," Xiang Tianlu shouted. There was a hint of anxiety and helplessness in his voice. Nual Lin heard this, and a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. He took a deep breath, as if he wanted to inhale all the air in the valley into his body. Then, he shouted loudly and rushed towards the Scarlet Thunder Spider King like a wild horse. "Xiang Tianlu, follow me," Nual Lin shouted. His voice was full of determination and courage. Upon hearing this, Xiang Tianlu followed immediately without any hesitation. The two rushed towards the Scarlet Thunder Spider King like a flash of lightning, as if they wanted to completely devour the giant lightning beast. At this moment, the entire valley seemed to stand still. Only the figures of Nual Lin and Xiang Tianlu were shuttling, jumping, and attacking in the interweaving of thunder and lightning. Their movements were as fast as lightning and as fierce as tigers and leopards, as if they were going to turn the entire valley upside down. However, just as they were about to approach the Scarlet Thunder Spider King, the giant lightning beast suddenly let out a deafening roar. There was a red light flashing in its eyes, as if it was going to burn the entire valley. "Oh no, it's going to self-destruct," Nual Lin shouted. There was a hint of fear and despair in his voice. Xiang Tianlu's face changed drastically when he heard this. He immediately stopped and waved his hands quickly in the air, as if drawing mysterious runes. "Hurry, we must stop it," Xiang Tianlu shouted urgently, his hands dancing faster, and those mysterious runes intertwined into a complex web in the air, trying to block the power of the Red Thunder Spider King's self-destruction. Nual Lin also realized the seriousness of the situation. He stopped hesitating and swung his sword. The sword light was like a dragon, and he went straight to the vital point of the Red Thunder Spider King. His eyes were filled with determination, as if he wanted to concentrate all his strength on this one strike. Roar! The Scarlet Thunder Spider King let out its final roar. Its body began to swell. Red lightning surged wildly on its surface, as if it was going to swallow up the entire world. However, at this critical moment, the rune web drawn by Xiang Tianlu suddenly burst into dazzling light, completely wrapping up the Red Thunder Spider King. The light contained an ancient and mysterious power, which seemed to be able to suppress all violence and destruction. Bang! The Red Thunder Spider King's self-destructive force was tightly bound by the rune web, and finally turned into just a dull, loud noise. The red light of lightning gradually dissipated, revealing the huge body of the Red Thunder Spider King that had lost its life. Nual Lin and Xiang Tianlu smiled at each other. Although they were covered in wounds, their eyes were filled with the joy of victory. They knew that they had just gone through a life-and-death test, and in the end they won. The two walked with difficulty to a relatively safe place, which was a small cave hidden by rocks. Although the cave was dark, it was extremely quiet. There was no one to disturb us, and no danger was present. They sat against the wall of the cave and began to rest. Outside the cave, there were thunder and lightning and raging wind and rain, as if they were going to destroy the entire world. But inside this small cave, it seems like a quiet place isolated from the world. Nual Lin and Xiang Tianlu sat quietly. Their breathing gradually became steady, and their wounds slowly healed. A few days later, when the first ray of sunlight penetrated the cracks in the rocks and shone into the cave, Nual Lin and Xiang Tianlu had recovered. Their injuries had been healed, and their spirits had been restored. "We succeeded." Nual Lin looked at Xiang Tianlu and said with a smile. Xiang Tianlu nodded, his eyes full of smiles. "Yes, we succeeded, and we found this sheltered harbor." The two smiled at each other, then stood up and walked out of the cave. The world outside the cave has returned to peace, and the sunshine shines on them, making them feel extremely warm and comfortable. They set out on their journey again, going deeper into Shadowdale. Nual Lin and Xiang Tianlu walked side by side in the depths of Shadow Valley, surrounded by towering ancient trees, and under their feet was a path overgrown with weeds and covered with moss. There was a faint smell of decay in the air, as if this ancient valley had been sleeping for countless centuries. The atmosphere here is a bit depressing. Xiang Tianlu whispered, his eyes scanning the surroundings, as if ready to deal with possible danger at any time. Nuo Lin nodded, his fingers gently stroking the hilt, feeling the coolness coming from the sword. Indeed, but we have no way out. Only by moving forward can we find the answers we want. The two continued to go deeper along the trail, and suddenly, a low roar came from not far away. The voice was full of savagery and anger, as if a captive beast was venting its inner rage. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other, and a look of vigilance flashed in their eyes. They cautiously approached the direction where the sound came from, but found an open space covered by dense vegetation in front of them. In the open space, a huge beast was frantically tearing huge amounts of rock. The rock was torn into pieces under its claws as if it were made of paper. "What is this?" Xiang Tianlu asked in a low voice, with a slight tremor in his voice. Nuo Lin shook his head, his eyes full of solemnity. "I don't know, but judging from its aura, it is definitely a powerful monster." The two hid in the dark, quietly observing the monster. It was covered in black scales, its eyes were as hot as flames, and every attack was accompanied by a deafening roar, as if it wanted to destroy the entire world. Suddenly, the monster seemed to sense something. It raised its head abruptly, and its flaming eyes locked onto the location of Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu. "Oh no, it discovered us!" Nuo Lin shouted and retreated violently, trying to distance himself from the monster. However, the speed of the monster was much faster than they had imagined. It caught up with the two men as quickly as a black lightning and opened its bloody mouth to bite them. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu attacked at the same time. Their movements were so coordinated that they seemed to have become one. Nuo Lin's sword drew brilliant tracks in the air, and every swing of the sword was accompanied by a burst of sparks, while Xiang Tianlu danced with both hands, as if drawing mysterious runes in the air to dissolve the monster's attack. However, the monster seemed tireless, and its attacks became more and more fierce. Each attack was enough to raise a hill to the ground. Although Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu worked together seamlessly, they gradually felt overwhelmed when facing such a powerful enemy. "This is not a solution. We must find its weakness," Xiang Tianlu shouted, with a hint of despair in his voice. Nuo Lin heard this, and a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. He took a deep breath, as if he wanted to inhale all the air in the valley into his body. Then, he shouted loudly and rushed towards the monster like a wild horse. "Xiang Tianlu, cover me!" Nuo Lin shouted. His voice was full of determination and courage. Upon hearing this, Xiang Tianlu followed immediately without any hesitation. He waved his hands, and those mysterious runes intertwined into a complex web in the air, trying to block all the attacks of the monsters. Nuo Lin took the opportunity to approach the monster, and his sword drew a brilliant arc in the air, going straight to the monster's vital point. However, the monster seemed to have predicted his action and easily dodged the attack by turning its body to the side. At this moment, the rune net drawn by Xiang Tianlu suddenly burst into dazzling light, completely wrapping the monster inside. The light contained an ancient and mysterious power, as if it was going to completely devour the monster. The monster let out a deafening roar and struggled frantically in the rune net, but was unable to break free. Finally, with a dull thud, the light suddenly dissipated, revealing the lifeless body of the monster. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu smiled at each other. They knew that they had won another difficult battle. However, when they were about to leave, they found a faint smell of blood in the air around them. The smell of blood was mixed with an inexplicable fear and despair, as if something was spying on them in the dark. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other, and both read vigilance and uneasiness in each other's eyes. The sudden smell of blood made the already depressing atmosphere in the valley even more depressing. "We have to leave here quickly," Nuo Lin whispered. His voice was particularly clear in the silent valley. He turned around and was about to leave, but suddenly stopped, his eyes fixed on a bush not far away. "Look what that is." Xiang Tianlu also noticed the abnormality of the bush. He pointed his finger lightly there, with a slight tremor in his voice. Nuo Lin looked in the direction of Zhao's finger and saw something shaking slightly in the bushes, but due to the distance, he could not see clearly what it was. He frowned, feeling an ominous premonition in his heart. "Let's go and take a look," Nuo Lin said, and walked towards the bushes. Xiang Tianlu followed closely behind, and both of them remained cautious and alert, afraid of alarming anything. When they approached the bushes, they found that there was a piece of land stained with blood hidden inside. Torn clothes and broken limbs were scattered on the ground, and the air was filled with a sickening smell of blood. What's going on?" Xiang Tianlu's face turned pale, and there was a hint of fear in his voice. Nuo Lin did not answer. His eyes scanned the surroundings, trying to find clues. Suddenly, his eyes fixed on a huge rock not far away. There were some strange symbols and patterns engraved on the huge stone, which seemed to be some kind of ancient writing system. "Look at these symbols. They're like some kind of ancient spell," Nuo Lin whispered, his fingers gently running over the symbols, feeling the mysterious power they contained. Upon hearing this, Xiang Tianlu also moved closer to take a closer look. He nodded and said, "Indeed, these symbols give people a very strange feeling. But why are they here? And what is their connection with this bloody land?" Nuo Lin shook his head, indicating that he didn't know either. But there was one thing he was sure of, there was some unknown secret hidden in this valley. And this secret is likely related to the answer they came here to find. The two continued to move forward in the valley, but their vigilance became stronger and stronger. They knew that they had entered an unknown and dangerous world. Every inch of land and every leaf here may hide a deadly crisis. As they went deeper into the valley, the surrounding scenery became more and more desolate. The towering ancient trees gradually became sparse, and the path under our feet became more and more rugged. There was a depressing and dull atmosphere in the air, as if the whole world was plunged into deathly silence. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu moved forward cautiously in this desolate valley, and each step was extremely heavy. The dead silence all around was broken by the occasional cold wind, which seemed to be mixed with some ancient and resentful sighs, making people feel cold. "This valley seems to have its own will," Xiang Tianlu whispered. His voice echoed in the empty valley, sounding particularly strange. Nuo Lin nodded, his eyes sharp as an eagle, always alert to the movements around him. "We have to be careful. Everything here seems so unusual." Just as they were about to move on, a sudden tremor broke the silence of the valley. The vibrations seemed to come from deep underground, carrying an irresistible force that made both of them feel strongly threatened. "Quick, find cover," Nuo Lin shouted, retreated quickly, and quickly found a crack in the rock to hide in. Xiang Tianlu followed closely behind. The two of them pressed tightly together, their eyes fixed on the direction where the vibration came from. I saw a mountain in the distance suddenly collapse. Huge rocks rolled down and raised dust. Under the collapsed mountain, something seemed to be awakening, bringing with it an earth-shaking force. What is this?" Xiang Tianlu's voice was filled with a hint of fear. He had never seen such a shocking scene. Nuo Lin did not answer. His eyes were fixed on the collapsed mountain. The dust gradually dissipated, and a huge figure slowly emerged. The figure was covered in black scales. His eyes were as deep as the abyss, and he exuded a heart-pounding aura. Nuo Lin's heart was beating like a drum. He held the sword tightly in his hand. The tip of the sword trembled slightly because of his inner excitement, as if he was also preparing for the upcoming unknown challenge. Xiang Tianlu was standing right beside him, his face solemn. His hands were already secretly gathering the power of runes, ready to deal with any emergency. The huge figure was finally fully revealed. It was actually a giant beast that had never been seen before. A faint black mist was wrapped around its body. Every breath seemed to stir the vitality of heaven and earth, and the space around trembled. The beast's eyes were like two burning black holes, locking on Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu. An indescribable sense of oppression instantly enveloped the two. "Is this A relic from ancient times? Xiang Tianlu's voice was low and trembling. He knew very well that facing such a creature, the slightest carelessness would lead to eternal damnation. Nuo Lin took a deep breath, suppressed the shock in his heart, and said in a deep voice, "No matter what it is, we must go all out. Remember, our goal is to find answers, not to make unnecessary sacrifices." After saying that, Nuo Lin suddenly jumped up like a flash of lightning that cut through the dull air and went straight for Lu's vital point. The long sword drew a brilliant trajectory in the air, and with a sound of breaking through the air, it pierced straight into the left eye of the giant beast. The giant beast snorted coldly, without moving its body, and with a light wave of its giant claw, it easily resolved Nuo Lin's attack. The powerful force rebounded and made Nuo Lin stagger. What a powerful force! Nuo Lin secretly exclaimed in his heart, but he was not discouraged. He spread his body again and shuttled around the giant beast like a dragon, looking for flaws. Upon seeing this, Xiang Tianlu quickly formed seals with his hands and muttered something. For a moment, runes flickered in the air, forming invisible chains that entangled the giant beast. The giant beast seemed to feel threatened and roared. The black mist around it became thicker, and the rune chains were corroded and disappeared the moment they came into contact with the black mist. "It seems that I have to use that trick." Xiang Tianlu's face was pale. It was obvious that this trick was extremely exhausting, but there was a gleam of determination in his eyes. Xiang Tianlu was seen closing his eyes and concentrating with a bright light around him, as if some ancient power was awakening in his body. Then he suddenly opened his eyes and pushed his hands forward. A bright light streaked across the night sky like a meteor and hit the heart of the giant beast directly. The giant beast let out a deafening roar, and its huge body was actually shaken back slightly by the blow, and a hint of panic appeared in the black fog. However, it did not surrender. Instead, it opened its huge mouth and spewed out a black flame with destructive power that went straight to the heavenly road. Nuo Lin was quick-witted and quick-handed. He pulled Xiang Tianlu aside and swung his sword at the same time, forming a sword curtain that barely blocked the terrifying flames. The flames collided with the sword light, bursting into dazzling sparks, and the entire valley seemed to tremble at this blow. At this point in the fight, both men were sweating profusely, their clothes were soaked. Although the giant beast was injured, it was still extremely ferocious, and each of its attacks was enough to change the color of the mountains and rivers. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu knew very well that if they could not find a winning strategy as soon as possible, they would probably die here today. Just as Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were catching their breath and the roar of the giant beast had not yet dissipated, a longer and more eerie roar suddenly came from the depths of the valley. The sound was like an ancient spell, echoing in the valley and making people uneasy. The two looked at each other and saw suspicion and vigilance in each other's eyes. As the sound got closer, a cold wind blew, bringing with it an indescribable stench. I saw huge amounts of snake demon slowly winding out from the shadow of the valley, its body covered with dark green scales, flashing cold light in the sun, and each scale seemed to contain ancient time and power. The snake demon's eyes were like two emerald green gems, flashing with cunning and cruelty. Its head even had a pair of tiny fleshy horns, making it look extremely strange. "This is a 100-year-old snake demon." There was a hint of disbelief in Xiang Tianlu's voice. He knew very well that this kind of snake demon was not only extremely powerful, but also proficient in all kinds of magic and was extremely difficult to deal with. Nuo Lin tightly grasped the long sword. His eyes were like torches, and he said in a deep voice, "It seems that our luck is really good. There's a giant beast in front of us and a snake demon behind us. If we don't try our best today, I'm afraid it will be difficult to escape." The snake demon seemed to understand what Nuo Lin said and sneered. The sound was like a cold wind piercing through the bones, making people shudder. Then it stretched out its body like a green lightning and rushed towards Nuo Lin. Nual Lin moved his body to the side and swept his long sword across. The sword light was like a streak of silk, directly cutting the snake monster's 7 inches. However, the snake demon's body was extremely flexible, and it twisted into an incredible angle in the air, easily avoiding the attack. At the same time, its tail was like a long whip, lashing towards Nual Lin's back with a whistling sound. Nual Lin retreated violently and narrowly avoided the attack. But the snake demon's attacks followed him like a shadow, and each attack was tricky and fierce, making it impossible to defend against. Nual Lin can only rely on his extraordinary body movement and swordsmanship to deal with the snake demon. Upon seeing this, Xiang Tianlu quickly formed seals with his hands and muttered something. For a moment, runes flickered in the air, forming invisible barriers to try to block the snake girl's attack. However, the snake demon did not seem to be afraid of these runes. A faint light flickered on its scales, and every impact made the rune barrier shaky. This is not a solution. We must find its weakness. Nual Lin took time out during the fierce battle to shout to Xiang Tianlu. Nual Lin's shouts echoed in the valley, but seemed to be drowned out by the strange hissing and roar of the snake demon. Every attack of the snake demon is like a mountain torrent, unstoppable. The scales reflect the cold light in the sun, and every collision is accompanied by a metallic clanging sound, which is heart-pounding. Xiang Tianlu's face was solemn, and his forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. He formed seals with his hands faster and faster, and the runes intertwined in the air, forming a complex net, trying to trap the snake demon. But the snake demon seemed to be able to see through everything and cleverly avoided these runes with every attack. There were even a few times when its tail was like lightning at dawn, almost penetrating the seemingly indestructible rune network. Its scales are too hard, and ordinary attacks can't penetrate them. Xiang Tianlu shouted to Nual Lin while maintaining the rune barrier, with a hint of urgency in his voice. Nual Lin knew very well that this was true. His sword swept across the snake monster's scales, only sparking a series of sparks but not leaving any trace. He retreated violently and avoided the snake demon's attack again, but he was thinking of a countermeasure in his mind. Its speed and strength are far beyond that of ordinary people, but the stronger the creature, the more obvious its weaknesses are. Nual Lin said in a deep voice, his eyes like a hawk, closely watching every move of the snake demon, trying to find a glimmer of hope. Suddenly, the snake demon attacked again. Its head shot out like an arrow, aiming straight at Nual Lin's throat. Nual Lin's body was turned to one side, almost parallel to the ground, and his long sword drew a perfect arc in the air. This time, he was no longer attacking the snake demon's scales, but aimed at its green eyes. The snake demon seemed to sense the danger, but it was too late to stop its attack and could only watch Nual Lin's sword approaching. However, just as the sword was about to touch its eyes, the snake demon's head suddenly twisted and avoided the attack at an incredible angle. But Nual Lin was not discouraged. He had already expected the snake demon to react like this. The moment the sword passed by, he used the reaction force to leap up like a cheetah ready to pounce, and pounced directly on the snake demon's weak spot. This time, he did not use any fancy moves. He just relied on his extraordinary speed and strength, as well as precise timing. His long sword was like the first ray of sunlight at dawn, piercing through the snake demon's scales and piercing its vital points. The snake demon let out a shrill roar. Its body twisted in the air, scales flew everywhere, and green blood spilled like a fountain. But even so, it still did not give up resistance, and its tail whipped towards Nual Lin like a violent storm. The snake demon's tail came whistling with overwhelming force, and the air seemed to be torn apart by it, making a sharp whistling sound. Nual Lin moved his body to one side, almost blending into the air, and avoided the blow that was powerful enough to shatter stone and crack gold by a hair's breadth. He knew in his heart that although the snake demon had been severely injured, its vitality was far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. If he relaxed even a little, he would be doomed. Xiang Tianlu, give me a hand. Nuo Lin shouted, his voice echoing in the valley, interweaving with the roar of the snake demon, forming a symphony of death. Upon hearing this, Xiang Tianlu formed seals with his hands at an extremely fast speed. Runes flew around him like falling stars, and each rune contained the power of heaven and earth. He was muttering something. The spell was ancient and mysterious, as if it could communicate between heaven and earth and mobilize the power of nature. As Xiang Tianlu completed his spell, a bright light burst out from his palm and turned into a beam of light, shooting straight towards the snake demon. The beam of light contained the power of purification and sealing, which formed a sharp contrast with the evil spirit on the snake demon. When the two met, a deafening roar broke out. The snake demon roared in pain. Its body began to twist under the illumination of the light column, and its scales flickered with strange light, as if it was making a final struggle against the purifying force. 0. Request flowers. But Xiang Tianlu's spell surged like a tide, constantly eroding the snake demon's power. Nuo Lin saw this, and a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. He knew very well that this moment was the key to determining victory or defeat. He suddenly jumped up again, like a wild horse running free, and rushed towards the snake demon. The sword seemed to have life in his hand. Every time he swung it, there was a sound of the air tearing. Wherever the tip of the sword pointed, nothing could be left unbroken. Although the snake demon was in pain, its instinctive desire to survive made it burst out with amazing power again. Its tail swung again, like a dragon tumbling in the clouds, with the power to destroy the world, heading straight for Nuo Lin's heart. Nuo Lin's body flipped in the air, and his long sword drew brilliant tracks in the air. Every time it collided with the snake demon's tail, it sparked sparks, like a fireworks blooming in the night sky. But Nuo Lin's eyes became more determined. He knew very well that at this moment, he had to give it his all. Finally, after a fierce collision, Nuo Lin found the snake demon's weakness. His figure was like a ghost, and his sword was like lightning, piercing straight into the heart of the snake demon. At that moment, time seemed to freeze, and the air was filled with an indescribable depression and tension. The snake demon's body trembled violently, and green blood gushed out like a flood. Its gaze gradually became dull, and its emerald green gem-like eyes lost their luster, as if all the vitality had been sucked away. Just when Nuo Lin thought that everything was settled and was about to breathe a sigh of relief, the snake demon, which had already lost its vitality, suddenly burst into a strange light all over its body. The light was dark green and deep, like a will-o'-the-wisp in the abyss, carrying with it a heart-pounding chill. How is it possible? Nuo Lin's face suddenly changed. He looked at the scene in disbelief. The sword in his hand trembled slightly, as if he felt the fear from the abyss. Xiang Tianlu was also stunned. The runes on his hands had not yet dissipated, but the power of purification and sealing seemed to have lost its effect on the snake demon. He muttered to himself, "This snake demon has actually come back to life?" The snake demon's body gradually twisted in the light, and the scales that had been broken began to grow again, flashing a light that was even more bizarre than before. Its eyes opened again, and in that emerald green light, there was an indescribable hatred and madness. Nuo Lin, be careful, Xiang Tianlu shouted. He knew very well that the resurrection of this snake demon was no accident, and there must be some strange power hidden in it. Upon hearing this, Nuo Lin retreated violently, swinging his sword in an attempt to block the snake demon's possible attack. But this time, the snake demon's speed and strength were far beyond before, as if it had received some unknown blessing. The snake demon's tail was like a green lightning, cutting through the air, bringing a suffocating feeling of oppression, and went straight to Nuo Lin's throat. Nuo Lin moved to the side of his body, and his long sword drew a perfect arc in the air, colliding with the snake demon's tail, making a deafening roar. But this time, Nuo Lin felt an unprecedented resistance. The snake demon's scales seemed to become harder than steel, and every collision made his 450 arm slightly numb. Xianglian, hurry! We must find its weakness, otherwise. There was a hint of urgency in Nuo Lin's voice. He knew very well that if this continued, both of them would be in desperate situation. Upon hearing this, Xiang Tianlu formed seals with his hands again. This time, his spell was more complicated. Runes intertwined in the air, forming a net of huge amounts of material, trying to trap the snake demon. But the snake demon seemed to be able to see through everything. Its body twisted in the air, and it cleverly avoided the runes binding every time. This snake demon seems to be blessed by some strange power. We must find the source of this power in order to defeat it completely. There was a hint of firmness in Xiang Tianlu's voice. He knew very well that at this moment, they had no way out. Nuo Lin nodded, his eyes like a hawk, closely watching every move of the snake demon, trying to find the source of that strange power. Finally, after a fierce collision, he discovered an abnormality on the snake demon. There was a tiny light spot in its heart, flashing a strange light. Nuo Lin's eyes focused instantly, as if he was passing through the void and looking directly at the tiny but deadly light spot. He knew in his heart that this light spot was the source of the snake demon's mysterious resurrection and also their last hope. Xiang Tianlu, get ready. I'm going to kill you with one blow. Nuo Lin's voice was low and firm, and every word was like a heavy hammer, hitting the tense heartstrings of the two people. When Xiang Tianlu heard this, the runes on his hands instantly accelerated, as if to squeeze out the last bit of vitality from heaven and earth. His face was pale, but there was an unyielding light in his eyes. It was obvious that he had made the final preparations. The snake demon seemed to have sensed Nuo Lin's intention. Its eyes became even crazier, and it swung its tail again, bringing with it a terrifying force that was enough to tear apart space, aiming straight at Nuo Lin's vitals. But Nuo Lin seemed to be deaf to all this. His mind was completely focused on that tiny spot of light. After a narrow escape, Nuo Lin finally found his chance. His figure was like a ghost, and his long sword drew a dazzling trajectory in the air, piercing straight towards the light spot. At the same time, Xianglian's rune net also fell down, trying to block all the snake demon's retreat routes. The snake demon let out a shrill roar, and its body twisted wildly in the air, trying to break free from the constraints of the runes. But the runes of Xianglian were like a dragnet, tightly wrapping around it and slowing down its movements. Nuo Lin's sword finally touched the light spot. At that moment, it seemed as if billions of stars were colliding, bursting into dazzling light. The light contained the power of purification and destruction, and instantly devoured the snake demon's heart. The snake demon's body began to twist again, but this time it was no longer a rebirth, but a complete collapse. Its scales fell off one after another. Green blood spurted out like a fountain, and a disgusting stench filled the air. Finally, Nuo Lin panted, his sword stuck in the ground, supporting his tired body. His face was covered in sweat, but his eyes were shining with victory. Xiang Tianlu also breathed a sigh of relief. He slowly put down his hands, and the rune web gradually dissipated. He looked at Nuo Lin, smiled slightly, and said, "We succeeded." The two smiled at each other. Their tacit understanding and joy needed no words. Although the battle is arduous, the fruits of victory are extremely sweet. Nuo Lin slowly walked towards the snake demon's corpse, with both awe for life and curiosity about the unknown in his heart. The snake demon's huge body had completely lost its vitality at this moment, leaving only broken scales and flowing green blood, proving how powerful and terrifying it once was. Nuo Lin's gaze fell on the heart of the snake demon. The light spot that was originally flashing with a strange light had now turned into nothingness, leaving only a charred black area. Xianglian, look here. Nuo Lin pointed at the charred area with a hint of surprise in his tone. He walked closer to the sky road, looked at it carefully, then frowned and said, This light spot does not seem to be an ordinary thing. The power it contains is beyond our imagination. Perhaps this is the reason why the snake demon can be resurrected strangely. The two began to search the snake demon's body, hoping to find more clues about the light spot. After a careful search, they finally found a bead emitting a faint light in the snake demon's abdomen. The bead was crystal clear, as if it contained endless vitality and energy of heaven and earth. Is this the inner elixir of a snake demon? Nualin exclaimed in surprise. He had read about the inner elixir of demon beasts in ancient books and knew that this thing contained the essence of the demon beast. It is an extremely precious treasure. Xiang Tianlu nodded. A hint of excitement flashed in his eyes and said, "Yes, this is the inner elixir of the snake demon. If we take it, our strength will be greatly increased." The two of them carefully took out the inner elixir and looked at each other, their eyes full of anticipation. They knew that although this inner elixir was precious, it also came with huge amounts of risks. If taken improperly, it may cause unpredictable consequences. However, faced with the temptation of strength, they finally decided to take a risk. The two men sat cross-legged, placed the inner elixir in their palms, and began to practice their respective cultivation methods, guiding the power in the inner elixir to merge into their bodies. As the power in the inner elixir was released, a warm and powerful force surged in their bodies. Their skin began to emit a faint glow, as if they were enveloped by a layer of mysterious power. Their aura also became stronger and stronger, as if they had established some subtle connection with the vital energy between heaven and earth. After an unknown amount of time, when the two woke up from their training, they found that their strength had made a qualitative leap. Whether it's strength, speed, or perception, they have all been greatly improved compared to before. Nualin slowly opened his eyes, and the world before him seemed different from before, clearer and more vivid. He felt the power surging in his body and couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Turning to look at Xiang Tianlu, I saw that he was also opening his eyes, with the same joy and confidence flashing in his eyes. "How does it feel?" Nualin asked softly, with a hint of excitement in his voice that was hard to conceal. Xiang Tianlu stood up and stretched his muscles. He felt an unprecedented power flowing through his body, as if the whole world was under his control. "Very good, as if I were reborn. How about you?" Nualin also stood up, also feeling the surging power in his body, and said with a smile, "Me too. I feel that I can challenge any difficulty now." The two smiled at each other, then looked up into the distance. The afterglow of the setting sun shines on them, stretching their shadows long, as if indicating that they still have a long way to go and many challenges ahead. They continued on their way through a dense forest. The trees here are tall and straight, with lush branches and leaves blocking out the sun. The sunlight shines through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled shadows, as if adding a bit of mystery and tranquility to the forest. Along the way, they encountered many exotic plants and animals. Some plants emit a faint fluorescence, like stars at night. Some animals have strange shapes and colors, which make people marvel at the wonder and greatness of nature. Walking in this forest, Nualin and Xiang Tianlu both felt extremely relaxed and happy. They admired the surrounding scenery while chatting and sharing each other's feelings and experiences. As night fell, they found an open area and prepared to camp there. They lit a bonfire and sat around it, enjoying the rare tranquility and warmth. The night was as dark as ink. The bonfire jumped in the empty camp, reflecting the determined faces of Nualin and Xiang Tianlu. The crackling flames seemed to add a touch of vitality to the quiet forest. The two sat around, enjoying this rare tranquility, but the unyielding will to fight in their hearts was like an undercurrent, and the trouble had never subsided. "Xiang Tianlu, have you ever thought about how many life and death tests we have experienced along the way?" Nualin's voice was low and full of emotion, as if he was recalling the past and looking forward to the future. Xiang Tianlu tilted his head slightly, His eyes passed through the jumping flames, looking towards the unknown darkness in the distance, and his voice was firm. Every challenge is a test for myself. It is during these times of wandering on the brink of life and death that we gradually become stronger. As the night deepened, the two closed their eyes and rested, gathering their energy and preparing for the upcoming unknown challenges. However, when the first ray of morning light penetrated the treetops and shone on the campsite, an inexplicable sense of crisis suddenly enveloped the two men. They quickly packed up and set out on a new journey. Deep in the forest, the mist is lingering, as if hiding endless secrets. The two walked forward side by side. Each step was steady and powerful, as if they wanted to remember every inch of this forest in their hearts. Suddenly, there was a roar coming from the front, like the roar of a giant beast, shaking the entire forest. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other, and a solemn look flashed in their eyes. They quickened their pace and rushed towards the direction where the sound came from. When the two arrived at the source of the sound, they saw a huge amount of cracks across an open space, like a scar between heaven and earth. In the cracks, violent energy surged like waves crashing against the shore, making people's hearts flutter. Is this the power of nature? Nuo Lin frowned, his eyes fixed on the crack, feeling the breath of destruction contained in it. He nodded to Tianlu, his expression solemn. We should not stay here for long. We need to find a way to leave as soon as possible. However, at this moment, a more violent energy wave suddenly erupted from the crack, instantly sucking the two of them in. An indescribable force raged within them, as if it was going to tear their bodies apart. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other, and without further ado, they both activated their powers at the same time and launched a fierce fight against this violent energy. Their figures tumbled in the air, and every collision was accompanied by a deafening roar, as if they were engaged in a silent contest with some kind of rule between heaven and earth. In this contest of strength and will, the two's strength was pushed to new limits. The power in their bodies was like a wild horse running wildly, and every impact made the surrounding air tremble. Just as the two were fighting fiercely against the violent energy, the sky suddenly darkened, as if an invisible boulder was pressing down on the sky and the earth. Then, a deafening tiger roar resounded through the sky from the depths of the forest, causing pain in the two men's eardrums and shaking their hearts. This is... Nuo Lin's face suddenly changed. His eyes were like torches, scanning the surroundings, looking for the source of the sound. Xiang Tianlu also had a solemn expression. He felt the danger and terror in this power, an existence that was enough to put both of them in life and death crisis. At this moment, a huge monster slowly walked out from the shadow of the forest. Its body was as majestic as a mountain, and its body was covered with red scales, which flashed dazzlingly in the sun. Its eyes were a rare blue color, like two dazzling gems, flashing a heart-pounding light. This is a red dragon and blue-eyed tiger, a powerful monster said to possess dragon blood. Its strength is enough to rival some of the top warriors. Red dragon and blue-eyed tiger, Nuo Lin exclaimed in a low voice. He had read about this monster in ancient books and knew how terrifying and powerful it was. Xiang Tianlu clenched his fists, feeling the power in his body that had not yet completely dissipated after fighting against the violent energy. He knew that this battle would be the biggest challenge he and Nuo Lin had ever encountered since the practice. The red dragon and the blue-eyed tiger let out a low roar, staring at the two men as if they were looking at two lambs to be slaughtered. Its huge body leaned forward slightly, and its limbs exerted force, as if it would launch a fatal attack at any time. Nuo Lin, be careful, Xiang Tianlu whispered a warning. At the same time, the power in his body began to surge, like a river bursting its banks, unstoppable. Nuo Lin nodded and also activated the power in his body. At this moment, the 330 aura of both of them reached the extreme. The red dragon and blue-eyed tiger finally launched its attack. It was like a flash of red lightning, instantly pouncing on the two of them. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu attacked almost at the same time. Their figures intertwined in the air and engaged in a fierce battle with the red dragon and blue-eyed tiger. Nuo Lin threw a punch, and a wind from his fist was as strong as a dragon, with a whistling sound, and it blasted towards the head of the red dragon and blue-eyed tiger. However, the red dragon and blue-eyed tiger seemed to have predicted his attack and easily dodged the blow by turning its body to the side. At the same time, its sharp claws stretched out like lightning, cutting through Nuo Lin's clothes, leaving a deep blood mark. That was a close call. Nuo Lin was shocked. He didn't expect that the red dragon-eyed tiger would be so cunning and powerful. Upon seeing this, Xiang Tianlu retreated violently. At the same time, he quickly formed seals with his hands. A bright light burst out from his palms, forming a powerful shield that enveloped the two of them. The attacks of the red dragon and blue-eyed tiger rained down on the shield, making a deafening roar. However, this shield was as solid as a wall of iron and steel, and it remained motionless no matter how the red dragon and blue-eyed tiger attacked. Xiang Tianlu, well done. Nuo Lin cheered loudly. At the same time, he was not idle either. Instead, he took the opportunity to mobilize the power in his body and prepared to launch a counterattack. At this moment, the red dragon blue-eyed tiger suddenly let out a deafening roar, and its eyes flashed with blue light, as if they were about to burn. Then, its body suddenly rose up again like a red whirlwind and pounced on the two people again. The roar of the red dragon blue-eyed tiger had not yet dissipated, but its figure had already rushed towards Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu again like an arrow shot from a bow, with an unstoppable force. This time, it was faster and more powerful, as if it wanted to completely devour the two of them. Nuo Lin's eyes flashed, and the power in his body erupted like a volcano. He turned his body to the side and cleverly avoided the fatal blow of the red dragon and blue-eyed tiger. At the same time, he clenched his right fist, gathered all his strength, and slammed towards the side of the red dragon and blue-eyed tiger. Bang! With a loud bang, the fist wind collided with the scales of the red dragon and blue-eyed tiger, sparking a spark. The red dragon blue-eyed tiger roared even more fiercely in pain, but did not stop. Instead, it pounced on Nuo Lin even more frantically. Xiang Tianlu's heart tightened when he saw this. He knew that if he didn't take action at that moment, both of them would be in danger. He quickly formed seals with his hands, and the power in his body surged like a river, instantly condensing into a bright light and blasting towards the red dragon and blue-eyed tiger. This ray of light streaked across the night sky like a meteor, carrying endless power, and collided with the attack of the red dragon and blue-eyed tiger. Suddenly, the entire open space seemed to be torn apart by this force, with dust flying and gravel scattering everywhere. Under the impact of this force, the red dragon and blue-eyed tiger involuntarily took a few steps back, but there was no fear in its eyes. Instead, it roared even more frantically, preparing to attack again. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other and saw determination and unyielding spirit in each other's eyes. They knew that it was a matter of life and death, and only by going all out could they defeat this powerful monster. The two men attacked at the same time again, their figures intertwined in the air like two lightning bolts, and started a more intense battle with the red dragon and blue-eyed tiger. Every collision was accompanied by a deafening roar, as if it was going to split the world apart. Although the red dragon and blue-eyed tiger were powerful, they gradually showed signs of fatigue under the joint attack of Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu. Its attacks were no longer as fierce as before, but began to become somewhat messy and weak. Nuo Lin seized the opportunity, flashed, and came behind the red dragon and blue-eyed tiger. He clenched his hands into fists, gathered all his strength, and struck at the back of the red dragon and blue-eyed tiger. Just when Nuo Lin's fists were about to touch the back of the red dragon blue-eyed tiger, the monster seemed to sense the crisis and twisted its huge body suddenly, avoiding the attack at 10 incredible angles. At the same time, Its tail was like a steel whip, sweeping towards Nuo Lin with a whistling sound. Nuo Lin's face changed slightly, and his body floated lightly like a leaf in the wind, avoiding the fatal blow. He secretly marveled in his heart that this red dragon and blue-eyed tiger not only had amazing strength, but also had extremely fast reactions. It was indeed worthy of being a monster with dragon blood. Xiang Tianlu, be careful of its tail. Nuo Lin warned loudly in the air. Xiang Tianlu's eyes fixed when he heard that. He had already seen the attack trajectory of the red dragon blue-eyed tiger's tail. He turned his body to the side and quickly formed seals with both hands. A bright light burst out from his palms, forming a solid shield that blocked the attack of the red dragon blue-eyed tiger's tail. However, the red dragon blue-eyed tiger's attack did not stop. It opened its bloody mouth, revealing its sharp fangs, and pounced towards Xiang Tianlu. Xiang Tianlu retreated violently, and at the same time, he formed seals with his hands again. A lightning-like light shot out from his palms and hit the eyes of the red dragon and blue-eyed tiger directly. The red dragon and blue-eyed tiger narrowed their eyes and actually closed them at the critical moment, avoiding the lightning attack. But its body did not stop. Instead, it used this force to rush towards Xiang Tian Road like an arrow. Xiang Tianlu's heart tightened. He knew that if he retreated again at that moment, he would be in dire straits. He took a deep breath, and the power in his body surged out like a river bursting its dam. His figure instantly became blurred, as if he had merged into one with the world. At this moment, the attack of the red dragon and blue-eyed tiger was approaching. Xiang Tianlu moved his body to the side and waved his hands quickly, like a fallen leaf in the wind, and started a close combat with the red dragon and blue-eyed tiger. The two figures intertwined in the air, and every collision was accompanied by a deafening roar. The claws of the red dragon and blue-eyed tiger cut through the air like sharp blades, but Xiang Tianlu relied on his agility and burst of strength to escape danger time and time again. Nuo Lin was secretly anxious when he saw this. He knew that although Xiang Tianlu was agile, he was ultimately not as strong as the red dragon and blue-eyed tiger. If this continues for a long time, Xiang Tianlu will definitely fall into a disadvantage. Nuo Lin's eyes were sharp, and he knew he couldn't just sit there and watch any longer. The power that came from deep in his blood seemed to be awakened, boiling in his body like the mysterious power in an ancient totem. Xiang Tianlu, hold on. I'm coming, Nuo Lin shouted, and his figure flashed across the open space like a ghost and instantly appeared next to Xiang Tianlu. He clenched his hands tightly, as if he was holding the pulse of heaven and earth, and an unprecedented power surged in his body. Seeing this, the red dragon and blue-eyed tiger roared angrily, with green light flashing in their eyes, as if they were about to burn. It sensed the unusual aura from Nuo Lin and knew that the human in front of it was no longer its previous opponent. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu stood side by side, back to back, as if they were one. Their breathing was synchronized and their heartbeats resonated, as if at this moment they were no longer two people, but a whole, an unbreakable fortress. The red dragon and blue-eyed tiger attacked again. It rushed towards the two of them like red lightning, with a roar that tore through the air. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu moved to the side at the same time, like two whirlwinds, avoiding the fatal blow. At the same time, they waved their hands like fallen leaves in the wind and started a more intense fight with the red dragon and blue-eyed tiger. Every collision seemed to sound like a landslide. The claws of the red dragon and blue-eyed tiger were like sharp blades, and every time they were swung, they created cracks in the air. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu relied on their agility and bursts of strength to escape danger time and time again, as if they were dancing with the heaven and earth. Nuo Lin, be careful. Xiang Tianlu suddenly shouted and saw the red dragon and blue-eyed tiger move to the side and actually went behind Lin, ready to launch a fatal attack. Nuo Lin's heart trembled, but he did not panic. He took a deep breath, and the strength in his body seemed to reach its peak at this moment. He turned his body to the side, and at the same time, he clenched his right fist, gathered all his strength, and struck towards the side of the bed dragon Kinjainhu. Bang! With a loud bang, the fist wind collided with the scales of the red dragon and blue-eyed tiger, sparking spark. The red dragon and blue-eyed tiger felt pain and let out a sharp roar, but did not stop. Instead, it pounced towards Nuo Lin even more frantically. Nuo Lin's figure floated lightly like a leaf in the wind, avoiding the fatal blow. At the same time, he clenched his left hand into a palm, gathered all his strength, and slapped Long Kinjaina's eyes. Boom! With a loud noise, the red dragon and blue-eyed tiger's eyes seemed to be hit by a huge hammer, and its whole body trembled. It let out an even more shrill roar, its eyes flashing with unwillingness and despair. At this moment, Xiang Tianlu seized the opportunity. He flashed and came behind the red dragon and blue-eyed tiger. He clenched his hands into fists, gathered all his strength, and struck at the back of the red dragon and blue-eyed tiger. Bang! There was another loud noise, and the huge body of the red dragon and blue-eyed tiger was like being hit by a huge hammer, and it fell forward. There was a flicker of unwillingness and despair in its eyes, but in the end, it closed its eyes powerlessly, and its huge body gradually lost its vitality. After the huge body of the red dragon and blue-eyed tiger fell completely, and the dust gradually dispersed, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu smiled at each other, their hearts filled with indescribable joy and relief. They knew that this battle was not only a test of their strength, but also a deepening of their friendship. After a short rest, the two continued on their journey. After passing through dense forests and crossing steep mountains, they finally arrived at a place called Fengchuan Town. Fengchuan Town is located on an open plain, surrounded by green mountains, like a shining pearl inlaid on the earth. Although the town is small, its layout is very exquisite. There are many shops on both sides of the bluestone paved streets, and it is very bustling. Wow, it's so beautiful here! Xiang Tianlu couldn't help but exclaim. Nuo Lin smiled and nodded. He looked around and saw people coming and going on the street. The vendors were shouting loudly and selling their 630 products. The air is filled with the aroma of various delicacies, making people salivate. Let's go for a walk, Nuo Lin suggested. Xiang Tianlu readily agreed, and the two of them walked forward along the road. They first came to a shop selling weapons. The shop was filled with all kinds of weapons, including sharp swords, heavy armor, and exquisite bows and arrows. Nuo Lin stopped and looked at the long sword carefully. The long sword was shining with cold light, as if it could cut through all obstacles. This sword is good, Nuo Lin commented. Xiang Tianlu also nodded. He picked up a short knife and waved it gently. The knife light flashed like a meteor across the night sky. This knife suits me very well, Xiang Tianlu said with a smile. After they selected some, they each bought a weapon that they were satisfied with. Then they came to a shop selling medicinal herbs. The store is filled with all kinds of precious medicinal materials, including fragrant Ganoderma lucidum, crystal clear ginseng, and herbs of strange shapes. These medicinal herbs are rare treasures, Nuo Lin exclaimed. Xiang Tianlu also nodded in agreement. He picked out a few precious medicinal herbs and prepared to take them back to his master. After shopping, the two came to a busy restaurant. The restaurant was bustling with people. They found a table by the window and sat down and ordered some local specialties. After the dishes were served, the two began to taste them. Every dish is delicious and leaves you with an endless aftertaste. They ate and talked, sharing each other's stories and experiences. Just as the two were immersed in the ocean of food and stories, the sound of hurried horse hooves suddenly came from outside the restaurant, breaking the tranquility. Then, several men in tight clothes and with anxious looks rushed into the restaurant. They quickly scanned the crowd, as if they were looking for something. Have you heard? The red dragon and blue-eyed tiger was killed by two young men. One of the men lowered his voice, but could not hide his excitement. As soon as these words were spoken, the discussion in the restaurant suddenly became louder, and people cast surprised glances and talked a lot. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other and laughed in their hearts. They didn't expect that their heroic deeds had spread throughout the area. Really? Who are those two young men? Someone asked curiously. I don't know, but it is said that they're very skilled and have good teamwork. Even the red dragon and the blue-eyed tiger are no match for them. Another man added. There's a gleam of admiration in their eyes. At this time, an old man slowly stood up, stroked his beard, and said earnestly, in this world, heroes emerge from youth. Young people are courageous and responsible, which is a blessing to us older generations. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu smiled at each other, and the old man's words made them feel warm. They knew that this was not only a recognition of their strength, but also a praise for their courage and justice. Come on, let's have a drink for these two young heroes, the old man suggested, raising his glass. People in the restaurant responded one after another. For a moment, there was laughter and joy. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu also raised their glasses and celebrated with everyone. They know that although the journey has been full of hardships and challenges, they have also gained countless friendships and touching moments. After eating and drinking, the two decided to continue their journey. When they left the restaurant, they received many blessings and encouragements from strangers. These warm words were like a spring breeze, making them feel particularly happy. Walking on the streets of Fengchuan Town, the afterglow of the setting sun shone on them, casting a layer of golden glow on their backs. On both sides of the street, vendors are still busy and children are chasing and playing. Everything seems so harmonious and beautiful. Leaving the bustling restaurant, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu strolled on the streets of Fengchuan Town. The last rays of sunset gradually disappeared behind the distant mountains, and a faint blue-purple hue appeared on the horizon. Lanterns lit up one by one on both sides of the street. The warm light dispelled the chill of the evening and added a bit of warmth and tranquility to the town. I never thought that our story would spread so quickly, Xiang Tianlu said softly, with surprise and a hint of imperceptible pride in his eyes. Nuo Lin smiled and shook his head. Yes, sometimes heroic deeds can spread quickly and inspire more people. However, for us, it is more important to keep moving forward and explore the unknown world. The two walked along the bluestone path, passed through a narrow alley, and came to a stream at the edge of the town. The stream is crystal clear, and the gurgling water makes a pleasant sound, as if it is the most melodious music of nature. By the stream, a few willow trees swayed in the wind, and the slender willow branches gently brushed the water, creating circles of delicate ripples. Look, those fireflies over there. Xiang Tianlu suddenly pointed to a patch of grass not far away. There, dots of fluorescent light flickered in the night sky, like the brightest stars in the night sky. Nuo Lin stopped, looked at the grass tenderly, and said softly, Yes, what a beautiful night. Sometimes, stopping to appreciate these simple beauties is also a rare enjoyment. The two stood quietly by the stream, enjoying the tranquility and harmony. The night breeze blows gently, bringing coolness and seeming to take away the fatigue of the journey. Nuo Lin, what do you think the scenery ahead will be like? Xiang Tianlu broke the silence, his eyes flashing with longing for the future. Nuo Lin smiled slightly and looked into the distance with a determined gaze. Whether the road ahead is full of thorns or smooth, as long as we have light in our hearts, there will be a way under our feet. I believe that our journey will be full of surprises and miracles. After that, the two set out on their journey again. As the night deepened, the lights of the town gradually faded away, leaving only their determined backs and the road under their feet. Along the way, they passed through dense forests and crossed deep canyons. Every step left their footprints and witnessed the deep friendship between them. As the night deepened, the road ahead became increasingly blurred, but their hearts were filled with hope and expectation. At this moment, a faint light was vaguely visible among the distant mountains, like the farthest lighthouse in the night sky, leading them forward. The night was as dark as ink, deep and vast. Nu Lin and Xiang Tianlu walked side by side in this endless darkness. The road under their feet seemed to be swallowed by the darkness, and every step was on the edge of an unknown abyss. That faint light, like the lights left behind by ancient gods, was distant and mysterious, attracting them to keep moving forward. There seems to be an inexplicable force calling ahead. Xiang Tianlu's voice drifted gently in the night wind, with a barely perceptible tremor that added a bit of determination. Nu Lin nodded, his eyes like torches piercing through the darkness, looking directly at the ray of light. No matter what the road ahead holds, you and I are brothers, and we will go through fire and water together without fear. As the two talked, there seemed to be a subtle change in the air. An inexplicable aura quietly permeated the air, causing the surrounding darkness to tremble. Then, a strong wind suddenly arose, blowing up countless fallen leaves and dust, forming a small storm that swept the two of them into it. In the storm, Nu Lin and Xiang Tianlu were like two lonely boats, struggling hard in the rough sea. However, it did not panic. Instead, they each mobilized the latent power in their bodies, transforming them into two bright rays of light that illuminated the surroundings, forming a sharp contrast with the storm. Tianlu, use your agility to walk on the edge of the storm and find a breakthrough. Nu Lin's voice rang out in the storm, firm and powerful. Upon hearing this, Xiang Tianlu's figure flashed and turned into a silver lightning, shuttling through the storm at an extremely fast speed, leaving only a trail of afterimages. With his amazing agility and keen intuition, he kept looking for the weak points in the storm. As for Nu Lin, he stood firmly at the center like a towering mountain. No matter how raging the storm was, he could not be shaken at all. He clenched his fists, and the power in his body surged, as if it would burst out at any time and completely destroy the storm. Finally, with Xiang Tianlu's continuous efforts, he found an opportunity, and with a sudden flash, he broke out of the storm. At the same time, Nu Lin also launched an attack, punching out with earth-shattering force, shattering the center of the storm into pieces. The storm dissipated and the night returned to calm again, but the two did not let down their guard, because they discovered that in the direction of that ray of light, there seemed to be a more powerful force waiting for them. After the storm, the night became darker, and all the time for car protection was swallowed up by the darkness. Nu Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other, and there was a strange light in each other's eyes, which was the desire for unknown power and the anticipation for the upcoming challenges. Nu Lin, I feel there seems to be an unprecedented power surging in my body. Xiang Tianlu's voice was low and shocking. He clenched his fists, feeling the power in his body that seemed to be able to tear the world apart. The same was true for Nu Lin. He took a deep breath and felt a powerful force flowing through his body, as if it was going to reshape every inch of his skin and every bone. Yes, we seem to have received some kind of inheritance or gift. The two smiled at each other, and without saying anything, they understood each other's feelings. They know that this force will be the most solid support for them on their way forward. At this moment, the distant and mysterious light suddenly became brighter, as if responding to the awakening of the power in their bodies. In the light, gentle yet powerful energy fluctuations came, resonating with the power in their bodies, causing their strength to make a qualitative leap in an instant. Tianlu, get ready. Let us welcome this metamorphosis together. Nu Lin shouted, and his figure suddenly rose taller, as if he had merged with the heaven and earth. A vast aura emanated from him, causing the surrounding air to solidify. Xiang Tianlu was not willing to be outdone. He flashed and turned into a silver stream of light, drawing a perfect arc in the air, and then landed steadily. There was a bright light flashing in his eyes, as if he could see through all the mysteries of the world. The two of them each mobilized the new strength in their bodies and began a silent contest. Nu Lin threw a punch with a dragon-like force, carrying the power to destroy the world, and blasted towards the void in front. Xiang Tianlu, on the other hand, was as fast as the wind. He kept launching attacks while dodging, and each of his attacks contained astonishing power and speed. The fist wind and the figure intertwined together, forming a shocking picture. 0. Request flowers. In this dark night, the fight between the two seemed to be the only light, illuminating everything around them. As time went by, the battle between the two became more and more intense, and every collision seemed to shake the heaven and earth. However, they did not feel tired at all. Instead, they became braver and braver as the battle went on, and the power in their bodies seemed to be endless. The aftermath of the storm has not yet completely dissipated, and under the cover of night, the contest between Nuo-Lin and Xiang Tianlu has reached a fever pitch. The two figures shuttled through the darkness, like two intertwined lightning bolts. Every clash stirred up circles of invisible air waves, causing the surrounding air to roar. Tianlu, although your speed is fast, your strength is still lacking. Nuo-Lin shouted in a low voice, and his body suddenly accelerated, like a moving mountain, pressing towards Tianlu with unparalleled momentum. His fists seemed to be able to tear the void, and every time he swung his fist, there was a heart-shaking sound of tearing air. Xiang Tianlu's body flashed, and he dodged Nuo-Lin's attack like a ghost and sneered, "Humph, so what if you were powerful? In the face of absolute speed, everything will become nothingness." He accelerated again, turning into a silver stream of light, constantly shuttling around Nuo-Lin. Every move he made was like a sharp blade, trying to cut through Nuo-Lin's defense. The battle between the two became more and more intense, and every time Tong Fangfua could move the whole world. Nuo-Lin's power was like a violent storm, constantly bombarding Xiang Tianlu's defenses, while Xiang Tianlu's speed was like a ghost, unpredictable, and his attacks were like sharp blades, constantly cutting Nuo-Lin's offensive. In the darkness of the night, the fight between the two became the only light, illuminating everything around them. Their figures intertwined and collided in the darkness, and every confrontation stirred up circles of invisible air waves, causing the surrounding air to tremble. "Nuo-Lin, don't think about defeating me easily." Xiang Tianlu's voice echoed in the night sky. He accelerated again, turning into a silver lightning and rushed straight towards Nuo-Lin. This time, his attacks were more fierce, and every move seemed to tear Nuo-Lin's body apart. Nuo-Lin snorted coldly, and instead of retreating, he advanced like a towering mountain, meeting Xiang Tianlu's attack. His fists fell like a violent storm, and every time he swung his fist, there was a sound of tearing air, which dissolved the attack on Tianlu.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.